Sure. It's a temperature. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Selma City Council regular meeting. It's February 3rd, 2025, and it's 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers at 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, California. 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592, and the webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Notice to meeting attendees, all Selma City Council meetings are video recorded. All rules of procedure and decorum apply to in-person attendees, as well as those participating virtually. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to verbal outbursts, personal attacks, or inappropriate gestures, will not be tolerated. Attendees who fail to adhere to these guidelines will be asked to leave the meeting pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9, which authorizes the removal of disruptive individuals. Before we get started tonight, I would like everyone to take a moment and remember our beloved officer, Gonzalo Carrasco, who had his last watch on January 31st, 2 years ago. I'd also like to recommend another moment of silence for Jeremiah Padilla, who lost his life too soon. Would everyone please bow their heads for a moment of silence? Thank you for bowing your heads. We'll now move on to the invocation. Since we don't have a pastor here, I will handle those duties myself tonight, and I will ask everyone to once again bow your head as we engage in a moment of prayer. Dear Lord, please watch over our Selma City Council and all Selma City's employees, as well as the people of Selma. Please grant us wisdom to do what is right and to bring glory to you and all your creation, regardless of our race, creed, or color. In God's name we pray.
Amen.
Amen. Pledge of allegiance.
Okay, everybody please stand. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Avalos,
Here.
Councilmember Oshigara,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54954.2B. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the City Council regarding any item on the special meeting agenda, the City Council meeting agenda over which the Council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Do we have any oral communications at this time? If so, please step up. Yes.
be addressing issues that need to be repaired and maintenance at the location. So the last board members just left. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It's a mess. I've been in communication with them. I've seen pictures of them. Their equipment has been infested with rodents. It's torn. There's just a lot that's going on. So I'm just asking the community if anybody is willing to make any donations right now, monetary wise, or just if they're able to go down and help them. They're out there every day painting, cleaning up, trying to get ready for the new season that starts in March. I will also be attending the Healthcare District Board meeting with them. I'm helping them get some paperwork together, photos, quotes, things that need to be done, so we can hopefully get some funding to get these kids back up and running. I also urged Ms. Elenies to please stop telling the nonprofit organizations to not be attending the healthcare district to ask for donations. That's what it's for. It's for our children. It's for health and safety issues. So I'm urging people in nonprofit organizations that need the help, that's what it's for. So that's one note I want to make. I also want to let everyone know my husband and I will be donating a new barbecue grill for the kids. That's one thing that was damaged. So that's something that I want to give to them, and also we'll be giving other donations. So they're also taking donations for snack bar items, baseballs, new baseballs that they didn't have. So any other equipment, you can reach out to the Selma Little League via their Facebook page, or reach out to me. I'm in touch with Michelle Padilla. She's, I believe, the secretary or treasurer. I've been in contact with her almost on a daily basis, trying to help her navigate through what she needs.
Thanks very much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Best of luck. Anybody else with oral communications at this time?
Good evening. My name is Joe Gonzalez. I come from the barrio. I was born there and I was raised there. 84 years. I welcome the new members back, the new one, and I hope that we will have a better couple of years down the road than we have had in the past, because communications out in the streets are disastrous. What they call this city, what has become, city members fighting with each other, suing each other, police department against the city council. Now, let's get together. No, put your efforts out on the streets where the drugs are getting heavier and heavier. The problems with the kids are getting worse. Let's see if we can do something to help this community more and bring this city back to normal, where you can walk the streets proud and people don't have to throw tomatoes at you. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment? Anybody online or on the phone or on Zoom? Okay.
As a reminder to the callers on Zoom, please press *9 to raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment.
I think we have about 3 speakers inside who would like to make a comment. Go ahead.
Oh, hello. Senator Morales, born and raised here in Selma, 57 years old. I live on 3624 Wright Street. I'm coming before you guys for a situation that through code enforcement regarding a carport that's in front of my residence that I built. You know, I got a letter from code enforcement saying that they're giving me 15 days to pull this carport down. About 5 years ago, we had the same issue. I thought we had it handled, but the thing is this unit that was built was a custom built unit. You know, it's not a wooden structure. It's not, how can I say, a danger to anybody, you know, well professionally built. But I come to you guys because I want to see if we could come to an agreement or something where this can be handled. I was told that they had mentioned to other members here, other residents here in Selma that had these carports to take them down, and they had. Well, I know there's these carports that are these $200 carports that are made of poles, and they put a vinyl covering over them. I understand it's an eyesore, you know. And then other ones that I had looked into, which was an engineered unit, but it just looked ugly. So, you know, I didn't think anything bad. It was a metal structure, so I put it up. Haven't had no issues until now. So I want to, maybe down the line, we could speak about this and maybe something could be done where the city code could possibly change to have, these carports put up, but not any carports. I've seen some people, wooden carports that were just terrible, dangerous, But, I myself, I'm an owner of multiple classic cars and, I have my vehicles inside my garage, but all my other vehicles had to stay outside. And, with this heat and the sunlight, man, it just destroys my paint on my cars. But I'm sure other people have that issue too. I got beautiful cars that they have to sit outside due to certain circumstances. But I just wanted to come speak with you guys about it, and maybe later on we could talk once more, I just wanted to come and address this issue of something that could be, taken care of.
Great.
Because
Thank you.
at this time, I'm permanently disabled now due to an accident. So for me to tear it down, I can't do it. I'd have to hire somebody. It's going to cost a lot of money, but that's not the point. It was never an issue before, but now it's an issue now. Well,
Got it.
my
Thank you.
minutes are up, so thank you
Appreciate your
guys.
comments.
Go.
Okay. We have a-
Ella Ramirez, Selma, California. Really quick, I just want to mention on the packet and agenda, I want to know if they could put that out like sooner than Friday, because it was on there, it's been on there like on Friday lately, pretty late, and it was almost like 500 pages. And to go through all of that over the weekend, because, I don't know, but I do go through it and I do read it, but it was a lot. So I'm just asking if they could possibly put that out sooner than Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment?
Good evening, everybody. God bless you. My name is Pastor Delfina, and I have the church right at 2001 Whitson Street here in Selma. It is, for some of you guys, the old 99 Club. And now we leave the 99 for the one and bring them back to the 99 for Jesus. And so I have been in this community since 2014 and have served this community, I believe, extremely well. I think everybody here pretty much would know who I am and what we do. And so I don't want to waste a lot of time on that. I want to give you guys a couple of things. One, I want to report to you, Mayor, that we did the pit count. And we counted in Selma. And I can tell you the number's pretty accurate because we serve the homeless every day. We feed them, and we're trying to get them off the streets. So the number here in Selma is 75. That's what we counted for Selma. And that's because just in the month of January, before the pit count, we actually sent 8 people out of Selma that weren't from Selma. As a matter of fact, 2 of them were from Los Angeles, making their way to Selma. They were brought here by Kingsburg police. I'm just saying. According to what that person said, they were dropped off here. And so they were from LA. They were trying to make their way into Washington. So we actually put them on a one-way bus ticket to Washington. So our goal is always to be the Selma firewall. And so we have been doing that, cutting down the numbers and also stopping the leak from people becoming homeless, because there's a lot of people, because of the cost of living, they're becoming homeless. We're stopping that through the programs that we have. And so I have been trying to do with our team, we have a team of 5 paid staff at the ministry, trying to do that. But I received a notice of violation from the Selma code enforcer, and I have it here. And I brought a copy for you guys also, so that, I don't know if I could give it to you or not, but I'll leave it for you guys.
Be with the
Okay.
acting city, deputy city clerk.
Okay, so I'll leave that with them before I walk away.
Yes.
I just want to say, all of you guys know that I have a shower ministry. That's one of the ways we get the homeless to come in because they feel decent. We get them a shower, then we get them a job. We get them clean clothes so they're not walking around looking like homeless. A lot of people that are homeless, you can't even tell they're homeless because they come to us, to our clothing ministry, our hygiene ministry, and our shower ministry, which is a toy hauler that I turned into a shower. It cost us $3,000 to turn it into 2 showers. So it has 3 showers. On the right is women's clothes, on the left is men. But this violation says that I'm in violation because I have people living in it. And that's not true.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Pastor Delphina.
Yes.
Appreciate the information. Anybody else with a comment at this time? Anybody online or on Zoom with a comment?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. That will bring the matter back to council and move on to our special presentations.
Scott, before we go into this presentation, I'd like to take a consensus on one of the issues on a public hearing on the Amberwood Development Environmental Impact Report.
Okay.
I'm asking consensus to table it for next week. So, I mean, it's a lengthy package. I'll just tell you straight up. And I have some questions, but I don't want to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Councilman Avalos. Would it be, my recommendation would be to discuss and maybe we can answer your questions if the item is addressed. And then so that we don't delay any potential adoption of the development agreement, because I know this can potentially hinder the developer's progress at the Amberwood specific plan. But if we can address your questions during the session, I think our staff is fully prepared to do that.
Now, well, we have a big packet here, stuff on the agenda. And I want them to give them a fair shake to the
Councilman Avalos,
fair.
did you want to we could consult with our city attorney? I don't know if we could table it, but maybe continue it to another special
have to-
meeting date.
If you continue a public hearing, you have to continue it to a specific date and time.
Would this be the time to do it in the agenda, or should we wait until it actually comes up on the agenda after consent? Or does it matter? Can we bring it up now?
You can bring it up now.
Okay.
There might be some benefit to initially hearing the report from staff and letting anybody that is here to address that item speak, and you could continue it after that.
Councilmember, do you want to proceed to the item and begin the public hearing, open the public hearing, let the public speak, and then if you want to continue to make a motion
Yeah.
to continue the matter
I'll let them,
to another meeting date?
As long as they got about 3 minutes, I don't want to
Okay,
impact anybody. And I'll keep my comments to the next meeting, okay?
till the special meeting.
Special meeting, okay?
Got it.
Okay, I'd rather hear, I'll let them speak their mind.
Got it. With
I'm
that,
okay.
we'll, okay, thank you, Councilmember.
So there's a consensus. I need a consensus here.
Well,
We'll do
okay,
it.
would council rather postpone
Still for
this
the
for a
special
special
meeting
meeting now
You
or
could-
continued?
Yeah, we
We
were
can
going to
hear it,
open the
but-
hearing and
but
then
have
decide.
it-
You're calling for a consensus, Councilmember, to
Okay.
move on to the special to move on, like go through the agenda and then get to this meeting, this part?
No, just
Pull it off.
Pull it off now.
pull it off now.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
pull it off now.
Is there, okay, so are we in agreement that we are going to pull this item off the calendar
Yeah, I want to pull it off.
and
I want to get,
continue it to a special meeting?
yes, like
Is
next
there a
week,
majority
like
that,
next week, soon as
like
possible.
next week?
You need to specify what time and place and date we're
Okay.
talking about.
Yes, I need a
So
special time.
Are we going, next week, like
No,
next
I would
Monday?
say next week, okay, guys? The reason why I'm saying is, this was a lengthy package. I read, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, there's some issues there. I don't want to we have a lot on our table right now, but I want to give a fair shake to the Amberwood. I want to,
We're not taking public comment right now.
yeah, I want to give them a fair shake. And I want to, like
Okay.
next week will be a good time. Plenty of time.
So if that's what
Like
you
on a
want, if
Monday,
you want
like a
to-
Monday or Wednesday.
If you want to continue it to a special meeting, I would suggest that you select, what is it, February 10 is next Monday?
Are you saying you want to move it to February 10th on Monday at a particular time, Councilmember Avalos?
Yeah, I would say 5 o'clock,
5 p.m.?
5 p.m. That way the public is here. If they have any concerns, they can address it as well.
Okay, we
You know,
have a
I
comment
wanna
from
be- I want to
Councilmember
be transparent as
Trujillo.
much as possible.
Okay,
So just so we can understand, city attorney expressed that we can also entertain that same item, listen to staff and listen to it. And then at that time, if they have not met your questions, you can push it to have it extended to the next, either whatever date you like. And I'm more on to, I hope you understand that you can have staff and any other questions on that hearing deliberated, but then if you still have questions, the city attorney is stating that you can extend it.
I know what you're saying, but
And that may actually be beneficial for you. I don't know.
Might ask you some
If you
questions.
hear the staff's report and you hear the comments of the public, that may lead to other additional questions. for you.
I know, that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about.
Councilman Avalos, one other point. I don't know, Deputy City Manager, if there are any representatives of the Amberwood project here, and it may cause an inconvenience for them to return for a special meeting next week. So I would agree, it would be worth discussing it, and if potentially your questions are not answered, then, rescheduling or continuing the public hearing.
let me go to the item.
We could-
Go to the item and hear it, and then you decide how you want to proceed from there,
Yeah,
council
we'll just
member?
pull the item. We'll pursue from there.
Okay, so we'll just go keep going, go to that
Going.
agenda item, open the public hearing, and then council member, you let us know if you want to still continue it, okay?
Okay,
Great.
no problem.
All right, now
Yeah,
we'll start with
hear 'em
special
out.
presentations. The first one is new employee introductions.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have a very exciting update as far as staffing goes. And I think the fire chief has someone to introduce, but I think we're going to start with the finance department. We have a employee who has been with us for 2 years now, Andrea Gonzalez. Go ahead, Andrea, stand up. Andrea is our new senior accountant in the finance department. She started with us as an accountant and was recently promoted to senior accountant. And I cannot state enough how valuable she has been to the finance department and to the city as a whole. She was also selected as the Employee of the Year in December, which speaks to the value that she has brought to the city. So congratulations, Andrea. Also within the finance department, we were lucky enough to bring on board a new finance manager, Heather Bonilla. Heather, would you stand up, please? Heather has lots of experience in Valley cities on the finance side, and she joined us about a month ago, has it been, roughly? And she has just been a wealth of knowledge, very proactive, and has taken the initiative on a lot of items within the finance department. We are already seeing her mentorship capabilities within the finance department, helping some of the newer staff, learn things that she has experience with. So we're very lucky to have Heather. Thank you so much for being here. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that does it. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I have the honor and privilege of introducing to you Jonathan Kutka as our newest battalion chief. John, if you want to give everybody a wave. Chief Kutka is on duty this evening, so he doesn't get to come up here in front. He's going to stay back with his crew in case they get a call. I just want to provide a brief bio about Chief Kutka. Chief Kutka was born and raised in Fresno, California, graduating from Clovis West High School in 1997. After attending Fresno City College, he had joined the United States Air Force in 1998, where he completed basic training followed by firefighting technical school. This began his 24-year journey in the fire service, starting at Edwards Air Force Base. Throughout his career, he has progressed through the ranks from firefighter to engineer, then captain, then battalion chief, and also served a period of time as acting division chief, currently serving us as a new battalion chief for the city of Selma. His education includes a Bachelor of Science in Fire Science from Kaplan University, summa cum laude, and an Associate of Science in Fire Science from College of the Sequoias. He completed the Executive Fire Officer Program at the National Fire Academy and holds various certifications, including Chief Fire Officer and various NWCG qualifications that allow him to respond up and down the state of California. Above all his professional achievements, Chief Kutka's greatest pride comes from being a devoted husband to his wife Erin of over 10 years and a father of two amazing children, Paige, who's age 9, and Case, age 7. When he's not on shift, you'll find him balancing his days between his kids' sporting events, school activities, and family time, finding fulfillment in both his service to the community and his life at home. And it's been great having Chief Kutka here. We've had a long year, 2024. We had a kind of a mixture of either 1 or 2 battalion chiefs, and there's a tremendous workload there to be had. And he joined our team and hit the ground running, and has already showed his strong leadership skills and his knowledge of the region. And we're already taking advantage of all of the connections he has due to his vast years of experience in the fire service. So, Chief Kutka, welcome to the team, sir. Glad to have you.
Good. All right. Thank you. Thanks to all the new employees with Selma and all the existing employees who keep our city running. Thank you. Keep
Yeah,
us
welcome.
safe. Welcome. With that, we will move on to our second special presentation, Measure C update by Fresno County Transportation Authority Director Terry Ogle. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Terry Ogle, Executive Director for the Fresno County Transportation Authority. Mayor and council members, thank you for letting me be here along with Robert Phibbs. We're going to kind of tag team this presentation tonight, and so Robert's going to begin, and then I'll come back and close it out. So thank you for your time tonight.
That's good.
Thank you, Terry. Robert Phibbs, Executive Director with Fresno Council of Governments. We're the transportation planning agency for Fresno County, and we help develop the expenditure plan for Measure C. In the event that you're not aware of Measure C, it has been a watershed initiative for Fresno County for the last 38 years, transforming our transportation network in vast number of ways, not the least of which, in fact, probably the most significant of which is to the tune of $8 billion that it has been able to leverage against probably about $2 billion earned on its own, an additional $8 billion that it's been able to leverage in state and federal funding that we would not have been able to receive had we not had it. So it's a half-cent sales tax measure that was part of a spate of similar initiatives and local ordinances that were passed beginning in 1986. So we're in our 38th year of Measure C in Fresno County. We were one of the first, not the first, but one of the first self-help counties in California, enacted under legislation that allowed for that at the time. And again, Measure C has undergone in its nearly 40-year history quite an evolution, beginning in the 1980s, dealing with severe underfunding of road maintenance and incomplete streets and highways and thoroughfares. The first measure focusing primarily on road maintenance and road infrastructure, completing the highways, State Route 41, the extensions of State Route 41, 180, improvements along 168, all the result of Measure C. When the measure was reauthorized in 2006, 20 years later, significant differences in the public sentiment about how the funding should be used. We saw a major introduction in transit and alternative forms of transportation, bicycle paths, pedestrian paths, We have a senior script program that subsidizes taxi fares now. We saw the introduction of transit-oriented development funding, a variety of alternative transportation and environmental transportation programs with the advent of the 2006 measure. And so that's where we stand today. But about 35% of that funding, better than a third of it, is still funneled directly to our local jurisdictions for their use primarily for road maintenance. And so a big portion of that measure retains that value of, maintaining what we have, keeping that going. And so I want to pass it back to Terry to talk about where we're going from here.
Thank you, Robert. If you could go to the next slide here. A lot of that is what thank you. A lot of this is what information that Robert was sharing. I do want to give an update on a couple of projects that are in the Selma area. And then we have a brief video at the end here to talk about one of those projects. We just advertised and bids were opened on the Golden State Boulevard project that runs through the cities of Kingsburg, Selma, and Fowler. Bids were opened about 3 weeks ago, and the lowest bidder was Bob Berry Construction, and they will be going to the Fresno County Board of Supervisors for approval in February. And so we're looking at construction starting back up probably sometime around the 1st of April to complete what we call the gaps, which is those areas where the intersections cross the railroad crossings in each of those cities. And so you all have some of them here in Selma. And so hopefully by this time next year, or probably in the fall of 2025, that we will have those gaps wrapped up. We still are working with the Union Pacific Railroad to get the approvals for the crossings themselves, and that work will be self-performed by Union Pacific. And so we're working with Union Pacific to kind of complete those out and get the remaining part of that project completed. The other project is the project that we have is the FCRT maintenance facility and operation facility that is a transit facility which is housed here in Selma, just a few blocks from where we are tonight. And that project is making progress, and we hope by early summer that project is wrapped up and that operations is begun on that. And those are two projects that have been funded by Measure C that's here locally. Couple projects that Robert talked about that are more in the Selma area. Mountain View was widened to 4 lanes by Measure C dollars. Manning was widened to 4 lanes by Measure C dollars. Academy was improved by Measure C dollars, and all this past 37 years that we've been talking about. So thank you for your time. We'll go to the next slide, please. This is our last slide that we'll be mentioning. Set to expire in 2027. Kind of persnickety, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Set to expire in 2027, FCTA and Fresno COG have begun our efforts to place Measure C renewal on the ballot for November 2026. That's why you see Robert and I together on these presentations, is this is a joint effort between Fresno COG and FCTA in trying to renew this. We've just gone through the process of selecting 4 consultant contracts for a facilitator, for a project manager, for a polling firm, and for a public outreach firm. And so as we get started with those, you will see in your community over the next, say, 3 or 4 months, you will see public open houses, public meetings that are taking place in the community of Selma. We're gonna blitz the entire county to get the information out and try to get feedback from the community for what they would like to see in Measure C. We're looking at the cities. We're looking for a representative from the city of Selma to be on that committee. We're looking for folks from Caltrans, business community, industry, public community-based organizations, agricultural, trucking, health, safety, and the public. And so we're looking for all kinds of people. And so in the folks here, if you have an interest in serving in this committee, on this committee that's going to help shape the Measure C expenditure plan, we invite you to show some interest or express your interest.
Where can they apply?
Where you can apply is if you go to the Fresno COG website, there is a Measure C link. You go to that Measure C link, and there's an expression of interest form that you could click on. You can fill it out and send it in. Even though the deadline has expired, we still are looking for participations to be on that committee. What we are is looking at the second renewal of the Measure C has the potential to raise about $2.8 to $5 billion, depending upon the duration and escalation rate that we use. So what does Measure C need to look like? And that's a question that I'm going to pose to you, and that's a question that we're going to be proposing to the folks that we are out in the community talking about. And so some of the things is, does it need to be street repair, road repair? We want our roads fixed, improve pavement quality. We want to relieve congestion. We want to improve air quality. We want safe routes to school. We want the goods movement. You know, what does Measure C look like? And that's what we're wanting to get from you all. What do you want the Measure C to look like? Do we want to be a little bit more forward thinking? If we're looking 20 to 30 years out, do we need to look at alternative transportation? Do we need to look at more transit? How we do transit? Do we need to look at light rail? Are we getting to the point, Fresno County, where we're like Sacramento, where we need a light rail system? Those are things we look at. Rapid bus corridors, managed lanes. Do we need new freeways? Do we need new expansion of new roads? And so all those are the things that we're looking at. And so I'll leave you with a kind of just a thought on Measure C has been somewhat successful over the last 37 years because it's had a pretty focused need or a pretty focused vision on transportation. And so what does Measure C look like? What happens if Measure C goes away? Those larger projects that we talked about, that Robert talked about, the 168s, the 180s, the Mountain Views, the Mannings, all of those widenings would probably be eliminated. Funding for local projects would be greatly reduced. Those would be like the Golden State Boulevard, or even the project here where we've got the maintenance facility that Moses is going to talk about. And then the funding for transit would be greatly reduced. And so Measure C is one of those things that helps local agencies compete for federal and state dollars. And so I brought Moses Stites with me. I have, if you can go to the next slide, we have a link. It's about a 2-minute video of the facility that's here in the Selma area. And before you start that, this facility is one of the state-of-the-art, it's one of the most state-of-the-art facilities in all of the U.S. And it's right here in Selma, California. And so a lot of new technology and a lot of new advancements went into transit and into EV and everything like that. And so if you could just roll the video, Moses will come up and just share a little bit before we conclude.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Moses Stites, General Manager, Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. I've been coming to Selma since 1990 when I first started with Caltrans and then the Public Utilities Commission. It just seems I can't get away from this place, okay? So this project here, as Terry indicated, represents $10 million investment of Measure C funding that FCRTA was able to allocate. And as a result of that $10 million Measure C allocation, we were able to get another $9 to $10 million in state, federal funding. And it's important because we capitalize off of that. We bundle the funding, we use it for match. And what you're seeing here too, I may add, we just received power from PG&E last week. So we should be up and running here in the next few months. Things are just kind of rushing along. You'll see lights there now. We're trying to acclimate the interior, and we should have the chargers up and running in about 3 to 4 months. And also I went by there this evening, the bus wash is almost complete. The electricians are working on that as well. It's a drive-through bus wash. That way we don't have to go into Fresno and bother City of Fresno fax. But more importantly, what I want to share with you is the fact of what Measure C does. And again, as Terry indicated, we probably wouldn't have been able to do this project here in Selma or other projects throughout Fresno County. FCRTA serves the entire 13 unincorporated cities and 39 unincorporated communities. We picked Selma because it's the center location along State Route 99. We have not only the paratransit vehicles that come in that work here in Selma, anywhere from 3 to 4 that are active Monday through Friday, and 1 vehicle on Saturday. And keep note of these numbers and the vehicles, because in the event that Measure C, depending on the outcome of the renewal, instead of having 3 to 4 vehicles daily, you may end up only with 1 and no Saturday service. Currently, the seniors, the disabled, and veterans do not pay any fares within your city or other cities. There's a lot of benefits that really go unspoken and unheard of. And some of the seniors, other individuals who benefit from the service here, once it's gone or diminished or in part cut back, that's when you will get the calls, I will get the calls, FCTA will get the calls, everybody will. And I think it's imperative that we keep that in mind as we're going forward. And I think the voter turnout was exceptional in the city of Selma, and I think you need to continue that. But it's a county-wide effort. It's not just the city of Selma, and it affects everybody. And just to give you an example, I mentioned cutting back on some of those vehicles daily. Well, we have a college route that starts in the city of Kingsburg, goes through Selma, Fowler, Parlier, and into Reedley College daily. We transport anywhere from 20 to 40 students daily. And that is about a $10,000 to $12,000 a month expenditure. That college route would be eliminated. We started that route back, I believe, in 2016. We also have another college route from Sanger, city of Sanger, into Reedley College. And that route would also be eliminated because we use these Measure C funding to operate these routes. And lastly, and I don't want to just give you the bad news. I wanted to start off with that maintenance facility and some of the other projects that we're doing, not only in the city of Selma, but throughout the county. But we are very inclined to continue these services and provide more of these mobility resiliency hubs, not just in the city of Selma, but throughout the county, so that we can continue the electrification, because we're mandated to do that. And essentially, we're complying with some of these mandates. But the other part I want to share with you, because I saw it on your agenda with the resolutions for the TDA claims, those TDA claims are really a benefit as a result of FCRTA obtaining other funding. Those LTF claims are entitled for FCRTA transit, but FCRTA since 1986 has generously gotten other funding, and as a result, we've released those funds to the cities like Selma, Sanger, Reedley, and so forth. And it's one of those things that you don't know how good it is until it's gone. And the cities use it for public works, capital improvement projects, matching other funds. It's a tremendous benefit, and we don't want to see that taken away. We're not changing our approach, but I'm just letting you know what's at stake with the continuance and the renewal of Measure C. I'm giving you a firsthand example of what happens, the benefits, not just for the city, but the residents of the city that need it as well. So with that, thank you very much for the time and look forward to continue working with you. And any
Thank
questions?
you,
let me know.
Director Stites. We have a couple new council members who have not been out to the maintenance facility, I don't think, since it's gotten close to its completion. Would you be willing to give them a tour?
By all means, yeah, we've had quite a few tours. We're giving one to the High-Speed Rail Agency Authority in a couple of weeks. They're taking a look at our electrification, and I think what you saw there with that electric panel, it's, again, state-of-the-art, as indicated earlier. That island mode concept is one that, in the event that the grid goes down, we can go to an island mode with a battery backup and the solar panels that generate the megawatts of energy for the storage and the direct application to those chargers. And the school district is across the street as well. They recently got some funding for some electrification. We hope to share that knowledge with them as well. But yeah, we can arrange a tour at any time at your convenience. Thank
Good.
you.
Any member of the public have any comments or questions for these folks? Just from my side, I go to Fresno Council of Governments, and we talked about this very issue at the Thursday night meeting. And Measure C is no joke. It sounds like it's just a gimme, like it's going to be continued in 2026. No, it was turned down in 2022, the continuation. So, I think it's important to get the word out there. I hope somebody from Selma will apply for the Measure C Citizen Oversight Committee. I know I'm a staunch advocate, and just to bring it home, City of Selma gets about $860,000 a year for Measure C funding, plus the TDA funding that is excess because of the FC, the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency, getting their share or more than their share of Measure C, so they can apply that to us cities. So the Measure C is very important for our city. That's the message, and we need to keep that going, and it's going to be on the ballot in 2026. So with that, we thank you for coming out, and we look forward to following Measure C and can't wait for the opening of the maintenance facility, hopefully around between April and July this year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great video. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on from our special presentations, and we thank everyone who gave our special presentations tonight to the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote for purposes of discussion. Any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items they would like removed from the consent calendar tonight?
Yeah, I want to remove 2.7, check register.
Okay. I would like to remove items, we just discussed, the TDA 2-4 through 2-6. Anybody else? Is there a motion to approve items?
I would like to remove 2-1.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve items 2-2 through 2-3?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, good.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Trujillo made the motion and Mayor Pro Tem Guerra seconded it. Call the roll, please. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Scara,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 2-1.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the two names are the only ones that were submitted for that. Okay, that's all. That's the only question I had.
Our Economic Development Manager, Alicia Geary, will answer that question.
Yeah, so far those are the only two applications that have been received.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to
I'll second it.
call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Items 2.4 through 2.6. Okay, these are what we just heard about, the Transportation Development Act funds for quite a bit of money, 2022 to 2023, then for TDA 2023 to 2024, and then 2024 to 2025. My question is, why now? Why is the city applying for these now?
We're not applying, we're submitting the claim of the TDA funds that would have come to us, simply because we've been working through a backlog. The last TDA claim that was submitted was for 22 for fiscal year 22. Our finance manager came in, and funny enough, the Fresno COG was sending information about the TDA claims to an old email address for a previous employee that hasn't been here in a few years. We worked that issue out, and it wasn't Fresno COG's fault at all, but we were just working through a backlog until our finance manager was able to complete that this month.
Got it. So what's the relationship between the audits that the city does and the Transportation Development Act funds, the release of those funds? Is there a relationship between the two?
Yeah, so there is an audit that occurs for every fiscal year where we receive an audit.
Got it. So to my understanding, correct me if I'm off base here, the city cannot get these funds, the application, as you call it, will be rejected for TDA funds if the audit for the city has not been finalized. Is that correct?
When the audit for the city's independent
By a third
auditor-
party, it's a financial audit conducted by a third party, a CPA. firm.
Correct, yes, that's correct.
Right, so the 2022, 2023 audit was recently completed, so I could see where the city is applying for those funds of, let's see, what is that? $1,489,797 for streets and roads, which is really good. We want that money. We need that money. We need all that money. But the city is applying for 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. From my understanding, that audit has not been completed for 2023, 2024, which means this application would be rejected. Are we jumping the gun on this, or maybe this segues into something I was going to ask later, but when is that 2023, 2024 financial audit going to be ready?
Yeah, they're really two separate things. So the TDA claims have their own audit process incorporated or associated with them. The completion, these funds are not dependent on the city's audit being completed. And we are on track with our current fiscal year audit being completed for 23-24. As I mentioned in a previous meeting, that should be brought to the council for approval most likely in April. And I think we have an update coming up on the next agenda from our independent auditor with regard to that.
Is that correct, City Attorney? We have
That is correct.
an
That's my
update.
understanding.
So the TDA funds are not going to be released until the 2023, 2024 audit is complete, because from what I understand, the TDA audit directly
Incorporates.
does their audit and incorporates the city's financial audit. Is that correct, City Manager?
That's correct. That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, so I think it just bears out the point that I've been making and that few of our council members have been making. Important to stay up on these financial audits and to be on top of our city finances, and especially to have those financial audits. I'm really looking forward to the auditor coming and updating us on this crucial audit process at the next meeting, because not only does it give us a picture of our city's financial condition, it's also going to free up a boatload of money for our city to use to make our roads better. I think that's really important. Any comments on this from council? Any comments on this matter from the public? I'll make a motion to approve items 2-4, 2-5, 2-6.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos.
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos, 2-7.
Oh, yeah, yes. Consent, on the check register, actually, number, 86171. Actually, the engineering there was $165,854.14. And then last month, believe it or not, this was, actually, that's for November. And last meeting we had, engineering department was $208,162.99, and that was in October. Within that 2 months deal, that's over $374,000. Do we have any update on what has been spent on that, or how is it, you know, carried out? I need a breakdown as where, where the money's going to.
Sure, yeah, Councilmember Avalos, our city
Last time you were
engineer,
supposed to give it to us, but you never did.
so our city engineer is prepared to answer,
Okay.
give you a summary of kind of what was incorporated. You'll notice that there's a partial R in the category, which indicates that some of the items that were billed to the city from our city engineer are going to be reimbursed through different grants like ATP and CDBG and those kinds of things. But I'll let the city engineer speak to that.
Apologies, really quick. Have you given that information to our new council members of what the abbreviations are and the budget and what they carry and what they mean and how they're carried back?
The key or the code for the abbreviations is listed on the check
Gotcha.
register.
I'm just
Sure.
questioning if maybe you should probably get with them and maybe review your agendas, how you, just so they can probably have a little
Sure.
more.
And for future reference, we're going to have engineering services invoices every month or on the check register. If it pleases the council, we can incorporate the city engineer's backup into the packet if this particular item is of interest to the city
Yeah,
council.
because I like to know, how it's used, how the money is being allocated. Is it work doing for the curbs? Is it going to do this or the roads?
Sure.
That way we have an idea, a guideline where it's a line item. I call it the line item, where it's more transparent. When I see these numbers, like, what? And I go out there and take a look, I said, well, what are you guys doing? Nothing personal, but I'm just telling you straight up.
Yeah, no problem. I understand the question. So each month, our firm bills for the time that we spend during that previous month. So every month we send any invoice for every project we work on. And in those invoices, every project, every hour that any of our staff work on is included in those invoices. And per the deputy city manager's request, as he reviews all of our invoices, he's asked for all of the backup information for every invoice that we send. So we're happy to provide that. Every invoice has multiple pages, and you can see every quarter hour pretty much of what time is spent. And you can see which project it's worked on. You can see what type of staff has worked on it. According to our contract, there's a fee schedule for staff types and how much we bill per hour. So that's in our contract that we have as the city engineer and the services that we provide. So each month, any projects that we work on, our staff is obviously keeping track of that time, and those invoices are sent. Beyond that backup information, we're providing a summary sheet that lists all of the different funds that are being used to help pay for all of the engineering, construction management, surveying, public works inspection. So on that summary, you can see different funds. And as was mentioned, if there's reimbursement is applied, that means that a lot of that money is coming from Fresno COG or Measure C or federal money or state money to help fund those projects. All of our invoices are tied to a city fund with the finance department, so that it's very clear of where that money is being charged. So all of that information is provided each month with our invoices. The city manager, the deputy city manager have that information. And if there's ever any questions, I'm always happy to provide that as well. So last month, you asked a question about our invoices. Those are from time during the summer. Construction is very heavy right now. Our public works inspectors are spending extra time on those projects. Construction management crews are monitoring and managing the contractors that are doing those projects. And then we have engineers in the office that are working on designing projects for this next summer. So you only see me, but we have an office of 50 people. And every month, there's probably 20-some people that are working on, at some point, Selma projects. And we're doing our best to keep up with those projects. This month, some of the projects, as you asked, the Clarkson Lift Station, we're doing construction management on that. The Valley View Storm Drain Project on McCall, that's finishing construction there. We have just started construction for the street reconstruction project up on Mulberry, F, G, Dennis, Aspen. So that project is underway in construction. We've just finished the sidewalk project for CDBG, which is funded through Fresno County. We are just starting construction for a TOD project funded by FCTA here around City Hall. So each of those projects come through my office, work with our staff as we work with Public Works.
And, the reason why I'm asking, because I see, a huge amount and, and actually in October, $208,000 on it. And then you come back in November and you have $165,000, in a 1 month period. It's, hey, what are we doing, guys? I just want to see.
Yeah, sure, all of those
The
construction
paperwork.
projects.
I want to see, hey, we're doing this. I want the council to be, hey, we're on this project on B Street, D Street, we're doing this curb design, just informational dollar wise, a line item, true line item, not a complete dollar amount. That way we can
We
tell the
provide that
public,
each
hey,
month.
man,
Yep.
well, you guys spent all this money. What'd you guys do with it?
We did a lot with it. There's a lot of
No,
projects
I'm
that
just
are either
telling
in
you straight
design
up.
or under
I'm
construction.
gonna hear from the public.
Yeah, sure. And we provide all of that information to the city.
If I can add, I think David and his team have worked with staff. Staff scrutinizes their invoices thoroughly. Me, as a recovering consultant, no offense, David, I used to sit in the business meetings and I used to have to invoice clients on a regular basis. And we used to do it on a 1/10 of an hour basis, every 6 minutes, not every quarter hour. And so the amount of work that David and his team have gone through to provide detail to us so that we can ensure that every dollar is accounted for, every project is being worked on is a Selma project, and it is being timely billed, it is being timely built, and is being timely reviewed and designed. They have gone, in my opinion, above and beyond what prior consultants have provided the city and what the typical consultant provides the city. But we would be happy to provide that to the city council.
Okay.
I got a question. You're at the meetings. I used to be on the board of SKF. Now, Councilmember Avalos says, you charge for that? You charge for your time there?
Well, when I'm here in the city hall, I have office hours, so that time is charged at my rate. If I go to SKF and I'm there to listen or to provide input, anytime I'm spending for the city of Selma, that's part of our contract and our fee schedule.
Got it. And do you follow up with the city manager when he's at the policy advisory committee? Because he has meetings at the technical meetings at SKF as well.
Correct. And if he asks me to be there, I'll be there to help support the technical.
Got it. So he comes to the SKF meetings as
Yes,
city
as a
city
matter of
manager direction.
practice, our deputy city manager, city engineer, and oftentimes our public works director will attend those meetings with me.
Got it. I just want to confirm that you're charging for that. Thank you.
I have one
Anything else?
more. I have one more. Just one more. Well, I don't want to go. Okay, check register, actually, 86164. It's actually the Cal card charge for 11/23/24 to 12/23/24 of $53,000, $700.04.20. Well, what is the breakdown on that? What does that contain?
Again, we can provide you the breakdown on that, and those are usually included in our packet. So, and I believe.
You know, what are we using the card for? That's what I want to know.
It's usually fuel. I mean, most of those expenses are fuel charges. This particular check register item is for the period between November and December. But those are items that we normally provide in the agenda packet, the breakdown of the CalCard charges.
Good.
I have one.
Go ahead. I'm done. I don't want to go anymore.
86095 data ticket parking citations. Is that a company that does your parking citations or?
Mr. Osira, that is, they are the administrative, part of our administrative citation process. So they actually process, payment and things of that nature. Any appeals, they'll set that up for us. If we need to track down, someone or a property or vehicle registrant owner, they'll do that for us as well.
Thank you.
I have one. Check number 86117 for HPS Mechanical Inc. And it says process payment for number 3 Clarkson Lift Station. I just want to know, does this complete the upgrade for the Clarkson Lift Station?
It's a progress payment, it's not a closeout payment. I believe we have at least 1 or 2 more payments. The city engineer can provide update of exactly the progress of the construction out at Clarkson.
Yeah, it's not complete. That is a progress payment, and they're continuing to work with the underground work. We still have the electrical PG&E work to be done, but the project is on schedule for construction.
So when do you think it'll be completed?
Off the top of my head, probably a few months, if all the electrical equipment and PG&E stuff goes as planned. From the pictures and site that I went.
Since you said that, I have a question for you. In regards to the date, are we months or days ahead or behind on that project schedule?
Yeah, not months, I think days. I haven't heard of any issues. I haven't heard of any
Because you got rain dates and
purchasing
stuff.
issues.
So.
That's, the issue was electrical equipment and purchasing that. I haven't been told of any major delays, and usually they do tell me. So as far as I'm concerned, we're on track with the schedule we were given.
And that is a huge, huge up for Selma. So that's something really good. And, thank you for all the hard work. It's been going great.
And if I may add, for the new council members, that project is being funded completely with ARPA funds, the funds that came out of the COVID relief program. We were able to commit those funds before the deadline ran out for expending the ARPA funds, so we're in pretty good shape.
Any questions from the public about any item on the check register tonight?
Hi, Yolanda Torres. I just had a quick question. Can we see the breakdown on the engineering, like the funding that or the expenses that Mr. Avalos was discussing? Where can we see that, the public?
Sure, I can answer that. That is something if you email myself or our city clerk, we can provide that information to you, either through Public Records Act, or if the council wishes to include those breakdowns as a matter of practice on future agendas, it'll be included in there.
Okay, that would be nice to have, so we can see what, we would like to see the breakdown, because that is a lot of money.
Perfect.
And I know, if things are getting built, we want to see that. And then just a quick question, if somebody can answer, who and how do you determine what streets need to be reconstructed? Like, how does that process work?
Go ahead.
So just really briefly, and maybe if it's not elaborate enough, our city engineer can elaborate. We have a map of the entire city that shows the condition of the pavement on based on a quantitative scale. Basically gives you a score of the pavement condition on each street. And so we prioritize based on the most deteriorated streets first, and then work our way up that way. And we do try to spread it around town so that we have some pretty old parts of town. So, and every, council district, for example, has really old deteriorated streets. So we do focus on the most deteriorated parts of our road network.
Is there any way, like we as the public, if we see something like a really bad road, is there a way we can contact somebody just to give our input on what it is? So you can go out and analyze and look and see how bad it is? Because I know our city's pretty big, but there's a lot of roads that really do need to be
Sure.
fixed that we travel on daily.
We always welcome that information from the public. You can email our Public Works Department, and our Public Works Director's here if you'd like to speak with him, maybe during a break and get his contact information. We have a system on our website for public citizen requests, where you can submit a request online through our website as well, or again, through your council members, and they'll forward the request to staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to elaborate on that, the payment management index is what city manager was referring to. COG just approved additional money for the update in the software. So they're improving their technology on that. And that's the kind of the guideline that the city uses to judge which roads, which every city has decaying roads, not just Selma. And so that's why that index has been brought up, and it's countywide, and the county, most of the, if not all of the cities, subscribe to the PMI index, and that kind of gives a guideline for which roads get attended to first.
Yeah, and all of that was correct information. I just wanted to add that the mention of Measure C, that's why it's critical to the city, because we can look at the map and we can look at all of our pavement across the city, and we can only fix as much as we can afford from Measure C, from local transportation funds, and then our office has to look at other pieces and variables for us to go get federal money. And so I believe we're doing everything we can to try and get that money. But if Measure C is reduced, then we may not be able to fix as much in the city. So that is an important piece that President COG was talking about.
Can you help me understand? This is the first time I'm seeing the 123 US Bank, and that's for the FIN 2024 A lease bond Amberwood project. Doesn't have an R for the reimbursement. So the $316,501.30. Now, is that the first payment and is that for the bond, for the $8 million bond that they received, or is that the first payment? I've never seen that before. Is that the first time they're actually put it here, and it's at the very bottom of all the registry?
Quick name and address.
Excuse me?
Quick name and address.
Rose Robertson,
Thank you.
1057 Mill Street, and it's under wire and /EFT. I've just never seen that before, so I'm just trying to understand what.
City manager.
Sure, I can address that. So that's correct. That's for our Amberwood sewer trunk line that's currently under construction. That was funded through a bond that was passed by the council last year. I believe this is our second payment. Our first payment occurred in August of last year, if I recall correctly, and that's done through a wire transfer directly to the bank.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a quick question for you. You say you go through your maps periodically and check to see where the worst streets are in Selma?
That's correct.
How often do you do this?
City engineer, how often do we do this?
Yeah, I look at that map every week, and then at least once a year, we bring a 10-year CIP project, and that comes to council, and the public can see our proposed 10-year CIP, where we plan out those projects over a 10-year period, depending on funding.
If any of you go into the barrio where Thompson dead ends into the freeway, you'll find streets that don't even have pavement. How is that being overlooked if you're going through your maps periodically? When's the last street being fixed in the barrio? They haven't been touched for the last 20 years.
Thank you, Joe. You want to respond?
So just a few months ago, we finished one of the first projects in that area where we replaced sidewalks. There was an intersection that got repaved. There was a pavement maintenance project that included the area of the southwest side of town. That's a pavement sealing project. So it was in the southwest part of town and the southeast part of town. And this next year, currently, our engineers are designing a project for Park Avenue, which runs through the southwest part of town, where they have recognized that more pavement needs to be taken out and replaced completely that could not just be maintained with an overlay. So this last year, there was projects in that area, and next year, there's another project planned for that area.
I believe you said that Mr. Gonzalez's sidewalk is slated for that project.
And that's a CDBG project, so it's currently in design, and those sidewalks will be constructed this next summer.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, is there a motion to approve the check register?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, now we're going to the public hearing item, Councilmember Avalos, so we'll just get started on it, and you let us know if you want to continue this item.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
first item is public hearing, Amberwood Development Agreement and Environmental Impact Report Addendum. Deputy City Manager King.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is a development agreement and accompanying environmental impact report addendum for the Amberwood project. The development agreement basically consists of two parties at interest. You have the underlying property owner of the Amberwood project, which is BAK Limited LLC, as well as Lennar Homes, which is the primary developer for the first subdivision out in that area. The development agreement provides a framework and guidance for necessary infrastructure. It supports economic growth out in that part of town. And it delivers long-term benefits to the community, such as linear parks that span from what will be Rose Avenue all the way to Dinuba. Apart from that, the primary basis for the EIR addendum as well is to clarify some of the project details that were identified in the EIR, such as the entire project being constructed with private roads, which is not currently the case, nor should it have been mentioned as part of the project description in 2015. And so the EIR addendum basically analyzes the project and concludes similar impacts would result as if the project was being constructed with public roads. The development agreement itself identifies an overall term of 25 years. It identifies fees to be collected as part of that project. It identifies methodology for which the developer would receive credit, as well as some improvements that the developer will construct and when those improvements will occur, such as a dual-use park along Floral Avenue. There was negotiations with the developer on behalf of the city that we actually worked together to get that park properly located so it abuts the linear park. So you have parks connected by trail, right, in that part of town. It is a benefit to the city while also providing needed infrastructure in that part of town to serve the project. For services, the development agreement outlines how various infrastructure and services will be financed, which would be either through landscape lighting maintenance district or another financing mechanism like a community facilities district, which we also have in town. By having that sort of financing structure, it allows for the project to basically pay for its own services without reliance on the general plan. It creates an enterprise fund that is separate and apart from the general fund, for which the future residents of this part of town would pay for their own services. This is a typical practice for new development to reduce reliance on the general fund for services that directly benefit the residents that occupy that future development. So overall, the development agreement provides stability for the developer as well as the city, ensuring certain milestones are met, identifying when infrastructure is going to be installed. It provides needed community enhancements. We had a long discussion at Planning Commission about widening of roads, future intersections, street lights, things of that nature that are required as part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and conditions of approval for when the project was originally approved in 2015. It provides economic growth through jobs, increased tax revenues, and reduces some leakage of residents to other communities by setting forth a clear and consistent methodology for how homes will be built in that area. I can't tell you how much a development agreement to the city, but also to the developer to ensure consistency, but also ensure stability for that development going forward. It sets the ground rules, so to speak, for how things will go, not in just 5 years, but 10 years, 15 years, 20 years down the road, right? That is the hallmark of how community planning works in a lot of aspects. If you're familiar with some of the projects, I call it North Fresno, southeastern Madera County. This is a typical practice for a lot of those master plan communities, Riverstone to Sorro Viejo, to have a development agreement in place that sets forth ground rules for what the city needs to function, at a minimum, maintain fiscal responsibility to ensure that this new project doesn't take away resources from other parts of town, as well as setting forth ground rules for how the city processes future maps for the developer and ensures fees are collected. So as part of that, staff is available for questions with regard to the development agreement. I know the developer is here. I think the property owner is here as well to answer any other questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. With Councilmember Avalos's comment, I think we will forego the council comments and open the public hearing. Is that okay to hear from the public? And then you can decide whether you want to make a motion to continue this.
To the public.
Great. With that, we'll open the public hearing to the public. At this time, any member of the public is invited to step up and voice their approval or opposition to this project. Anybody like to say anything at this time?
Just a quick note, it would be approval or opposition to the development agreement. The project's been approved.
Well, actually, to the addendum to the EIR, right? Thank you. Does anybody have any comments? Please step up.
Harvey Singh from 7425 East Danube Avenue, west of the freeway. I think this is a much needed project in Selma. We've been stalled for a long time for a variety of reasons, which I don't need to regress to. But the fact that finally the sewer line's going out, and it's going to bring a lot more excitement and development opportunities in Selma. And the Seremians have been at it about as long as I've been in this country, and I wish them well, because a couple of them have passed away while waiting for all this. So I hope the next generation can enjoy that. But it's good project, good. Like Jerome was saying, it's a good analyzed project. It's a good way to future plan. It's a good way to build cities in the future. And they put a lot of thought. And I was here at that planning. They were putting a lot of effort and a lot of scrutiny into it. And they were being grilled both by the council members up there and even the public. But this is going to be a heck of a project. It's going to be one that's going to be looked up into the valley, how to do things and how to go forward, and with all the scrutiny, with all the time, effort, energy. But I think it's much needed for Selma, much needed for the area. A lot of implications about the street and the widenings and the parks and even a traffic light. You'll find that in the future meetings, but I think I applaud the council members that approved it, you folks, and certainly all the staff members and all the hard work. And I appreciate that the developers were willing to work with the city on certain of the demands. And he forgot to mention there's a fire department and a police department that you're going to get free courtesy of the developers.
Harvey was nice enough to remind me that services extend beyond infrastructure. They also include police and fire and parks that can be financed through community facilities districts. So similar to existing subdivisions in town that collect a portion of that assessment, services such as police and fire can also be financed, and they will be financed as part of this agreement. So thank you, Harvey, for reminding me of that fact.
Thank you. Any other member of the public with a comment at this time? Anybody online or on Zoom? Same thing. The phone has a question or a comment.
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. That will bring the matter back to the public. Seeing no further public comments, we will close the public hearing, bring the matter back to council for council discussion. Councilmember Avalos, do you wish to proceed with continuing this item, or do you want to move through this item as we are doing right now and finish it tonight?
No. You guys want to be here all night, that's fine. The only concerns I really have on this, well, there's several, is the payback. How we're gonna pay the city gonna get paid back on these development fees? We're gonna have a development fees, in play. At what percentage we're gonna have these at? Do you know?
The developer's required to pay 100% of the development fees for their fair share allocation towards the project. Now, if they were to build a project that would have otherwise been constructed with impact fees, they're eligible for credit on their impact fees, but there's no break on the impact fees. They're required to pay their fair share of
So-
impact fees.
That's already on record.
Okay, let me ask you another question. How soon
I'm gonna go move forward.
do the developer pays back? Is it a short term, within 10 years or 12, or what's the deal? I see 25 here.
They pay impact fees as they construct. So as they build out the project, when they apply for a subdivision map, they would pay the corresponding impact fees with that project. So the overall project is about 2,200 homes. The first phase is about I think it's about
Can we hear from the owners?
the tentative map was 270, but I think the final map's actually 297. But so they would pay impact fees for that project, 297. If you had another map come in at 200 lots, they would pay the equivalent fees of 200 lots. And so for the term of the agreement, the rules and the guidance provided for that 20-year period, they're required to pay those fees.
Okay, the next question would be, okay, okay, let's say they only build so many homes and they stop building. The other question I'm gonna look at you is, okay, do they have to reapply again for what we call fees again, or drawings again?
If the project is not constructed to the
In a
full-
timely manner. I call it in a timely
in a
manner.
timely manner. I mean, the term of the agreement is 25 years, so they have 25 years under the rules of this agreement to build the project. If they do not build the project in that amount of time, the terms would expire on the 25th year and first day, and they would be obligated to pay whatever fees we have at that time. Now, in terms of obligating the developer to construct, we have some timeframes and milestones in there of when they're supposed to construct community facilities as part of the project. As an example, as part of the first phase of development, rather than waiting till the end of the project to be completed, staff worked with the developer to obligate them to construct the park prior to the 100th unit. And so we'll have a park well before the subdivision's finished as a community facility and a community amenity as part of that first phase. There's other agreements in place for the reimbursement of the sewer line, which the city manager can talk about, but it's basically if the project is not constructed in a timely manner, the city would still be reimbursed a fair share of the sewer line construction.
The reason why I'm saying that is, I mean, there's a partner here, there's two partners. I don't want to get, I want the partners to move forward on their project, but at the same time, I don't want no one partner to back out and say, oh, I'm done, and let the other guy hanging. You know what I mean? He's on the hook. I don't want him to be that way, okay? Sometimes people invest their lives in their community a long time, and they want their project to continue. But at the same time, I don't want the partner to back out and, hey, let this guy hanging dry. That's not what Selma's about. I want this project to move forward, but at the same time, I want the project to move forward less than 25 years if it's possible.
I think if that was the developer's choice, they would want that as well, council member. I think if they had their druthers, they would start tomorrow and finish the whole project. If they had assurances they could sell 2,200 homes in 2 years,
Well,
I think they would do that.
I mean, they do it everywhere else. They do it in Kingsburg, Fowler, Fresno. I mean,
Yeah, and if I may add, the deputy city manager mentioned the reimbursement agreement. So this project is unique in the sense that there was an investment that the city made, an $8 million sewer trunk line that is going to benefit specifically that area and a larger area around it. The previous council approved an agreement with the developer that says that if they don't build a certain number of homes over the course of, I believe it was 7 years, then they have to pay the city back whether they build or not for their fair share of the cost of the sewer trunk line.
Thank you for answering that question there. It's a good answer. Okay, and on the sewer, well, how many, let me ask you, okay, since we're getting back to the homes, how many homes are supposed to, without, push out, build out? Let me ask that question. What's their timeline build out?
The entire project or the first phase?
The first phase.
First phase, I would assume they would want to have it built out in 3 to 4 years is what I
Okay,
would
so,
assume.
okay, so we're looking at, okay, that's 3 or 4 years. You're looking at another 4 years for phase 2.
I mean,
and looking at
they
12,
may start the permitting.
16 years,
I mean,
12, let's say 16 years.
it's dependent on market conditions and things that are beyond their control. I think while you have the ability to lock in certain specifications that are favorable to you for you to complete the project, you work forward to complete the project. And so there's specific criteria that every developer goes through in terms of identifying their construction timeframe and things of that nature, such as absorption rate of the local community. What is the income level? What are the home prices? What models are we going to do? How are we going to market those type of things? And what is the competition in town that is selling similar products? And so, I mean, the developers are here. They could probably speak better to what their timeframes are than I can. But I would imagine, considering the work that's been done with relation to the development agreement, the expeditious nature that they've gone through the improvement plan process for such a large project, they want to start as soon as possible to get that first phase in, because they understand that other communities have limitations on housing, as well as Selma does, because we've had smaller subdivisions built, but there hasn't been a lot of housing stock provided to this community. And so they understand the need in this community to provide housing. And so I would imagine that they would go as quickly as possible.
Can I ask a question, or not ask a question, but to my fellow council member? Are we not talking about Amberwood development agreement, an addendum, versus, from what I'm understanding, he's talking about finance? Can we not get him the investment agreement that we did with the city council to show that there is protection? Because from what I'm hearing, my council member, is that he's worried about the financing and who's going to pay what. And that already's been taken care of.
Yeah.
And I think that for the public right now, I mean, we're going far, and I want to come back to really talk about what the issue is here. This is an agreement that we, the council, would approve or disapprove. If you want to extend it, extend it. But truthfully, there is an investment agreement between the council and the city and the developer and the homeowner or the ranch owner. So those are already been done. So if you could go back and narrow in on that, and because from what I'm hearing is he has questions in regards to the financing, the liability of the city. So can we get to that point so we can move on, because we're moving into some serious.
Well, I think that the council member, if I may, that's why he was requesting a special meeting, because he hasn't been on the council since we three have, and he wasn't a party to that agreement, that reimbursement agreement that between the city and between the developer. Right. So I can understand why you would request that, but we appear to be moving forward on this topic tonight.
Since we're moving at this stage, and Jerome's asking the questions, and I'll be hearing.
Did you want to hear from the developer? Did we want to
I want to
open
hear
the public hearing back up?
I want to hear from the horse's mouth.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing back up. Would the developer like to come up and talk about I'm reopening it. I'm reopening the public hearing, council member. I sure can.
Good evening, council. My name is Tom Davis with Ladar Homes in Fresno. And as Jerome was indicating and explaining from some of your questions, sir, we would be developing as fast as we could with regards to getting the approvals, the plans approved for the first phase. We're already starting to talk about designing of the second phase, so that when the first phase is complete, we can move right into going into the second phase as the market allows us to do. As far as the financing goes, as was indicated, I guess there's already in place some agreements and some security that financing and the payback will be taken care of in one way or another. So if there's any other questions about the project or any of the terms of the development agreement, I'm happy to answer those for you.
Yep. We're opening the public hearing up, so if the public has any questions for Mr. Davis at this time regarding the development agreement. Another Lennar representative.
My name is Robbie Mikidesh. I would like to add detail to what he said and to answer your question. We are anticipating to start in July 2026, and we can absorb 297 home sites or lots by August 2028, 25 months approximately for phase one. We are working, I already started contact with Jerome going over phase two design, and we have phase 3 and 4 also working on it with our engineer.
What was your name again, sir?
Robbie Mikidesh.
And what do you do with Lennar?
I'm a land acquisitions manager.
Got it. Okay.
Robbie, I have a quick question. Just to confirm, the first phase is going to be 270 single-family homes,
That is correct.
right?
97,
Correction, 297.
97, yeah.
So 297.
Let me ask you another question since you're there. Don't get away. Okay, I mean, your guys are experts on building these homes. What are you, okay, on these homes you're looking at, how fast can you produce these homes built out? Are you gonna build to sell, or are you gonna build as you go? I mean, more as you go.
Yeah, we build and sell, and as I was saying, our absorption rate that we're anticipating for phase one is around 25 months to be completely built out for 297 lots.
Got it. So just to be clear, you don't own the land. It's BAK LLC, the Seremians, that own the land currently, and you are purchasing the land from the Seremians, putting houses up there per your subdivision map and selling those houses to the public. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's why we worked with Jerome and staff. This development agreement will help us get our corporate approval for buying the land and going with future phases as well.
Right. And in terms of the development agreement that we're looking at tonight, which Councilmember Trujillo alluded to, it is a 25-year development agreement. Why would, let me rephrase that. The development agreement freezes impact fees at the time that the development agreement is signed. Is that correct?
Well, the fees, we cannot have new fees, but the fee rate can increase.
By what kind of factor?
CPI.
And that's it?
Correct.
CPI.
So their fees are based on when the map was approved. Because it's a vesting map, they have vested rights to those fees. So we extended that courtesy because it was a matter of law that they would have had those fees anyway. However, those fees increase annually with CPI. You just cannot add additional new fees, such as if we developed a light rail impact fee, we could not add that as part of their fee schedule. But the battery of fees that were in place at the time of this map will increase with CPI, which has been customary for the city over time.
So I believe the Planning Commission spent some time on the stoplight that's planned to go in. Stoplights are $1 million. How's that going to be paid for? Who's going to pay for that?
As part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that was established as part of the environmental impact report, in addition, as the conditions of approval state, every phase of the project will do a traffic impact study to determine if a traffic signal is warranted. If the developer's portion of the project triggers the need for a signal, they would be required to construct it at that time. That type of improvement would not be 100% fair share improvement to that project. And so it would be partially impact fee creditable. So instead of them paying the fee, we would credit them the amount of fees that they would otherwise had to pay. excuse me, they would either had to pay and then whatever the oversize of that improvement is. So if it's $1 million and their share was 60% of that signal, they would have paid 600,000 and then they would get credited an additional 400,000.
So the stoplight is not a done deal.
The stoplight will be constructed at one phase of the project. A
Which
traffic
phase?
study, when a traffic study determines that it needs to be constructed, which is likely phase 2, I think the developer will tell you it's not in their best interest probably not to build a traffic signal because it will help their project.
So another, council member, just a second, if you don't mind. Just following this through, another item that came up that the planning commission was very focused on was, in my opinion, was the change in the development agreement where the city takes responsibility for the roads, granted that you put in, you construct, right, as part of your subdivision, you put in the roads. However, once it's finalized and once you start selling homes, that's when the city takes over maintenance. One of the ways the city, I think the deputy city manager alluded to, was a landscape and lighting maintenance district where the homeowners pay their fair share of maintaining, or a community facilities district, which is already part of the Vineyard Estates, which was recently put in a tract home, which is, I believe, in their 5th phase now on the west side. So these are where nobody is a stranger to this. What was a little different on this for me, maybe for you, council member, and my council colleagues, a 25-year development agreement. Why wouldn't you just do like a 5 or 6 year development agreement tracking with the 7-year reimbursement plan, or a 7-year development agreement for, the first phase that you put in, or the second phase, as opposed to all 2,200 units that may or may not get built, but we're pretty reasonably assured that the 300 will get built. Why doesn't the development agreement just cover the 300, since you're freezing those fees, and that would be more advantageous if you had another development agreement after that? That was a long question, sorry.
No, you're good. 25 years for 2,200 homes. For Lennar, I mean, they're not going to be the only buyer as part of this, I would assume. And so the property owner also has assurances of how future development for land that they sell to other developers, such as, D.R. Horton, Century Communities, G.J. Gardner, any of those other home builders come in, there's a set ground rules for how development occurs out there. You're talking, they're saying 25 months for 300 homes. I think that tracks with about the entire rate of the entire project if you have multiple developers going. Now, if you have simultaneous development going on out there, it could be shorter than 25 years, but it doesn't include market cycles and other issues that may arise that impact development. And so this just gives some assurances to the property owner, but also an immediate developer, of what the ground rules will be when development comes in.
I get it, and it is a development agreement. It's a development agreement that is assignable per the agreement that I read. So when the Seremians sell this to Lennar, or whoever develops it in the future builds on it, you get that. You get that development agreement, and you get those fees, the certainty of those fees, and potentially a reduction of those fees in the future.
I wouldn't say reduction of fees. I would say credit for fees so that their burden is perhaps lower, but they would only get that if they put in improvements that were creditable.
Because if the development goes in and there are all these other developments that go around there and it spawns other developments, then there might need to be improvements that are made, which they wouldn't have to pay their fair share of because their development agreement is already signed. That's the exposure to the city.
Well, the credit received would be paid by the fees would be paid by other developers to give the credit that oversized improvements. And so if Lennar Homes comes in and puts in a traffic signal and they receive credit, that credit is now gone. And so another developer that comes in can't claim that credit. They would pay their impact fee. So it's not as if fees go away or they are reduced for future development. The whole premise and framework of a development agreement is to set forth that you can receive credit if you do beyond what your required improvement is. Future development will not get the same credit because that larger improvement has already been built, and so they would just pay their share of impact fees.
I got it, but they're not paying anymore, and the new developer would have to pay their fair share.
Correct.
Not the entire addition. That's where the city's exposure lies. Okay.
One more
Councilmember
question,
Salas.
Scott. Okay, Jerome. Okay, if the 25 years, the baseline, they're looking at they're quite a bit, but yeah, that was a good point. So in other words, if Lennar decides, well, we're gonna sell it to J.D. Gardner, whatever you just said right now. So now that changes the design, the structure of the project, doesn't it? I mean, because everybody's gonna have a design, everybody has designed different houses, different looks, okay? No, all they're doing is basically, they're like marketing themselves to other developers, basically. But I thought the way they came here, I thought they were gonna be the initiator building the homes all outright.
I mean, I can't speak to the business
I
deals
mean,
of the
he
property
got up
owner.
there and said,
I
he's
mean,
up, let him speak. He's here.
So we are not intending to resell the phase one map, or we are intending to build the phase one, which is 297 lots. We do have a purchase and sales agreement with BAK for 4 phases, not the whole specific plan. And actually, phase one, we were already vested with the tentative map, so we didn't need a development agreement. But we wanted to work on an agreement that will benefit the whole Amberwood specific plan that was approved by City Council like 10 years ago. So this, as Lennar, we are partner just for the phases that we have an agreement with the seller, but it will also benefit any future developers that the seller will wish to work with, or maybe Lennar adding more phases. So if for us as a developer, it brings more stability for us. We know what we have to do, what we have to deal with, and it will help us project our future phases.
I think what we're seeing is the city's the development is changing shape before our eyes. It started with kind of a closed community, kind of an association with a road association. Now it's the city's responsibility to maintain the roads. The plan, although it wasn't included, was, it looks like that the stamps of the homes, the footprints of the homes are shrinking, which is in line with current trends. The yards are getting smaller. So I don't know if that increases the density of the homes. It appears to have been 297 from the start. So that's not changing, but the yards are shrinking. Where is that what's happening with that additional land? And are we going to see any further changes, like the city having to take on more cost and more responsibility? Because, I think that's not the point where they're creating impacts. Another thing, on this development agreement, the impact fees are deferred. When are they deferred until? When do the impact fees get paid? Is that a true statement?
that I don't believe is correct. Impact fees are required to be paid prior to certificate of occupancy. That's standard, that's the practice we have now. Any deference of fees would have to come before the council to be approved either as part of a subdivision agreement or some other agreement. I mean, staff has a very steadfast practice of tracking people down before they get certificate of occupancy to pay their impact fees.
Okay, and the city extended kind of a loan of 5.6 million to the developers, not just you, but the other developers are going to put homes in. That's going to be paid off when the homes are built and they start selling the homes? Because I look in the check register, there was a payment for the bond for that sewer.
Yeah, so the bond for the sewer extends well beyond just the Amberwood project. It expands into the industrial park and the other project directly adjacent to the Amberwood project. And the development of this project helps to pay through impact fees, repayment of the bond, but also provide credit to other improvements such as roads, fire, sewer, or storm drain, and roadway improvements. But the payment of the sewer bond the impact fees along with other agreements, as the city manager talked about, the reimbursement agreement with the property owner would be methodology for payment of said sewer bond. To the point of roads, regardless of whether they're private or public, a homeowners association would still pay dues. So the cost of maintaining roads would still fall on the homeowner. Through a community facilities district, that would be one and the same. You're paying road maintenance through an assessment. So regardless of whether the roads are private or public, the homeowner is paying services that they already pay for in the city, such as with Vineyards Estates, they pay for road maintenance, landscaping, maintenance of storm drain basins. This is a common practice in very many of the developments that are in the city, but specific to this project, it doesn't preclude a subdivision from having private roads. It was just a clarification that there could be public roads if it's presented that way. The tentative map that was presented and approved previously in 2021 included public roads. It did not include private roads. And so the clarification of the mitigation measures from private roads to public roads really has no bearing on the financial impact of the city because it would go to an enterprise fund. Or if it's a homeowners association, the homeowners association dues would pay for road maintenance.
Yeah, having survived through 2007, I'm old enough to have been around during that time. There were a lot of homes that got foreclosed on and didn't have homeowners, and nobody was making those payments. So in a bad economy, everything changes. So we, as a part of a good steward of the city's finances, we have to make sure that we are practicing oversight and making sure that the city is not exposed to these financial risks. Some risks, you have to take some risks or there's no reward. But we have to go into these things with our eyes open and knowing exactly what we're looking at and what the risks are. And the city extended a loan, 6.6 million, call it whatever you want, but they did for these sewer lines, which will be paid back most likely by the homeowners that move in and by the developers. So, I mean, there's not that much risk to it, but there is some risk. And that's what we have to bring out just so everybody knows that's what we're dealing with. So the city's very incentivized for these homes to go up. I've been a supporter of the project since 2015, as Harvey could say. He's been coming around since that time, probably earlier. And, you know, we're wanting to move this project along, but we're wanting to do it in a financially, in a manner that is wise, in a manner that is protective of the city finances, because things can go south in a bad economy, and we want to make sure that we're protected from that with a good reserve and going into these things with development agreements that are in the city's best interest to pursue. Any other questions before I call for a motion? Okay, is there a
One more.
yes?
The public hearing is still open.
Oh, with that, we'll close the public hearing and refer the matter back to council. Is there do we have someone else who wanted to speak?
One more
We'll reopen the public hearing for one more speaker.
person.
My name is Dee Dee McAaron. I'm a neighbor close to the project, so we're quite anxious to get these houses built too. We think it's going to be wonderful. I'm wondering about how many acres Lennar bought in the project so far. And where will phase 1 be? Where will it start?
Okay. Got the gentleman here from Lennar.
Phase 1, tract 6244 is 56 acres.
And situated on what
It's
area?
on the northeast corner of Dockery and Floral Avenue.
So the city has a big capital improvement sign there at, was it Floral
It'd be
and
that house
Dockery?
right in the,
Where
it'd be that
where in
house right in the
relation to
corner.
that sign?
It'd be that house right in the corner of Dockery and Floral.
Got it.
It'd be right there in the corner.
Got it?
Where the vineyards are burned.
Come on up. Thank you.
San Rome, we live on Bethel Avenue, but it's getting pretty close to the area, same as Dee Dee's. We live next door to each other. I guess the concerns I have are, what are the quality of homes? Is it model homes? Are they, various models that they have they're going to be representing? What are we looking at there? That's one. size of lots, are they single family? You know, what's the kind of the specs on that? Is it a gated community or is there many different areas? Because I think at one time it was a big project and more of a gated and kind of a condensed area, I think, rather than maybe it's going to be moving, I guess, more abstractly, you know, moving through rather than one big giant area that's gated. And is there any way, since we're going to be meeting in a week again, can they maybe show us some model home or what we're actually looking at? Just a general idea of what the housing is going to actually be looking like. So that's my question.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative from Lennar, when will your floor plans be available?
Yeah, we will definitely be able to show floor plans. We do have them actually, and
Your building is July 2026, so to start selling, what do you start in this July, gearing up for that, or when does that start?
usually we start a month or 2 months before we start building, start marketing. But we do have the plans, and it's around 1,400 square foot to 22, all single family, 1 story or 2 stories that we have. The lot sizes are from 50 to 80, all the way to 55 to 105, 100.
Okay. Did you already talk? Sorry. What time? Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing, refer the matter back to council.
Now, the terms for 25, I'm
The 25-year development agreement.
25-year, can we sit down and talk of these terms of this 25-year deal here? It's kind of a long time. I thought maybe you could sell it sooner, within 16, 18 years. That's what I'm a little concerned on.
What would the term that you would be comfortable with?
Oh, man. See, I figured he said 4, 5, 6. I would probably if he can get it done within 17 years, can he make it 17 years?
So if I may, Councilman.
I mean, in terms of
Sure.
the agreement.
Eh,
I mean, because he said earlier, 4 years, 4 year, I give him a leeway. He said 3, 4, that's 12 years.
So this applies to the entire project. So the
That's on the
entire,
entire
the
project.
entire Amberwood specific plan, of which Lennar has, I think they mentioned they've bought 4 phases of the project. And so what we're trying to achieve with the time horizon is certainty for every other builder that comes along so that there's some uniformity in the fees that the city receives, whether it's Lennar, as the Deputy City Manager mentioned, whether it's Woodside Homes, whether it's, GJ Gardner. They're all paying the same thing, but we can't control how quickly they're going to jump in and start building after Lennar. We anticipate it's going to be pretty soon after Lennar starts building and these homes start selling. But at the end of the day, what we want and what the developers want is to know what they're going to be paying for throughout the entire horizon of their building period. If we, make it shorter, there's a potential for, just a lot of discontinuity where the developers are hesitant to make an investment because they don't know what those costs are ultimately going to be. If we make it a 25-year agreement, they all know what they're going to be paying for the foreseeable future, whether there's a hiccup in the economic cycle and they have to pause for a little bit when they come back. All of this is pegged to inflation, right? So it's not like the city is going to be out any costs, if costs go up, because their costs are also going to go up over that 25-year period, and we're going to be able to, build those public improvements. And I just want to elaborate on that point because the development agreement refers to the public improvements that the developer is required to build: streets, community facilities, police departments, fire stations, the sewer, which is addressed through the reimbursement agreement. And so when you have, our bond is for 25 years. And so we want to be able to keep them tied to those costs for at least the length of time that it takes us to pay back that bond. And so if we, if we make it for 17 years, for example, but we still have a bond for 25 years, then there's no guarantee to the city that we're
There it
going to
is
be
right there.
able to recover our costs.
There it is, right there, 25-year. The bond stuck for 25 years. Okay, now we know. Yeah. And it says reducing the regulatory unnecessary encouragement and investment in the city of Selma, terms of 25 years.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
I'm good.
All right. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please. Thank you for a good discussion. Appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
That's you.
Yes, babe, it's me, of course. Yes, just sticking my neck out on this one, yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, that's the end of the public hearings tonight. It is, let's see, what time, 8 o'clock? Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and go through all the new business items, of which we have many.
Six.
We had 6 minutes. All right, back to our meeting. We're going to move forward with item 4.1, report and recommendation, Mid-Valley disposal contract discussion relating to alley and curbside service and other potential contractual matters.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Our Public Works Director, Michael Hahn, is going to kick this off. We also have representatives of Mid-Valley Disposal present in the audience as well to join the conversation. Go ahead, Public Works Director.
Good evening, council members, returning council members, and welcome new council members. So per the request at the January 21st council meeting, it was requested that we bring back options to return to alley service from curbside service. So as we had said in previous council meetings, we are meeting weekly with Mid-Valley, have met with them weekly since January 1st when the contract started. We have gone through several exercises with the city engineer, with assistant city manager, and with staff from Mid-Valley to identify existing conditions of the alleys as they sit today. In your packet, you will see a map that's included in that packet. It has green and red labeling on it showing you what is the current conditions of, exactly, that shows you the current conditions of the existing alleys as they sit today. One thing that I do want to mention is that based on safety protocol that's given to us by Mid-Valley for widths, heights, weights of vehicles that can go through those alleys, all of those things were taken into consideration during the development of this map right here. What we have is showing the green as our alleys that are currently in a condition that could possibly be serviced. They're compatible with safety protocol, but there's still underlying issues with a lot of those alleys. Everything from shallow services that are in the alleyways that don't have the cover over them as far as sewer lines, water services, also low-hanging utility lines, which we've discussed in previous meetings. What that is telling you is that basically they meet the bare minimum requirement for what would be required to access those alleys with the current trucks, the size of the trucks, the weight of the trucks for what they're trying to do. The red alleys are listed as incompatible. They are not in condition that can continue to be serviced currently. And that is based on the alley management program with the city engineer. And again, based on every single specific issue with each alley identified. So what we've done is put this map together to have the discussion with Mid-Valley staff of what they feel the current conditions of those alleys are and what they see as risk or potential for not being able to service them so that we can have that discussion.
Great, we're having that discussion tonight. Thank you.
Yes.
So could we have Mid-Valley owner please come up?
Good evening, Mayor, council member, staff, Joseph Kalbakoff, Mid-Valley Disposal.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Yes, sir.
So you looked at this color thing map. What you reviewed it, there's mostly red and there's a little bit of green for alley pickup. That's conflicting with the reports that I've had, which is that Mid-Valley's good with picking up again from the alleys, and you'll just report to the city if there's some low-hanging telephone lines or something. You can report that to the city, and the city can let the council know, and then the city can remediate those damages. But is there a problem with picking up from the alleys again?
So I think that we looked at these alleys, number one, on two factors. We looked at the width of the alleys, we looked at the low-hanging wires, and we looked at the trees in the alleys. The city did another analysis that had the infrastructure of water, sewer lines currently in the alleys as well. And when you bridge the maps on top of each other, the green is the area that we can turn on in 30 days notice if given direction, that we can go back to the alley, go back to alleys, remove the curbside service and go back to alleys. There are some of the additional red ones that have infrastructure issues that the city is worried about. There are some with low-hanging wires that need to be addressed, and then there's some with the trees and some vegetation that needs to be addressed. So I would look at this in probably a 1 to 2 phase approach. Number one, green light the green, and we'll start that process immediately, okay? The second part is to go and look through and fix some of these low-hanging wires, some of the vegetation that may be in there. It may have road conditions that with potholes, there was a few trucks that got stuck prior to us taking over the service in the alleys that had to get pulled out with tow trucks and so on and so forth. So having those smoothed out or base rock, whatever's in there to finish and have a safe alleyway to have the service in, right? That's the goal, is to provide a safe community service to those alleys where there's not a safety concern, there's not an injury concern to the public. So we looked at it in the green, being able to start immediately. Probably, I would tell you, it may take 3 cycles of collection, 3 weeks to 4 weeks. We want to go out and address the public, talk to each resident, provide them with information on when that will take place, and we can do that immediately. There will be some tree trimmings in some of the alleys, and that may come into phase 2, and we can work through those as we go down. And I'll let the city talk about some of the water and sewer lines that are in some of the alleys that may require something a little bit more additional work.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate that. I just talked, and I don't want to hog the whole discussion. Anybody can jump in. Any council member can jump in when they like, and ask questions of the owner of Mid Valley. But I talked to SKF and I've talked to Cal Water, and I would think they'd be here tonight as your biggest cheerleader if they didn't want alley pickup again. But it's just not the case. You know, SKF was asked by the city to come out and, you know, lobby for alley curbside pickup as opposed to alleys. And they said the only issue they have is really around Bank of America, their main line there. They don't have any issue with their sewer lines, haven't had any issues, and they're fine with alley pickup. Cal Water, the same way. They haven't had an issue. So I haven't had any contact from Cal Water either saying that, you know, you really better, you know, watch out for the alley pickup. Not saying there aren't some issues there. But in terms of, you know, alley pickup, I think we did it for, 50 years before you guys? So, I mean, I think we could probably, you know, struggle by with another 50. I don't know. But I can tell you when we went out on to talk with the folks, they are adamant about not liking the transition from alley to curbside. So that's the will of the people, and that's what we're here representing here, the council tonight. The city put a whole bunch of stuff in here and gave us a drawing, and that's much appreciated, but not a lot of backup on the diagram here. So another thing is this reconstruction project for $917,000. Yeah, I never heard of that either. That's new to me. And I guess it's a storm drain infrastructure to allow proper flow. Not sure what that has to do with trash pickup, right? So, I mean, you close that alley when you do that. Well, first, you got to find the money. So I'd like to see the source of those funds. Haven't seen that identified anywhere. But once you do that, then great, close the alley one by one as you do the infrastructure rehab project. Until then, let's keep the alleys open and let's have trash pickup from the alleys. I like your approach. You know, you go out and you let us know which alleys do need some work. The green, again, you know, it seems like most of these have been designated as you can't pick up, and it's unfortunate. A lot of them are in Councilman Oseguera's district. And I just kind of would love to have a relook of that. And, you know, I would love to explore that with the council tonight in terms of how we can relook at this map and make sure that we're giving the citizens the most bang for their buck when it comes to their trash collection and picking up from the alley. Please.
Let me ask you a question, Joseph. You know, do you have a chance to, on this map, did you draw it or someone else drew it?
It was 2 maps originally.
Okay.
There was a map from Mid Valley Disposal, and then there was a map that the city put together through their engineer department. I think the engineering and
All right.
Jerome and Public Works. And this map you're looking at tonight, be careful.
Oh,
This
okay,
map you're
so,
looking at
all
tonight
right. That's,
Is the combination of two maps.
all right. You answered the question there.
Did yours
Joseph.
have more green?
I don't remember.
You remember?
I gotta say-
You don't remember, do you?
I don't.
I got you.
Isaac put it together. Isaac, did ours have more
No,
green?
I mean,
Yeah, more green? Yeah, you can pick up more alleys. Okay.
But again, I'm not a city engineer by any means, nor
Not
am I
trying to put you on the hook,
in
but
Public Works.
you know, these alleys, they've been around a long time. Some of them are in bad shape admittedly, but not
Joseph,
all.
since I got you here, don't run away,
I'm
man.
not going.
I got the man here, so, okay. Now, what are we doing for the seniors? Are we helping the seniors as far as their costs and trash? Like, let's say that all these mobile parks are seniors. Are we doing a reduction rate for these poor seniors to help them facilitate some of these issues?
Believe there's-
Because it's, because you come pick it up and you dump it. You don't have to go into their mobile. It's a dump and then go. Are we doing some tax credits or tax breaks for these seniors, by the way, since I'm asking here?
Not that I'm aware of. Did we give a tax break? I
Well,
think there's
or
a
reduction in
there's a
price.
lower rate for a
Lower
smaller
rate. How
cart.
about
Yeah.
lower rate?
It's built in there for a smaller cart. Would be
Okay,
Lower rate, absolutely.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can you give me well, later on, I'll call you, give me a list of who's getting the lower rates in the seniors in this area? I mean, as far as the parks, can you do that for me?
Sure.
All right.
Send it to the council.
Thank you.
Councilman Oseguera, do you have a comment?
Yes, as the mayor said, it's interesting how most of the bad alleys are in my area, which, wow, it's the barrio. Why am I not surprised? You know, it just tells you how much we have forgotten about these people, about their streets, their alleys, and everything else. I mean, how long have you guys been doing the trash for us? And before I came to council, I used to come to every meeting and remind you that, hey, we want alley service back. And then what, how long has it been? A year, over a year?
6 months.
Did you start it?
Well,
Okay.
7-1.
So,
7-1.
so in 6 months, nobody thought about, hey,
I-
let's look at the alleys and see what the problem is? All we kept hearing, oh yeah, they're bad alleys, bad alleys. What does that mean? What does that mean to the people sitting out there? I don't even understand it. You know, this just tells me that there's a lot of issues, but what are the problems with some alleys? I wouldn't know, like, let's say you pick one alley, well, Knoll Street, what is wrong with that one? Is it trees? Don't we have parks can go out there and cut it? Cut the
Let-
trees down, cut the whatever?
Let me
I
check.
mean, there's a lot of them that quick action could actually get them up and running. The ones that are worse off, well, then let us worry about getting those done with funding or whatnot, you know? The people have been talking about this since the beginning. And all we've been getting is, well, we can't do it, we can't do it, we can't do it. You know, people are tired of the we can't do it attitude. I'm glad that you're starting to go back again, but you know what? We need to do better.
So I
Jo-
want,
Joseph, let
I
me ask
would
you-
if I,
Let me ask you a question here, Joseph. I know that, the maps were put together by two different maps, but your drivers can, how would I say, it, can identify let's put it this way, help the city, us up here, identify the problems. Your trucks can identify the problems, the trees in the way, telephone line, like you just said earlier, and communicate, to the city and to the council, say, hey, man, on this streets over here, we have a problem, city council, FY of all the city council. That way we can all be on the same page. Communication, all I'm asking for communication, Joseph. And I think you want the same
appreciate that.
thing too.
I appreciate, absolutely. That's what we want. And
You know,
I will let you know, I mean, as Michael Hahn mentioned, we have met internally, probably 20 times.
Every Wednesday, right?
Every Wednesday, 1:30.
Closed door meeting.
It's not closed door meeting, it's a Zoom, but it's not, I don't think it's closed.
Well, we were told it was closed door meeting. We weren't invited and the public wasn't
And-
invited.
Well, we have, I don't make that policy. We have discussed in length on the alleys, and how to deal with them and what to do. And I think this first map is a start to go back into the alley collection, right? And I think there's gonna be some additional work that needs to be done on some of the alleys to just make it safe. That's what we want. That's our goal as well, is to make it safe. And if we don't have the low wires, if we don't have the, the trees, the shrubbery, if there's not, sinkholes in there, we can pick up trash. It's our job. It's what we do.
You're next, right?
So I'd like to address several of these questions that were
Hold on, we
asked.
have, pardon me, Director, we have
I have a
council
quick question.
questions.
We both have questions.
Okay,
So
go for it.
Real quick question, and this doesn't pertain, I apologize, Joel, this doesn't pertain to you, because in looking into these red lines, earlier today, we were talking about how we adjust and how we categorize the bad streets, correct? So the way I look at it, sitting out here at the city council, I look at it more of a CIP project. Where could we instruct, and this is gonna be to the engineer, knowing that we have a liability, I look at it as a liability. If somebody's gonna drive a street that we're telling them, go pick up their trash, and then they get wrecked or something happens, I see the liability. The question I have for you is, factoring our CIP projects for the streets and knowing what streets need more attention, but understanding that we're talking to a vendor that needs access to the alleys, and knowing that they call it the barrio, has more attention. How can we categorize and how can we factor in the alleys in the street projects to categorize them and move them up so we can start taking care of, doing our CIP, doing what we have the tools to do, so we can make sure that the vendors are able to go and do their job, and we can make sure. How can we factor in the alleys into the structured street needs so we can make sure we can bump them up even sooner?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. So it's a similar
Yeah.
situation that we talked about with the streets, with the PCI and the condition of it. We have the same map for all the alleys for the city, and they're categorized in 5 different categories, from good to nothing's there.
Okay, so real quick, I apologize to cutting you off. So we have SKF and we have Cal Waters not responding or not thinking.
Not what I
that it's-
said.
No, I'm not saying you're saying
So
something.
don't put the words in my mouth.
If we have other vendors in our city that don't think that it's important, but we're saying that there is legitimate liability on our alleys, and you have a program that you're using to facilitate the streets and the alleys, where do you categorize alleys? Do you categorize them the same way you do the streets?
Very similarly, I think we look at it based on where the funding comes from. There's some funding that's meant for streets, and there's some funding that can be used for alleys. So I think in the staff report, there is an alley project that's going to be going to construction here shortly. That's a CMAQ project. And so that's a federal funded congestion mitigation. So we applied for that for alleys in the Stillman area. And this year, we actually worked really hard to update the RTP program at the county to include almost all the alleys in the city, because they were not included, and that did not allow us to score well for federal funding.
When you go there and you look at them, just the same way they were talking about the trees and the lighting, it might be cable wire, not even electrical wire, right? It might be cable wire. We don't know that. Who goes out there and does the visual inspection on that part? Is it our Public Works Director, yourself, and a couple of?
The collaboration between Public Works, looking at
Cool.
the issues that they have.
Okay.
Mid-Valley looked at it from their issues to
Okay.
add the 2 variables together. So as stated, there were 2 maps, a map from the city Public Works and Engineering dealing with the pavement and other infrastructure, and then the Mid-Valley map where they looked at it from their perspective. And we combined those 2 to generate the map tonight.
And for me, I look at it as a CIP importance of a project, but at the same time, I like to maybe bring the concern to the council and say, hey, maybe there's another way we can look at it and say, hey, if the need is the streets, but also the alleys, that's something we can start gearing and moving towards. So,
Excuse me, but I believe in this last budget, Public Works specifically had a budget line for alley repair. So we obviously are going after funding from federal funding if we can, but there is a line in the maintenance for alleys so that we can just continue to march through and fix the worst alleys or the alleys that can be done. And that number that's in the staff report, it's about
Mayor Pro Tem next.
$470 per foot. So that's coming from our actual estimates.
Okay.
all right, thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem
just a quick question.
for,
You mentioned about
for-
trees.
for Joe.
No, Public Works. trees and low wiring. Trees in an alley, or does trees belong to the homeowner?
Trees that belong to the homeowners, which means if we're going back into the alleys, code enforcement will have to start enforcing, or we will have to enforce the trimming of the trees, and that will be put on the homeowners. That's not something that Public Works does. So
Okay.
those are all none of the alleys are free of trees. There's no trees or shrubs. They're all coming from the backyards growing over.
Mhm.
So, and I was gonna mention that when I had a chance to speak. And referring to the maps real quick, so you understand, Mr. Horn explained it pretty well. We already had a pavement management program, which is that map that we have that has green, red, yellow, orange, all the colors, green being best, red being the worst. When Mid-Valley went out and assessed safety protocol, width of the alley, the height of the wires, the trees that are hanging over, that map they generated. Yes, there was more green on their map, but when we overlay those two maps, ours is based on condition, drivable condition of the alleys, huge potholes, trucks getting stuck, as Joseph had mentioned. There's things that we looked at, but that overlay of the map is how we generated the map that you have before you today. So there was their input, but there was also our input on the structural integrity of the alley. And if I could really quick, I'd like to make a point. A good example of why this is an issue. Last year, SKF performed a CIP project for the city and installed a new 6-inch sewer main down an alley off of Stillman. If you look at the last paragraph where the city engineer talked about not just one alley, but literally 6 alleys that were part of this project and infrastructure that needed to be put in for storm drain, the reason for that is because last year when that project went in with SKF, there was a surface drain in the middle of the alley that everything sloped to. It was connected to the old sewer main. That is, so let me break it down for you. We pay for treatment at SKF's plant for gallons per day that we send to their plant. When you have water intrusion from storm drain and rain leaders that are running into the sewer system, we're paying now to treat rainwater. When they did that project, because we had a storm drain infrastructure that we did not have a project designed to address, that got tied into a brand new sewer line. So now you have a $300,000 CIP project that was put in, and that brand new line was compromised before it was even put in service. Thus, I want to say the importance of the city staff being involved 100% with SKF and capital improvement projects. Thankfully, SKF communicated with us that what the deal was and what we had in front of us. We didn't have any other way of getting that water drained except tying it into the new sewer line. So going to this report, that 917,000 for 6 alley links includes storm drain infrastructure not tied into our sewer line, where we're paying for water treatment at the plant, but it's tied in on the adjoining main street or collector street where we have storm drain infrastructure. So I just wanted to clarify those real quick.
Let's get back to the alley project. Okay. Any other questions?
Mayor, if I may, I think
Hold on,
council.
let's wait. Let's see if we have any more other comments from council members. Okay, go ahead, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
No,
Councilman.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, engineer, on the, you said there was federal funding for the alleys, am I correct?
Yes.
You did say that. And when's the last time you applied for it?
That one probably was applied for a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Last year we applied again.
And
We'll apply again in March.
Next question, why not? Since you know the alleys were bad.
We did apply, and the application for the funding did not score well because the alleys were not in the RTP with the county. So I corrected that in the last 2 months. So these applications should score much higher.
Okay. Second question, at the time, did the council know about this or no?
The council, yeah, we presented the applications of what we were
Presented the
applying.
problem to the alleys situation back then.
I'm not sure, yeah.
Okay. No?
I have a comment. So sounds like the tree trimming is gonna be like the fence paint. I mean, can't be that expensive to trim back tree branches. You know, the painting idea went by the wayside because we wanted to put a lien on somebody's home for $150. I mean, let's be proactive. How much could it cost to get our staff to go out there and trim those trees? You tell me, how much would it cost? Is it really expensive? I don't know.
As far as costs, I don't know. It needs to be a change in the ordinance. That's where that lies. So that's following the ordinance currently in effect.
Yeah, well, we can look at that. We can look at changing that. We need to get back to graffiti
thank
doing
you.
that too. Okay, City Manager, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Councilmember Oseguera earlier made a great point about, you know, a lot of this red being concentrated in a particular part of town in the barrio which he represents. I think one of the original considerations from transitioning from alley to curbside was to not further exacerbate that issue, that problem that makes these alleys undrivable. And so what we're looking at, and thank you to our city engineer for identifying the issue of why we were scoring so low in these funds that would award us, you know, construction money to repave these alleys. Well, now that we've corrected that, we have to have the opportunity to reconstruct these alleys as we generate grant funding for them. And if we're reconstructing them, getting them back up to a drivable state where they're, you know, fully paved, it's going to cause a great amount of deterioration on that pavement if we start rolling, you know, garbage trucks over them, unless, you know, we design them and we build them to be able to support that, which means additional costs and additional construction money allocated to that, which then takes away from sewer projects and those kinds of things. And so to us, it made sense, okay, these roads are built to support the weight of large garbage trucks. The alleys are not. Let's direct the garbage truck traffic to the roads that are designed for this weight and away from these alleys. And then let's find money so that we can reconstruct these alleys so that the condition is better for infrastructure services and whatever else is required to do in the alleys, right? So I think from a perspective of why this entire issue came up in the first place, that was the reason, because we had this map a long time ago and we knew what the condition in the barrio and other places in town was, and just to further exacerbate the problem would not be responsible on the part of staff.
But
So
we don't have the money for this grant right now, correct? We don't have the money to do a major renovation on 6 alleys, correct? We don't have $917,500 in grant money, correct?
It was funded federally, CMAQ money, funded 2 years ago. It's designed this year. It'll be construction next year,
Okay, next year. That's 2026, correct?
the federal fiscal year.
Got it. So in the meantime, we're in the second month of 2025. So the trash could still be picked up. And when those alleys, that alley work commences, if it commences, which I really hope it does, then those alleys could be closed. Are all the alleys going to be reconstructed at the exact same time? All 6 alleys?
Depends on the construction process, but I think what
Right.
you're alluding to is that when that project actually goes into construction, there'll be a traffic control plan that has to shut those alleys down so that we can actually do the construction.
And at that time, the alleys could be closed for the trash collector trucks, so they don't go down those alleys during the construction, correct?
Right.
And then they could be opened back up after that construction is done, because we're not talking building a 50-story building. We're talking some repaving and some alley work, right? So 3 to 6 months? Is that about how long it would
That's
take?
typical, yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, this is doable. We could do this, but in the meantime, the alleys could still be serviceable, could still be used by Mid-Valley. I guess what you're hearing tonight, folks, is when this contract was awarded to Mid-Valley, it was awarded without any explanation that this was going to happen with the transition from alley to curbside. It was forced on us, so to speak. And what you're getting is pushback from the citizens. And we've been asking for this for many months now, of putting this pickup back, because it was taken away from us without any of this explanation that we're getting tonight. And a lot of this is very, very reasonable. Where was this in July when we wanted this, when we needed this explanation? That's what you're getting tonight, a lot of frustration for people who just out of the blue, hey, you're going to take your trash to the front now. I mean, we didn't ask for that. We weren't any part of that. And that's the problem. And these meetings every Wednesday, that's great between the city and Mid-Valley. Don't forget about us, the people who pay for a trash pickup, the people who live here. I get all these barriers and obstacles to picking up in the alleys. I get it. It's not acceptable. We want to find ways to pick up in the alleys. And I appreciate this first start with these green lines. I like the green lines. I don't see any yellow and orange that we talked about. I see binary. And the pavement condition indexed is red, yellow, orange, correct? Green. So there's some nuances. All I see is yes or no. I don't see any in between where the great folks from Mid-Valley could pick up for a while, right? Until the reconstruction happens. What I'd like to see is some intermediate. I'd like to see some orange. I'd like to see some yellow. Rather than just no pickup until the grant comes through in 2026, middle of 2026. Come on. We can do better than that. Let's start picking up the trash from the alleys again. I'm all for this 30 days for the green lines. I'm going to vote for that every step of the way. I don't like the number of red lines, and I'm not buying the argument that all these lines are red and they can't start picking up trash from there on the west side or on the east side. So I think we need to put our heads together with our city and get back and look at these alleys. And I want another map, and I want another map soon that shows that there's some orange and some yellow here. I want some intermediate here because, this is a safety issue. You guys did it. You raised the safety issue. So, of course, we're going to be prudent and cautious. That's what we're going to do. You pick the more prudent and cautious map. And good for you. That's good. Now go back to the drawing board. And I think we need to get more alleys that we can pick up from because our people deserve it. That's what they want. That's what we're here to do in a safe way.
I'd like to make another comment. I would like to get a report because these lines don't tell me
Hang
what
on,
the condition is. I'd like to get a report on alley and Pine. There's low hanging power or telephone lines. If that's the only issue, let's look at the ones that can be fixed right away.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of them is gonna require for you to go in and take it all out and spend $30 million on one alley. Some of them can be, if there's street trimming to be done, I mean, I don't think citizens are gonna oppose you to, doing the tree trimming if it's gonna help their issue. I mean, we don't wanna get it to the point to where citizens like the council, when we painted that fence, we're gonna go out and get a ladder and start pruning. I mean, it shouldn't get to that. It should get to the point to where let's identify them, give us a list of what's wrong, and let's work together to get it done. Thank you.
We'll open this up to public. The public have any comments about this item? Please step forward and give us your comments.
Hi, Yolanda Torres. I totally agree. We just need to work together. We need to prioritize what needs to be fixed and get it done. We need to go back to the alleyway pickup. My daughter lives alone. She's a single mom. She works at the hospital, gets out at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and she has to haul her trash out to McCollum Floral by Boba. That's unacceptable. She used to just be able to walk out maybe from here to the wall and put her trash out. And as far as the property owners, I don't think that should fall on Public Works. Because the alleyway she lives on, I don't take my new truck through there because orange branches are hanging over. I think it's the responsibility of the property owner to cut back their own trees because you don't want to have an issue with somebody in Public Works cutting a tree down and then the citizens are upset because they didn't we don't need all of that. We have enough to deal with. So I think it needs to fall on the property owners. We need to go back and analyze these alleys and like Mr. Oseguera said, let's prioritize what needs to be done and what Public Works can take care of and what the property owners can take care of. And let's work together. That's what we need to do. But we do need to go back to the alleyway pickup. It helps our seniors. I know, our city's old, but we can work together if everybody just communicates and prioritizes what needs to be done and just get it done in a timely manner. close an alley at a time if it needs to be done. The rest of the city can be serviced. So that's what I agree. We didn't have a vote on this. It was just thrown at us. So I think we need to go back and take care of our seniors and make sure that, you know, we just go back to the always. I think that's best for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else with public comment at this time?
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. Well, my question is, how long were we with Waste Management? Like 50 years? Why wasn't that a problem for them? And why is it a problem for Mid-Valley? They said that, first they said that the trucks were too heavy. Now they're saying that the trees are in the way. Now that the wires are hanging, that the streets need repavement. The alleys need repavement. I'll tell you right now, the alleys in the barrio, they're better than some of the streets out here in Selma. Honest to God, I'm gonna tell you. And they're smooth and, they're drivable. Now, they said they want to repave them and everything. Why don't you guys do this? And this is my question before I say that. Again, like Mayor Robertson said, why wasn't this discussed at the beginning with Mid-Valley? Why wasn't this brought up to say, you know what? Well, this is gonna happen. We're not gonna be able to pick up in the alleys. It wasn't done until now. So now it's an issue. Now we don't have the money to repave. Why don't you guys do this? And I'm just gonna throw it out there. Bring Waste Management back. Split it. Have an agreement with Mid-Valley and have an agreement with Waste Management. And let Waste Management pick up where they can pick up. And let Mid-Valley pick up where they can pick up. Is there anything against having two companies, trash companies? It's just an idea. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if that can be done or not. It's just a thought. Waste Management, there was no problems with them. They went through every alley. They did everything. There was no complaints or anything. So that's just my thought on that. Thank you.
Brian Ramirez, I have your answer, because there's an ex-council member here that was quick to make the motion real quick without any discussion. I wonder if she asked Mid-Valley, are you guys able to pick up in the alleys? What is the weight on your trucks? How big are they? How tall are they, et cetera? Because I would have asked that. Also, Mayor, I don't mean to put you in the hot spot, but since you've been here the longest, was there any issues with Waste Management before? Any liabilities?
Not regarding the alleys.
Right? No alley issues with Waste Management at all?
No.
No complaints? Nothing? So why wasn't Waste Management awarded the contract instead of Mid-Valley? No offense, they do a good job, but most of the people here have alleys, because that's what Selma was built on alleys, especially in District 4. So if I would have been up there, I would not have gone with Mid-Valley, because we need to go with somebody that's gonna provide for us, give us that service, that full service, keyword, full service that we need, not somebody that's gonna give us a half job, basically. So those are my concerns and questions. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment?
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. Oh, has Mid-Valley ever given the petition of all the signatures that the people were not okay with the alley pickup?
That was provided to the city clerk. and
Yeah,
the city
was
clerk-
that ever given to Mid-Valley?
They're shaking their head no.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Any more public comment? Anybody online? On Zoom? The phone?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Bringing the matter back to council. Councilmember Avalos, do you have a comment at this time?
Yes, what I see here, there was a lack of communication, unfortunately. And I think, between Mid-Valley and the city council government, there was some issues on the table that was never brought to them. And, you know, when there was problems about petitions or things like this, probably were never addressed to them or never given to them. Said everything was okay, but, you know, when you see, and I thank Joseph for being here. Joseph, I thank you for being here. I know you get a lot of rocks thrown at you, but it's okay. You're good. But you know the concerns are, Joseph, and you're a reasonable person, and I know you are. And you want to address these issues back to the alleys and address some of these, also safety issues as you brought out. And we can, you know, definitely, with your help, we need you to identify them for us as a council up here, so we can make these decisions and prioritize, hey, what is, with the help of the city too, the workers, to identify these alleys, where the problems are at, where we can get them rectified and on the way real fast, like OC said over here, so we can get it back online and everybody be happy. And you'll be happy and everybody happy. Back to alleys is more efficient fuel-wise because it covers two houses back to back. And it's beneficial in the long run. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that Mid-Valley even bid on this contract, because with the weight of the vehicles like we're hearing, they would have known that it would have been bad for the alleys. They couldn't provide the job. They couldn't provide alley pickup. Why even bid on it in the first place? But I don't think that the truck weight is the problem here. I think it's we're getting down to the nub of the problem. It's not the truck weight, the two axle trucks, it's the overhanging limbs. And it's some telephone cord potentially in the way. So to solve this problem, we're not going to solve it completely tonight, but we're going to make progress like we are right now, slowly. I would be good with this. I would like to know I like the green lines, 30 days. I'm trusting Mid-Valley that they will notify those folks in the green lines. In the red lines, I would like Mid-Valley to go look at those alleys designated as red, impassable, and have a report delivered to the city, which the city delivers to us. How long would that take you, Joe and your folks, to take a look at the alleys, to deliver a report back to see if it's so-called yellow or orange that you could get into? Which ones you could actually pick up trash from? 30 days?
Mayor Robertson, what was your question? I know
The question was, how long is it going to take you to go look at?
was the question, but there was another.
Go look at these lines go look at these alleys with the red lines. Come back to us and say, well, we could actually pick up the
That was our
trash.
next phase, and that's what I mentioned earlier. Our next phase was, okay, let's go look at those ones, the red
Right.
ones. There are some that may be in that
That middle
that
distance.
gold area or yellow.
Yes, that russet area.
Sometimes I'm colorblind, but gold, the yellow, in between red and green, right? And what has to take place in those alleys? Maybe there's two lower wires. Remember, our trucks are about 17 inches taller than the waste management trucks because they are alternate fuel, okay? And they're the alternate fuel CNG compression, the fuel tanks you have to put them for safety on the top of the trucks. That was a little bit, our trucks are clean air and they're quieter, I'll tell you that. But they do have a little bit higher build type to them than the older trucks, okay? There are power lines and cable lines and AT&T lines that hang below the 15-foot public access, and the trucks will hit them. And so we have to identify where they're at, have them brought up to the standard height, and we could probably get it in about 45 days.
Great, 45
How's that
days.
work?
Come back with your report. Give it to the city. The city can
Well, they're
bring it
gonna
back as an
the city's
agenda
gonna-
item.
Okay.
Yeah, deliver it back to the city, and we'll want to see Mid-Valley's report. We'll want to see what they have to say. And of course, the city can come back and you can not amend it. You can add to it your comments, which we'd like to see. Always the city comments. But I think that's how we make progress on this. Are we all agreed on that we can make progress on this with Mid-Valley going and taking a look at those alleys and seeing which ones we can get into until this grant can take place? Are we good on that? Okay. What kind of motion do we need to do that? is there a motion to pick up trash again in the areas designated by green, and for Mid-Valley to go take a look at the alleys designated as red and send that report to the city, which the city then delivers to the city council in 45 days?
To report back to you on the conditions of the particular alley that is in red relative to what is needed to make it safe to enter.
Correct. We're not expecting Mid-Valley to do the corrections. We're expecting you to tell us what you need in order to be able to pick up trash from those alleys, okay? And we're looking at a 45-day launch date for that. We'll hope to see you or your representatives back at that council meeting.
Absolutely. And
Thank you.
we'll put the new map on our
And the
social
new map,
media and your social
hallelujah.
media, so we know now, and then we'll make sure we get out in front of the customers, let them know on the exact date they can put their cans back in the alleys.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Joseph.
Do we have a motion for that?
Make a motion.
And we have a second.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 4.2. Okay, this item is the Downtown Strategic Plan Implementation Theme Presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Alicia Aguirre. I'm the Economic Development Manager for the City of Selma, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on our downtown revitalization efforts and then the progress we've made so far. So since I started in this role about a year and a half ago, the downtown revitalization has been a major focus of the work. Over the past several years, we've laid significant groundwork to support and enhance downtown's economic vitality. If you can go to the next slide. Some of those projects included the formation of the Downtown Business Improvement District, a collaborative effort between private business owners and the city to establish a funding mechanism for some beautification efforts, shared marketing, and just improvement projects. The development of the Downtown Strategic Plan, a comprehensive plan with extensive public outreach and stakeholder engagement to make sure that the community's vision reflected our future actions. At the last council meeting, I believe, the last time I gave a presentation, the council raised some thoughtful and important questions about the direction of the downtown strategic plan and just questions about what was next. So I hope tonight's presentation answers some of those questions and walks us through logical next steps. We'll start by reviewing some key findings and discussing the thematic approach for guiding, the thematic approach that'll guide some decisions. And we'll conclude with specific recommendations for trees and lighting. Okay. So in the downtown strategic plan that was adopted, there were 7 priority projects. Out of the 7, the first and second were the downtown core streetscape plan and the Second Street Gateway. That's what we're going to be talking about today. The downtown core streetscape is a crucial step in creating cohesive and inviting visual identity in the downtown. So that includes selecting and installing new trees, upgrading lighting for both safety and ambiance, and establishing a unified aesthetic that reflects downtown's unique character, all of which you are all aware of. However, steps for implementation includes developing a schematic design for trees and lighting, identifying those costs, and including engineering, installation, and long-term maintenance. Okay. So tonight, we're asking council to weigh in and adopt a theme. It would allow us to move forward with developing formal design standards, and it'll pave the way for tangible improvements which include a vision for elements like street lighting, installation of furniture, and wayfinding signage, which the bid is eager to get started on. We started with assessing our current downtown assets. We know that we have a vibrant mix of businesses. We have service businesses in the downtown that provide financial services. We have a pharmacy in the downtown. The post office is in downtown. We have a hardware store in the downtown. And these are all places that provide and bring essential services to our residents, and they draw in daily foot traffic. We also have a restaurant scene, local longstanding restaurants. We have the newly added cafe, some newer food establishments, and those obviously contribute and attract people to the downtown also. And we have some creative enterprises which are very unique to Selma, dance studios, including traditional ballet, folklorico, and we have the Selma Arts Center. It serves as a cultural anchor and it draws visitors from across the region to our downtown. We have a lot of murals, and in the next slide, we can go to it, we can kind of pull up the images for them. We have the Selma's historical mural, No Separations, the Lotus and the Dove, La Boca Immigration Cityscape, the Cho family mural, and the Children's Dream. Our public murals and community events like the Raisin Festival, the Band Festival, and the Car Show, they generate activity and engagement towards our downtown. The key part of the process, we can stay on this slide for just a second, a key part of the process has been observing and listening, understanding how people are already interacting with our downtown and identifying the natural strengths and how we can amplify them. Our findings included, one clear takeaway was that creative expression was already in the downtown and it was thriving there. Whether it was through live performances, murals, events, artists, performers, and cultural activities that were shaping the energy of downtown. One of Selma's greatest strengths, its cultural diversity and strong sense of community. I think all of those qualities make Selma distinct, and they present a unique opportunity to build on that identity. One of the things that we talk about at the Downtown Business Improvement District is creating the sense of experience in the downtown. That way we can stay competitive with other cities and offer a unique experience centered around creativity and culture. So we undertook a comprehensive research and analysis process. To be rooted in data, we considered a lot of what was in the downtown strategic plan, the SWOT, which was essentially a lot of public engagement, observations of how people are currently using our downtown, what businesses are there, what activities attract people there, and what aspects of downtown already contribute to its vibrancy. We took inventory of existing assets, all those murals, the events, and based on the insights, we have ultimately identified a cultural arts district theme as the best path forward. The theme builds on the downtown's existing strengths while positioning it for future growth and community engagement. It establishes a framework for live shows. It encourages more live performances and public events. It supports new murals, artistic expressions. It also is a theme that would create a visually distinct environment. Again, our approach is not to change what downtown is, but rather to amplify what's already in the works. By formalizing the theme, we can ensure that the future streetscape improvements like lighting, tree selection, public enhancements all align with the vision and the theme. We did consider others, so I'm going to kind of go through our process of elimination. We explored multiple thematic directions, evaluating each one based on, so here's our criteria, their ability to provide a strong visual identity, supporting downtown's long-term economic development goals, and creating a unique sense of place for Selma. Through the process of elimination, we refined our focus. We considered a historic theme. There's no doubt that Selma is historic, and we acknowledge the significance of the city's original commercial hub coming from the downtown. After consideration, we just found that making historic the central theme presents some limitations. For example, yes, the downtown has its historic character, but the theme itself doesn't provide a clear visual identity that can guide our streetscape improvements in a distinctive way. It kind of lacks some originality. Some of our neighboring cities already refer to their downtown and market themselves as historic, and it doesn't really differentiate Selma as a unique destination. Rather than centering our streetscape plan and our theme around historic, we can still honor Selma's history in more intentional ways in the downtown. We can integrate interpretive signage, historic elements. We've seen those landmark, like self-guided tours in downtowns. All of those are ways which we can still honor the history in downtown without anchoring ourselves to a historic theme. We also considered a railroad theme, and while the railroad does go right through the middle of our downtown, it's not a defining aspect for commerce in our downtown right now. Unlike cities where the railroad naturally ties to passenger transit or commercial areas, our railroad track is adjacent to our downtown, but not an active driver of downtown economic activity. So because of this, the connection between the railroad theme and the downtown's identity would be more symbolic than functional. Slide. Okay, so why the Cultural Arts District theme? After analyzing the options, just to recap, the Cultural Arts District theme emerged as the strongest because it builds on our existing strengths, our existing businesses, the Selma Arts Center, our events. It provides a strong visual direction. It aligns with economic development goals by fostering an experience-driven downtown, and it encourages future growth. The theme supports live entertainment, continued investment in creative industries, a lively destination with diverse dining, nightlife, and entertainment options, making it authentic to Selma and scalable for the future. I'm going to go back one slide. Thank you. So that was kind of the conversation on themes. We're going to be asking for a lot of direction in this presentation, so just bear with me. We're going to pivot a little bit, and we're going to talk about trees. So as I stated earlier, you're going to be asked to make a lot of decisions, but they all tie together in the end. So the previous, just so that we're all on the same page about in regards to the tree conversation, we know that there were trees in the downtown. They were removed as a part of an ADA project. The trees that were there were causing significant sidewalk damage. They created a safety hazard and made areas not ADA compliant. As a part of the sidewalk repairs, the trees were removed. Really, we were trying to prevent a cycle of the trees and the roots uplifting the sidewalk, the city having to put money down to repair it, only for those roots to uplift the sidewalk again. Okay, so as we move forward, the goal is to, yes, we want to restore our tree canopy, we want to reduce heat island effects, but we want to select trees that minimize root damage, provide long-term shade coverage, and complement our, we have an opportunity because we have a clean slate, Mayor, which I know you reference all the time. We do have a clean slate, and it's an opportunity to enhance and use them as a destination tool, kind of arriving into the downtown and adding character to the downtown. So I think now we've kind of, at least everybody in the room, are on the same page about why the trees didn't just go back in. Through the process of the downtown strategic plan, it was also brought to our attention that the infrastructure that's in place for irrigation in those tree wells is insufficient, and we want to give those trees that go in there the best shot at growing. So we're grateful for the plan that kind of did the extensive groundwork to come to that discovery. Next slide, please. Okay. So the tree selection process, guided by an arborist's recommendations, we narrowed down our options based on, and then I'm going to go over our criteria, the ability to provide shade and visual impact, its drought tolerance and low maintenance, minimal sidewalk damage potential, and cost effectiveness. So after consulting with the arborist, the following trees were evaluated: crepe myrtles, Chinese pistache, oh, one more slide, please. Yeah. Crepe myrtles, Chinese pistache, Chinese elm, purple smoke trees, and jacarandas. So we're looking for direction from the City Council on which option you prefer so we can move forward with procurement and installation. So I'm going to walk you through kind of all of the options and our recommendation and kind of how we got there. If you want to go to the next slide. Okay, so crepe myrtle. Our top contender was the crepe myrtle and the Chinese pistache. They both offer significant benefits. So the crepe myrtle blooms in vibrant colors. It provides a strong placemaking effect. The trees grow about 20 to 30 feet in height, and they come in 3 different color varieties. If you go to the next slide. Here's the white tree, the coral flower, and then the lavender flower. Our recommendation is that the lavender colored one go along High Street to create this like Main Street effect. And then the white ones can be used in the surrounding area of the downtown and including the gateway into the downtown. That's summarized on the next slide. And another top contender was the Chinese pistache. The leaves of this tree green during the growing season, and then they turn bright red in the fall. The Chinese pistache does grow slightly taller than the previously mentioned crepe myrtle. It grows up to 30 to 40 feet tall. They're highly drought resistant and they're resistant to pests and disease. They don't provide the placemaking effect that the flower trees do, but they're still resilient and they're a practical option for shade. Here they are. Kind of one of them in the fall, one of them in their growing season, spring and summer. And then, well, I won't spend too much time on the other options, but we did consider the Chinese elm. Go to the next slide. Their growing patterns. Let me recap on why that one was removed. Bear with me.
How much are they?
So those have, they require a deep-rooted barrier, and that can just add to costs. So then we also considered the purple smoke trees, but they're really ornamental trees that don't offer as much shade canopy. And then the jacaranda tree is sensitive to cold snaps. And you want to be smart when putting those trees back in. So a recommendation was for the crepe myrtle or the Chinese pistache. Chinese pistache. All right.
Yeah.
Then one more time, we're going to hold on to our horses because we're about to pivot once more and talk about lighting.
Okay.
Okay, so we talked themes, we talked trees. Now we're going to talk about cafe lights and speakers on High Street. So council has previously identified it as a priority project to enhance the downtown. Like we mentioned, it's priority projects 1 and 2 in the downtown strategic plan. Cafe lights along High Street will provide a warm ambiance and visibility. Speakers have been budgeted at $60,000 for this fiscal year and will allow for background music as people stroll the downtown. So to ensure the long-term success, engineering designs are required before installation. 1, to prevent duplicative work, and to also make sure we're complying with safety and the California Building Code. We want to properly secure the poles to avoid any liability risks from temporary solutions. The poles do have to reach a minimum clearance of over 6 feet in height pursuant to California Building Code, which just by the nature of it eliminates any temporary solutions like wine barrels or buckets. The poles do need to be engineered. Any structure over 6 feet per the California Building Code is required to be engineered. Temporary, I already said that. Okay, but given the we do need a necessary height because of the weight capacity. We need a necessary height of 20 feet, and just for clearance purposes. And then the weight capacity would be about 35 pounds per pole. Permanent structural solutions are needed. So if we can go to the next slide, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to just kind of ask the question out loud. When the lights were in the downtown previously, they were kind of like this bottom left quadrant, Salem, Ohio. They were parallel to the sidewalk. I want to make sure that is the goal still. Same way they were before, parallel to the sidewalk. I asked this because we want to make sure that it's still the preferred approach. This method does place minimal stress on the poles, so it allows for wider spacing of the actual poles, and we're more likely to be able to use the existing tree wells for the poles, and it expedites construction if that's still the plan.
We'll open it up to the public, but yes for now, right? Okay. And the point is, anything would be preferable to what we have right now.
Understood. So we can go to the next slide. When we open it up for discussion and we make those decisions, the anticipated timeline for project completion is as follows. So an engineering design phase will take about 30 to 60 days. The engineering design would take into account existing features, just to reduce costs, making sure we're making the most of the dollars that were allocated, making sure we're in compliance with the California Building Code. Reuse the prior tree wells as potentially feasible for pole bases to expedite construction and reduce saw cuts. Conduit and electricity may be laid within the break areas. Again, just reducing saw cutting and allowing for potential expansion beyond High Street if installed properly. And then the bid process, another 14 to 21 days. A bid award would then be placed on the council agenda, the next council agenda. So just giving yourself 7 to 14 days for that next meeting to come forward. Construction period, we're asking it to be done as fast as possible. So it can begin about 15 to 30 days after the bid is awarded. And then for a total of approximately 125 days. Just some final thoughts as we conclude the presentation. Tonight's decision set the foundation for moving forward with some tangible improvements. By selecting a streetscape theme, we can bring forward those design standards that were asked about. So that theme will determine the design standards. We can bring those once a decision is made. And then the bid can make their furniture selections accordingly. And then once we choose a specific tree species, we can get accurate cost estimates. And lastly, by confirming the direction of the cafe lights, which was just that question about the direction, we can move forward with procurement and engineering and construction. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thanks for your presentation. Much appreciated. Okay, bringing the matter back to council. It's late. What kind of trees did you like? We're not going to open up yet. Let's have council discussion first, and we'll open it up. What did everybody think?
I like the crepe myrtles.
Me too.
I like those for high,
Crepe
like
myrtles?
she made it.
Why? The
Why?
Cape myrtles are nice, but at a certain time of the year, they get aphis real quick and develop that sap real fast.
Okay.
And the one that's more efficient is the Chinese deal because of low
Dash?
Nash,
Pistachio.
because you use less water and more efficient.
Any other comments before we open it up? We'll open up the matter to the public. What trees do you guys like? We'll bring it back.
No.
Bring it back.
I'm a farmer, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, can you pull up the trees?
Can we see the trees again?
Brian Ramirez.
Thank you.
Right. Chinese.
Well, I have a couple questions actually. For the pink ones, do they drop like a lot of, was it like flowers? Is
The,
is that
the
like a lot of
myrtles,
maintenance?
the crepe myrtles.
Yeah.
What was the objection, council member?
Sap.
The objection was that particular tree attracts aphis real quick. It creates a sap. I will tell you that straight up, okay? The other one with the Chinese has less water, less maintenance, and more efficient. And the other one is a little more, the last one, the maple elm is more kind of bushy. So the one that stands out more in the summer and the winter time will be the Chinese one.
I
Low,
agree.
low maintenance as far as water.
Because in fall, it
and
changes
efficient.
colors and it gives you like that fall
It does.
vibe and it just feels more,
efficient. The crepe
More
myrtle,
bright.
it's nice and it's pretty,
yeah, it's
but the
nicer,
trouble is you
nicer
can tell
looking
the sap.
color, you know, visible
about
to
the
the eye.
It works to be
How about the
cleaned up.
leaf droppings? The density of the leaf droppings? Is there any problem with storm drains? I can't believe the director's not jumping in on this one. Is there any species that you
Waiting
have a
for everybody
preference?
to finish. I don't want to step over anybody. So there's going to be maintenance required for regardless of what tree species we pick. Flowers will drop. We do have to clean them up. Typically downtown or anywhere we have storm drain infrastructure, when my crews come through street and parks, they blow that stuff into the street. And we use what is now our backup sweeper, which is our old sweeper we still have, and we go through and we vacuum all that up. Gets
Can
dumped in the green
Mid-Valley
waste.
come in and brush as part of their street sweeping? Can they get rid of the bulk of that in the fall when they
I'm
do their
sure that
usual street
I'm sure
sweeping?
that would be part of the sweeping for them, yes.
Okay.
And then just like another concern about that, about the flowers, when there's people parking, I'm sure they're gonna drop on the cars and people probably won't like that as well. I know I wouldn't. But, yeah, for me, it's the Chinese pistache one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to weigh in on the trees? Which is more expensive? The pistachios or the,
Question is, they're gonna use less water or more water? That's
Got
how
it.
you look at it.
got it.
What about the purple smoke trees that they don't recommend? What's the problem with that?
All those are nice. Okay.
Okay,
And then can you put the other ones on, the flower ones? I have those, the pink one in the middle, I have those at my home. And they do throw a lot of leaves, but this gentleman was saying that you can put something on there that they won't, I mean, flowers, they won't throw as much flowers, and I didn't know that. The sap? Yeah. Oh.
Got
And
it.
my neighbor has the purple one, and that is a problem because they fall in the driveway
Right on
and
the
it gets in the
28th.
car and the windshield. So, I don't know, I think
What kind of pesticides?
they're nice, but I would agree, I would think I'd go with the ones that look like fall, the other ones, but those, I like those.
You like the
Those are nice.
pistache, that one?
Yeah, that one, because the pink ones and the other purple ones, they do look kind of bushy, and you do have to be trimming them every while, because I know I do with the pink ones. I have to trim them all the time, but those, they pretty much maintain their shape.
Got it.
So, I don't know, I like the shiny, what is it, pistache? Pistachio.
I've always called them pistachio. Okay.
I call 'em pistachio, okay.
Just really quick, Mayor and Council, you know, Alicia brought up really, she made a good point about we don't have to use the same trees throughout all of downtown. There could be a particular street that has one type of tree and then the surrounding areas can have a different tree. So just a thought.
Which use more water?
Crepe myrtles.
Grape myrtles.
Right.
I have a question.
Okay.
Your tree
N-
too.
Announce yourself.
Betty Standridge, I live at McCall Village. On the crepe myrtles, it doesn't seem like they would require as much maintenance as the Chinese tree. The Chinese one, they will get very, very large and they'll require a lot of trimming. And the leaves drop on those. So what's the difference between the leaves dropping or the flowers dropping? To me, six of one, half dozen of another, and I think the crepe myrtles are really pretty. Yes. Yes, they last a long time.
So would it be a problem doing both, crepe myrtles and pistache?
Well, that's what she recommended. One on high and one, and the others on surrounding.
Pistache on
Mhm.
high and then crepe myrtle,
Oh,
the other way around. Crepe myrtle.
Teresa Salas.
Okay.
I think Alicia mentioned that the pistache is more drought tolerant. And with our water situation the way it is, we never know when we're going to get a lot of water or enough water. And I think that's going to be that should be a consideration based on which tree that you're going to choose. If we're going to have a possibility of sap because of aphids, that is going to require more treatment by Public Works or whatever, more chemicals, more things that need to be put on the trees that could be a hazard to the public also, if you're putting pesticides and things on the trees. Sap and petals are different from leaves. Leaves are going to fall, they're going to fall to the ground. They're not going to stick to your car and cause that kind of damage also. And then you get the seasons, you get your winter, you get the fall, the beautiful colors of the fall and the green. And it looks like they have a really good canopy from the pictures, which we would want to provide shade in the area also.
Good point. Thank you. Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you to the new council for bringing this back and following through. I mean, look, there's times we disagree, we have disagreed, but just hearing everybody's, they're just so excited about this, and it's very clear. This is exciting for Selma, and it's positive. And again, thank you to the new council for bringing this back. Thank you.
Bringing it back to council.
Oh.
Oh, wait, we got another speaker.
Matthew Rodriguez, my office is on 2007.
We can't hear you, Matt.
Sorry, it's far. What, this one's on, right?
There you go.
Okay. Matthew Rodriguez, my office is on High Street, so 2007 High Street. I have the, we have the big kind of graphic on our door. Would the establishment of the theme limit our ability to put the graphic up, or do we foresee any issues with that, or?
Would it cover it up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just
With the
saying,
tree
because
covered
like,
up?
for instance,
Did the trees before
take-
cover it up?
not the
When
trees,
there were
I'm-
trees?
it just has something with the district theme itself, downtown theme itself. Is there gonna be any limitations that would limit our company from having our graphic on the front windows of our, I guess, business front?
Got it.
And I can address that and, really quickly. So the theme really would guide the fixtures, the ornamental fixtures, the lights, the benches outside. It wouldn't really create any restrictions necessarily for your business and what you can put on your windows. Obviously, there's still the zoning ordinance that you'd have to comply with, but if you're compliant right now, there's no reason to think you wouldn't be later.
It's just kind of going off of like other towns who have like the Swedish Village in Kingsburg. They have really huge restrictions. I wasn't sure how binding it would be.
Right.
That's not being proposed at this time.
What kind of trees? Matt? He doesn't care.
Cortez, 1751 McCall. Where I used to live, I had plenty of crepe myrtle trees. Now they grow kind of like from April to, you get flowers from about April to about October into November. The leaves do fall in the fall because they shed their leaves because it's going into winter. Now, during the season, they look very nice. Yes, they do get sap, but not everybody's gonna go over there and grab the tree and get sap out of them, okay? They will look at them, yes. But I've had a lot of crepe myrtle trees in my house, and I put some over there at St. Joseph's Church, so you would see some of them there. So it's not as bad as it's pointed out to be. They have beautiful flowers. Maybe if you don't want to go that route, you can mix some trees together, see, to have a color. You want something colorful too, down on Main Street here on High Street, okay? So I'm just giving you a little bit. Yes, the sap, and you do have, once in a while, you do have to spray them, okay? But if you do that early or late in the afternoon when there's nobody around, there shouldn't be any problems with that, okay? And not people don't come to their businesses, maybe early, like 8 o'clock, you can spray them or before that. And they don't take a lot of spray, I mean, as far as the spray is concerned, but it will get rid of the sap. But some trees don't get as much sap as other trees. It just depends, okay? That's what I've seen from growing crepe myrtles at my home, okay? So I'm just putting this input into you all here, okay?
Which one do you favor?
I like the lavender, but in the old days, they used to have this beautiful cherry red tree, which was a beautiful cherry red tree. And I don't know if they could get some of those. You'd have to look at the nurseries, maybe in Fresno or wherever, to look and see, and they would have more colors, like the white that she suggested, or one of the pinks.
Nice.
They run different colors, pastel, you name it. They have a dark purple, light purple, medium purple, okay, depending what your tastes are, okay?
Right
So,
on.
all right then, thank
Thank
you.
Anybody else with any input?
I vote for no sap. I've had trees, you have to deal with sap. They get on the sidewalk. I'm more concerned about public works, having to deal with sap on sidewalks, maybe on cars, people walking on it. It's a mess. That's just my vote. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful trees up there I think we can choose from, but I'm looking at the maintenance of it all with the sap falling and the stickiness and the cars and then the sidewalks. We had one that would fall onto our sidewalks, and it took a lot for my husband to clean it all the time, and our cars, we couldn't park our cars near there, and if it was windy, the sap would blow onto the cars even if we parked away from the trees. So there's kind of some things that I didn't like about it. And it was really like when it's really windy and it's sappy, the sap can go onto our neighbors' cars. So it was, I don't know, that's just my concern.
Dash.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council.
Wait,
Does
I
council
just have a
any
quick
discussion?
question. There's two trees that you stated on here, but you said you don't recommend. The purple smoke trees, the first one. How come you don't recommend this one? Right there. Yeah, that first one.
Yeah, due to its limited shade canopy, one of the goals I think of having trees in the downtown is to provide shade, at least in speaking with business owners. Their concern with the trees being removed was that some of the shade that was provided by those trees is no longer available to their storefronts. The big windows, it gets pretty hot in the summer. So considering that the shade canopy is a positive thing, it
Looks pretty
reduces
good
heat
to
island
me.
effects. Purple smoke tree just doesn't provide that compared to the other two that were recommended.
Okay. Thank you. Bringing the matter back to council. What's your preference? I think we need to indicate a light theme, which I think is, the way we had it before, street, right? The way we had it was east and west.
Oh, you
We
mean-
didn't have it connected to the buildings. We were told long
Oh,
ago
you
that
had to, oh,
couldn't
yes,
connect
right
to the
before,
buildings.
you had it stringed out.
Yeah, we had it strung
Stringed out,
from the
yeah.
tree to tree, and when they took out the trees, they took out the lights.
Yeah.
Because they didn't hold that. Is the city proposing to put in poles
Well,
to hold the lights
I was gonna-
independent
Yeah,
of
they
the
would be
trees?
engineered poles,
Oh.
correct, to hold up the lights.
Okay.
Mhm. If the council wanted to look at a, concept where we're hanging them across the street, we could still use poles, or we could look at, attaching them to the buildings as well.
And that would, I mean, that would look really sharp, but it would take probably more time. I think there are more issues with public safety vehicles.
Well, the fire department ladder, so.
Right,
yeah,
so
we're looking at those issues there.
what would be the most expeditious choice? Would it be the poles and along the sidewalks and one of the two trees that we looked at?
Let me, let me ask
Go
you,
ahead, Councilman.
when you hook these,
They looked at
the
last
power
time,
up,
remember?
would they be
From tree
connected,
to tree.
connected to the
Cafe
pole
lights.
lights, up, like a box up there, like
No, we want cafe
a
lights.
plug light, like service?
Yeah, Public Works Director, do you have an answer to that?
So there's several options we're looking at. There is infrastructure under the sidewalk currently that does house the wiring for the lights that are existing currently. And there's also some irrigation lines that are in there, some being used for the trees that were recently removed. And we believe there's one empty conduit. So there's several options we're looking at. It's all gonna boil down to what the decision is for what type of post, what lights we're hanging on it. But they'll be plugged in at the location of a light or right there where that conduit is through a junction box.
Okay. What's our cost looking at if we populate the trees with the cafe lights like we had before and trees down on High Street like we had before and then High Street? Do we have a cost on that yet?
We do not have a cost at this time.
Okay. Do you believe it might be under the $60,000 that we have allocated? Polls?
I'm not gonna speculate to
Okay.
that.
Are we looking at 120 days? Is that a firm timeline?
That's an estimated timeline. You know, there's, I think it's a very reasonable timeline, 120 days. Obviously, we can't dictate, being able to procure the trees. Let's say, they don't have them available, soon enough. But I think it's reasonable with our engineering team to be able to come up with the
20
design
days?
for the
Yeah,
lights.
yes, not to overstep the city manager, but the assistant city manager, myself, Alicia, and my department has had discussions. We feel that that is a reasonable period of time.
Okay, and when you're at it, can you hook up the lights in front of our building again? I noticed about 6 of you guys out in front of our lights this morning,
So
assessing the situation along with the city manager. If it's not on an arc light system, what is the problem?
Yeah, we were actually going to provide an update to the council later, but I think now is as good a time as
Yeah,
any
we're
to discuss
talking
it,
about
yeah.
lights.
Okay, so long story short is that we have gone through and assessed all of the decorative lights that currently exist. The candlesticks, which are the single lumen lights, and the Hollywoods, which are the multiples like in front of your building. The lights that are Hollywood heads are unsafe. They are not maintainable anymore. For years, the city staff has been shimming them with washers. I can provide this, the council at the next meeting with a report, full report, which we have done on the lights. It gives historical data of the foundry that manufactured them. Those things were manufactured. They stopped manufacturing them in 1913. The lights have been up past their life expectancy here. It's become a public safety issue. And so because of that issue, I had to bring the city manager and my staff. I wanted him to see the vulnerability of liability to the city because of the current state of those light fixtures. So
you're saying the lights could collapse at any time?
the heads, we have already had a piece of one of the heads that fell off on McCall. And I can tell you that just the distance from that light to the sidewalk, it took about an 8-inch diameter chunk out of the concrete curb. Those things are extremely heavy. I handed the city manager today a very small, one of the decorative knuckles that you see that go around those things. That one piece is probably about 6 inches long and about 3 inches in depth and probably weighs over 25 pounds.
So before it was arc lighting, now it's the actual lights themselves, the light poles themselves that are holding us back from getting lights on High Street.
No, sir, that is a separate issue. That is completely a separate issue, and the ARC circuit is being addressed. So I've already gotten one pilot program together that I'm reviewing that data with the city manager to move forward and decide how we're going to go through that. But the ARC circuits are definitely still an issue and a safety concern for the community.
But they're not an issue on that light itself in front of our building, correct?
So no, sir. The light circuit that is running down High Street is a 240 circuit. It is not an arc circuit.
Got it.
That's
So it's not an arc circuit.
It is not an arc circuit. You don't get to the arc circuit until you hit North Street and everything up to McCall, all the way down North Street and onto East Front Street. That's the biggest arc circuit we have.
But now you're saying you can't connect the lights because the pole's unsafe. Is that what you're saying tonight?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the city staff has to take action to remove the liability of the head falling. But we've already gotten direction from the city manager to procure temporary LED lights that we can we're leaving the poles. We're only going to remove the double heads off the top that has potential of falling. And then we're going to put LEDs up there and mount those to the poles. That'll probably be solar powered because we're going through this process of the downtown, how we're going to do the new cafe lights and everything. So that's all playing into this. That's completely a separate issue though.
Yeah, if I could add.
Yes, absolutely.
Director Hahn. So yeah, as you mentioned, the arc circuit, separate issue from the lights on High Street that posed the issue, and on McCall that posed the issue with the heads falling. The direction I gave the director and the Public Works team is to remove that public safety hazard, because if light heads are falling just because of strong winds, that's a major issue that has potential for major liability. However, we don't want to leave the downtown without any pedestrian lighting or street lighting. And so we're going to be procuring LED lights that would provide lighting on a temporary basis to the downtown area until, if tonight the council chooses a theme, then we can start procuring more permanent light fixtures that we can put there permanently. Does that make sense? Okay.
Are you asking me a question?
I am, sir.
Does that make sense? Does what make
To
sense?
the council and
About the light.
Well, let's put it in front of the council and see what the council says. Or does that make sense to the council?
So real quick, Mr. Mayor, if I may, before you go to the council for that, I just want to, and I will provide that packet to council at the next meeting that has that report that identifies exactly what the issues are with the light fixtures. I personally went around today before I met with the city manager, and there are 80 of those Hollywood fixtures that are around the town that we're going to be probably taking down the majority of.
You understand our frustration, correct?
Absolutely.
Every time we bring the subject up, there's always a reason we can't get it done. Now, it was arc lighting before, then we disproved that, not arc lighting. Now it's structural problems with the lights. You know, we're just gonna keep asking, you're building up this expectation of how we cannot do things. What we wanna do is have an expectation of how we do get things done. Do you understand?
I do understand, and Mr. Mayor, we did agree that 120 days for your cafe lights and speakers was a very doable request from the council. We have no problem with that. These lights are a completely different issue than the cafe lights and speakers that we've been speaking of for several council meetings now. So that 120 days does apply to that, and we feel that's reasonable. These lights are a completely different situation. And so we're removing that liability and putting temporary lights up until through this whole process, whatever light poles the bid committee and the downtown committee come up with for replacing those lights, they will be put in place at that time.
Got it. We just don't want to
So-
put cafe lights in and then get rid of the other street lights.
Well,
Then
no,
we have a
the-
real, like, we're
it-
like zero sum.
If we're gonna do 120 days as we agreed to put up cafe lights and speakers, like we said, those will be permanent fixtures.
Yeah, the two
Yeah.
projects are not mutually exclusive. We can do both at the same time. The main priority is removing the health and safety hazard that currently exists while also meeting the 120-day timeline for the cafe lights.
That is correct.
I understand. Back to the council.
Director Han, I have a question. Okay, see this page here? And this black pole, and it's got a it's kind of a little decorative pole. Are you going to bring samples to the council before we can, so that we can take a vote as to what kind of poles we like?
We can, yeah, I can bring that to the council. I know that Alicia is working through that process with the downtown committee and that design. I have met with her on several occasions. She has the information and went with us to the Kingsburg Foundry last year when we looked at all the different asset options that we had. So I'm fully engaged with her on that, but I'm sure that we can bring some options of what we're currently looking at right now for the downtown.
This is making the community happy, and I think we would all like to be informed on this in stages, because it's going to be really exciting to see our downtown bloom again.
Just a quick comment. That picture was included because of the flag that has the Cultural Arts District branding on it. To your point about seeing designs, we want to have the bids, kind of have the conversation, make recommendations, and then bring them to council.
Okay, bring the matter back to council. What tree with the councils or trees? Would you like crepe myrtle?
You already know me.
You want pistachio on both streets, on High and Second?
Yeah, because, I've seen it, believe it or not, Scott, I've seen it in a subdivision, actually downtown. And it was by a courthouse. And it was actually in the wintertime. It looked perfect, and then I came summertime, it looks good. I mean, it's ideal.
Cafe lights, stringing it.
Cafe
west?
lights, he said we have the bottom light hookup. I have on the bottom. Am I correct? You said we still have the live hookup on the bottom of that tree, right?
So the 240 circuit that runs those current Hollywoods that we're discussing right now,
Yeah.
yes, that is existing.
So we can actually hook up and then string them that way?
Yeah, or, I mean, there's several options. It depends on what the design is, but the preferable way that would be to not plug them in, but that they were actually hardwired. So that's why I mentioned putting a splice box over the existing and they can sweep up into it and we can pull that power through that splice box to where it's not.
Let me ask you another question. Would they be set up like a photo sensor? Will they turn on at night?
That is an option. Again,
Yes,
through the
reason I'm telling
design
you that
process,
because
that's where we
That
weed
way you don't
out,
have to hit the switch and it does.
like a
automatically.
photosynthesis cell. I understand. And those are things we discussed during design.
Good. Okay, Councilmember Oseguera, what's your
I
choice?
like the Chinese pistachio, like he calls it. Does it have pistachio so we can go pick them and eat? I like this.
With the shells.
I like pistachio.
We have shellless.
We're gonna have a lot of shells on the ground.
They're fruitless. They're
As
fruitless.
far as the lights, I like the idea of stringing them across because that's, the most beautiful cafe lights, like you go to Fresno, they're all strung. Kingsburg has it to where the poles, on top of the pole, there's a speaker on top and then the lights go across. I mean, that would look better because if you string them like that, you're not gonna get as much lighting in the middle of the street. And we wanna do is, we wanna light it up. When you turn them on, we want the downtown to be like daylight,
Second Street or just High Street?
both of them.
Okay. Is that going, Second Street, is that a doable to
Why not, let's work
string the
on High
lights
Street
from? Do
first
we
and
have
then-
buildings on both sides, or would we do a pole to building?
They would
or
be
pole to
poles.
pole?
They would be poles. Yeah. Mhm.
We'll start with High Street.
and then we just,
Okay.
then we go from there.
Are you amenable to that, council member?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do
My turn.
the lights across the street and parallel on Second. Okay, what kind of trees are you?
That's
What
fine.
do you
I like the,
Pistachios?
yeah, Chinese pistachios.
Councilmember Trujillo? Okay, I'm good with the pistachios as well.
And one more thing. Just, just wanted to confirm the theme. It was okay to proceed with the cultural arts district theme?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Great, thank you.
okay, thank you. So do you need a vote on this or do you just need direction?
Yeah, just a consensus on it.
Consensus.
Okay,
Can we
Okay.
get clarification? We heard lights parallel on High Street and then across on Second Street?
No, other way
Across
around.
on High Street, parallel on Second
Second
Street.
Street?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to our next item. Thank you for the report. Thanks for the great discussion.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Councilman.
Next item is 4.3, consideration and necessary action on proposed provisions or amendments to the Handbook of Rules and Procedures for the Selma City Council Handbook and elimination of warning relating to disruptive conduct, appearing as the first paragraph of the agenda for city council meetings.
Mayor, members of the council, this is just a few suggested alterations to your existing handbook of rules and regulations for the Selma City Council. And you can see by the list of proposed changes there, the most significant one is a change to Chapter 1, Section E, entitled Agenda. This is the provision that tells you how the agenda is put together. And currently, your rules provide for, or actually require, a consensus by a majority of the council members as to each item placed on the agenda. And otherwise, council members are prohibited from placing things on the agenda. The revision I'm suggesting would allow either the mayor on his own to request and have an item placed onto the agenda, or two council members acting jointly to have an item placed on the agenda. The city manager or city clerk may ask for additional information and provide you with some guidance as to what you need in terms of information to have a legitimate agenda item. And they may or may not object to what you're trying to put on. If they do, it gets sent over to the city attorney. The city attorney will work with you to gather the necessary additional information if need be and make a determination as to whether or not that should go on the agenda. The city attorney is entitled to put anything on the agenda. And the reason for that is because I'm an attorney. I'm required to advise you on all matters relating to the law as it relates to the city of Selma. The only way I can do that, because you're a public body, you can only conduct business at a public meeting. So the only way I can do my job is to put things on the agenda.
Otherwise, we have to request, council members have to request at an actual council meeting to put items on the agenda. You can just shoot an email over to who's ever putting the items on the agenda and have those items automatically put on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
in other words, we could just short circuit the whole thing and just email you, right? A council member could say, we'd like this item put on the agenda. And if you say, hey, that sounds great, you just send it to who's ever putting the agenda together and it'll get put on there. Is that correct? That's another process of getting something on the agenda. To go through the
that
city
is
attorney
correct.
or myself, the mayor, or whoever's occupying the mayor office at the time, or two council members. Would that include, well, if the mayor does it, there would be no jointly to be considered. Got it. So either two council members or the mayor could get the items during future agenda items.
Yes, and you want to have your items that are placed on the agenda to make sense, to have all the necessary information you need to make a decision. I'm expected to do that just by virtue of the fact that I'm an attorney. You guys sometimes need a little help with that. You, our city manager, or I can provide that help to you. And, you know, we're pretty sure we can craft an appropriate agenda item at your request to get what you need on that agenda.
As we found out in the last council meeting, it's very hard to move forward with agenda items when to actually add them during the meeting. It's very hard. It's very
Yes.
difficult. That's
Yes.
the length of the meeting. Kind
So
of unavoidable.
that's the major change. The rest of these are kind of similar. If you look at the third and the fourth items, for example, those are essentially the same thing. The result of those two changes is to create two opportunities for public comment at every regular meeting, one at the beginning of the meeting, one at the end of the meeting. That is the sum and substance of the effect of those proposed changes. And you've got the actual original document attached there, so you can see where they go. I haven't undertaken to make the actual changes to the physical document yet, because I want to get you folks all on board with what changes are being made. The remaining changes, which are the last item and the first item on the staff report, are basically free speech language things. The one provision deals with what is disruptive conduct. And the Supreme Court will tell you, you cannot describe disruptive conduct by referring to things like clapping, stomping of the feet, whistling. All those things can be disruptive, but they're not necessarily disruptive. They may be entirely appropriate. So I simply took those words out of the description of disorderly conduct that can get you thrown out of a city council meeting. Because it's not the act that is disruptive, it's the effect of your acts. So if you were drafting a law, for example, that characterized certain things as conduct that would get you expelled from a meeting, you would be required to use words like boisterous, which is a word the Supreme Court has determined is exactly the same as disruptive. It's all about the effect of the activity, not the activity. You can't regulate speech by pointing to the content of the speech. You have to regulate the conduct, the effect of your words. If you're inciting somebody to violence, for example.
In a city handbook, you just shouldn't have that language.
Shouldn't.
Got it. Okay.
And that's the same thing with the first item. It just eliminates one provision in there that says you shouldn't criticize a city employee in public. And I'm not saying that you should, by any means. You shouldn't, because your city employees are protected by a constitutional right to privacy. You say the wrong thing, you're violating that constitutional right. And as a matter of practice, whenever we talk about a city employee's conduct or their job or whatever, we almost always are doing it in closed session, because that's just the way it's done. You're allowed to do it in closed session for that very reason, because you want to keep those conversations private. You don't want to unnecessarily embarrass people. You don't want to unnecessarily attack people. That's not what we're here for. You want to run a smooth, efficient ship, and chastising someone in public is not the way to do that. Okay. But it's just the word, criticize. One person's criticism could be another one's compliment. It's just too vague of a term. And of course, I took out the provision that says you can't order my employees around, please do. Maybe they'll actually listen to you. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
But, you know, they had in there a provision that you're prohibited from ordering employees who are employees of your city manager. You're prohibited from giving them direction. You're not prohibited from making inquiries. You're not prohibited from talking to them. None of that. You are, there's a line. And what you want to know, and what the handbook now tells you, is the line you don't cross with the city manager's employees is giving orders or directions. That's the line, and it's the only line.
Got it. You only, okay.
So those are all of the corrections. If you guys are okay with those, I will make the changes to the document.
Great. Did council have any additions to make to these changes to the code of conduct and the handbook of rules and procedures?
You know,
There was
my
second
concern
oral
is
communications.
communication. Citizens have, they be here all night, they have a right to make their last, whatever they have to say. And it's always been, in the past, it's always been that way, and it's good. Sometimes the city council needs to hear that. Sometimes people come late, get off work, and I have to respect that, in our public out there, and try to make their ways to the public, that way we understand the needs, what we need to hear from the public. Because a lot of times they're out of work and I didn't make it, they don't have second voice to make my opinion. So this time they have a chance to make their voice. And I want that. very
Anybody else with a
important for me.
comment at this time? We'll open the matter up to the public. Does anybody have a comment about the handbook of rules and procedures and the code of conduct and the changes? Okay, that will bring the matter back to council.
Wanda Torres. I think they're great changes. I think they're positive changes. I, of course, apologize for some of my wording and behavior, but also you got to understand the frustration we were going through with the prior council. We felt our words weren't being heard, our opinions, our concerns. Everything was always no, 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 no. We just felt we weren't moving forward as a city. And so that's where a lot of frustration came from. But I think a lot of the changes now, just in 2 meetings, we feel like we're moving forward in the right direction. So there's a lot of positivity going on. And that's what we needed to hear. We finally feel like our voices are being heard and our concerns are being met as citizens. And so I think, like I said, the changes are good. I think everybody just needs to try to be on their best behavior. And we're not going to always agree. So we need to agree, we just have to work together as a community, as city council members, as, city officials, employees. And I think we're going to be great. I think it's going to move forward. So that's all I'm saying. I think they're good changes. And having us give like at the end of the meeting, having us have comments if we need to, because sometimes we forget about things and then we can't come back up. So I agree with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom or on the phone with a comment?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll bring the matter back to council.
I'll make a motion.
Can we just, oh yeah, and I'll second that. I would like to amend the motion to
Okay.
also take down that black thing over there. It's a okay message, but seems like a black cloud hanging over our council. I would like that removed
And
after this meeting.
I also forgot one thing here.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the first paragraph of your agenda template
Yes.
that you read at the beginning of every meeting.
Notice to meeting attendees.
Yeah, and it's a warning that, you better behave yourself, otherwise we're gonna throw you out. I don't think that's the way you wanna be greeted.
I agree.
I think people know how to behave. They're not children.
True.
I mean, I just think it's completely unnecessary. And I would ask that you direct that provision, that warning, just be removed.
I agree, and I think it is. I think it's actually insulting to us as adults, and these are our bosses out here who elected us, and we should hear from them. And we should be as civil as possible, but the truth is blunt sometimes. The truth is the truth, and we don't have a lot of time, and we need to get to the truth. There's a difference between that and being insulting. And I think this notice to meeting attendees is the wrong message to send. It doesn't encourage free speech, and I think it should be removed as well. And I would add that to the motion. Actually, we have a first and a second. Can I amend the motion? I would amend the motion to include elimination of the notice to meeting, starting with notice to meeting attendees and ending with which authorizes the removal of disruptive individuals. And I'd also add that we'd like that black tarp taken off the wall over there in the city council chambers.
Mayor,
And
just to
we'd like it
clarify,
before the next meeting.
you're referring to staff's purpose statement that's in the council chambers?
Yes, I
Okay.
am. Thank you. Is there a second for that?
I have I'll make a motion for second.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
So to clarify that initially it was the Mayor Pro Tem that made the motion and Mayor Robertson had seconded. So then we just
I did an amended motion.
ended in.
Yep.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
No.
Okay, passes. Next item, item 4.4, consideration and necessary action on resolution approving and authorizing execution of agreement for services of independent contractor, independent investigator, and prescribing further duties of the city manager with respect to facilitation and cooperation with independent investigation. City Attorney.
Mayor, members of the council, on January 24th, you had a closed session meeting at which you met Mr. John Kunkel, who may actually be with us on the Zoom. I'll check later, but he may have fallen asleep by now.
Getting late.
The majority of the council requested the conduct of an investigation into the matters surrounding what happened at the city council meeting on December 12th and December 19th, and to a lesser extent, January 21st. The council also requested an investigation into the matters surrounding how and why the settlement agreement was made with your city manager and approved by the city council, or a majority of the city council, on May 20, 2024. John Kunkel is a former chief of police. He's a former city manager. He has served several cities as interim city manager and or chief of police since he retired from Exeter, where he was the chief of police and city manager. And he's well qualified to conduct any investigation that you wish to have conducted. So if you instructed me to negotiate an agreement with Mr. Kunkel under which he would perform that service as an independent contractor and report only to me or to this council. You are permitted under the ordinance establishing the city manager form of government in this city to prescribe additional duties which your city manager must perform. So the resolution that you're being asked to execute here, or approve here rather, not only authorizes the mayor to execute the contract that has been negotiated with John Kunkel, it imposes one additional duty on your city manager, and that is simply and only to cooperate in Mr. Kunkel's investigation of those two matters, to provide him with what documents or information he's requesting, and to give that same instruction to those employees Mr. Kunkel expresses an interest in speaking to. So that's the sum and substance of the item, Mayor. And I would just recommend that you approve that, that resolution.
Thank you. This is regarding a personnel matter, so there's only limited discussion that we can engage in at the council. Does council have any comments at this time before we open the matter to the public? Okay.
I do, Mr. Mayor, and it has nothing to do with anything that is in closed session. I'd just like to read a statement in regards to the actions that occurred December 12th and the 19th. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the following comment for the record. The City of Selma does not currently have a city attorney, as December 12th, the vote to hire him was not done by a council majority. The letter from the district attorney confirms this. Since December 12th, we have had private citizens sitting on the dais making decisions and giving council advice without authorization, for the record. This places the citizens of Selma in financial risks, as he is acting without authorization. Since he was not legally appointed, we cannot pay him for any time that he will be billed during this period. At the last meeting, the city manager attempted to correct the action of December 12th by setting an agenda to properly appoint the new council. As you know, this agenda was changed. Thank you, and I ask that the council wants to Mr. Constanza to represent them, that the city appoint him as the attorney properly. What I'm saying is that what the actions that occurred in December 12th and December 19th were void because this council has not established and has not recorded the certification of the election. I'm not here to point any fingers. I'm just stating facts. Thank you. And not open for discussions, because you can send that email to me if you'd like to send me anything. And again, I will state, I am considered a whistleblower to the district attorney general's office. I've stated that to you. So if you have any comments with me, please direct them through an email.
Through Neil, the city attorney, say not the city attorney.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
I disagree vehemently with the councilman's comment. The councilman is sorely mistaken, and you can tell that from the second letter the district attorney sent, in which he actually retracted literally all of the statements he made in his original letter, which was solicited, by the way, by your former city attorney, who apparently knows him well. I don't believe the district attorney's office appreciated Mr. Lai's initial letter, and I do believe the district attorney required him to issue that second letter, along with the statements of the information officer, public information officer, that was reflected in a press release that you drafted. So that's all I had.
I believe we had your legal agreement that the city council voted on at the last council meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 4-1 vote to approve that agreement with you.
That was a 5-0 vote.
5-0, and we actually approved
The
hiring you
agreement,
in
the agreement
December.
actually says that I will serve as the city attorney.
Yes. So you are officially the city attorney. Yeah, it should be in the minutes, the actual agreement. It would be in the council packet too. Okay, do we have any comments from the public before we move forward with this item? Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. I also agree I agree with the city attorney, and I disagree with Councilmember Trujillo's statement. Again, this is a personnel matter. I'm looking forward to the investigator doing an objective and fair study and looking into exactly what happened on the December 12th meeting when we had all our friends and relatives and supporters here who were threatened to be arrested for having a peaceful meeting. And the 19th wasn't much better. And it was because our meeting was abandoned by the three former council member, or the two former council members, and the one council member who refused to show up after having several opportunities and several reschedulings. I'm again looking forward to the investigator looking into this and presenting their findings not just on this, but on the previous settlement agreement made with the previous city council with a cash award from the general fund reserve of $350,000. So with that, I'll make a motion. Okay. Sure.
You know, I just want to say that after all this time, I cannot believe that we're still getting comments like Mr. Trujillo made. We were properly installed. We were even sworn in by Nathan Max from the Board of Supervisors, and we got a certification. If you'd like to see them, we can send them to you.
Mr. Councilmember, this is my statement. I issued a statement. You can go ahead and have a rebuttal. But if you question the authenticity of your
Excuse me, sir, I am
representation,
speaking.
I'm
It's
letting
my-
you know
it's
because
my
at the end of the day, you're
my turn.
questioning my integrity.
I'm not
And if you
questioning
don't
you.
understand municipal government, that's on your fault.
One speaker
Not
at a
mine.
time.
One speaker at a
One
time.
speaker at a time. You had your chance. Let him speak. Go ahead, council member.
You know, all we're trying to do is move the city forward.
Let him
Sir?
speak. Let him speak. Go ahead.
You know, I cannot believe that some people are still acting the same way. Nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is, guess what? We have the power now, and we're gonna do good for Selma and for everybody. So if Mr. Trujillo can accept that, then that's his own thing. But we're gonna move forward for Selma. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment?
It's my turn, so everybody's already talking. I'll be honest with you guys, we got, unfortunately on that day, people, took it upon themselves to do something drastic. And unfortunately, they didn't realize, but the people in the audience were important people that were family and friends, but not only very important people that in our community and supervisors and dignitaries that were here and witnessed it on that day. And what was bad, turning the live stream off was they thought, that would solve the problem, but they didn't realize that people were videotaping everything here that was going on. And unfortunately, information that was misled to the DA came back, unfortunately, corrected from the higher ups of the DA and was corrected totally. It was done correctly. And unfortunately, some people, don't believe this. But, the people out there, they elected the people up here, you guys. Our job is up here. We serve you. You don't serve, we serve you. You don't serve us. We serve the people. And our job is up here to make sure the people are served, the concerns, they're address the issues that are about. That's why the public comments, we changed the handbook to make the last public comments on the handbook before it was taken away. I never liked that because I felt that people's rights were taken away inside. And I felt this is an important issue in public to voice their opinion. I don't care, good or bad, they have to voice their opinion, and we're up here to evaluate it. Are we gonna get along up here? I would say no. Are we gonna vote unanimous all the time? No. Do I expect the direction of the council to move forward with the citizens' needs? Yes. And that's who we are. We're here, up there, it says, we're here to serve you, not us. And we're gonna keep our promise up here. And that's why I'm elected up here, to go by those rules. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oshagera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Item 4.5, consideration and necessary action on amendment to City of Selma Finance Purchasing Division, Purchasing and Contract Procedures, amended December 2nd, 2024, amending Chapter 4, approval process, reducing threshold amount for requirement of city council approval of agreements.
Mayor, members of the council, there are two locations in the approximately 100-page purchasing policy where the dollar limit on the city manager's authority to make purchases or approve contracts without city council involvement is stated to be $100,000. The council, or the majority of the council, previously indicated at our prior meeting on January 21 that they wished to reduce the amount of the purchasing authority granted to staff. If you look at the purchasing policy that is in place, it basically distinguishes between three different dollar amounts of contracts or purchases. $5,000 doesn't require much of any formal procedure to get bids or quotes or anything like that. When it reaches $25,000, there is a more formalized bidding process. Generally speaking, some purchasers are a little bit different than others. But in all cases, it states the city manager's authority to approve a contract or to make a purchase is $100,000. And so if you take the initial, the existing policy, and in the two locations in that policy, which are on page 29 and on page 30, it speaks to what those limits are at those two locations and those two locations only. If you just take the one that appears at page 30 and you reword it to say that the city manager shall have authority to approve outside provider service agreements at or below the amount of $25,000, and the city council shall approve all outside service provider agreements / contracts in excess of $25,000. That corrects the problem with the provision on page 30. Okay? And it lowers his authority to $25,000. You can lower the authority below that if you like. I'm just sticking on $25,000 simply because it fits into this policy, and that's really the only change I have to make. Otherwise, if you change it to affect the $25,000 number, you're going to be rewriting the whole policy. Okay. So that would be my suggestion. The other one is just changing, and the other one is on page 29. That one I just read to you is on page 30. And on page 29, it just refers to those same limits. You just change the $100,000 number to $25,000, and you're done.
Okay. Does council have any input or questions for city attorney on this, or any comments before we open it up to the public?
Well, yeah, I do actually, Scott.
Go for it.
Hey, you know, I, you're nothing taken, being on the, previous, past council, I never, seen this, expenditures to, any city manager over the years, authority. It's always been below the, the market, because we, I always believe that the council should make the approvals for the citizens up here. I mean, what their needs are. I cannot, you know, phantom of a large amount to an individual, say, okay, you got this power, but never comes to council. And that's sometimes, that leads people to think other things, you know what I mean? And you don't want that. You want it to come to council and give direction and give responsibility, fiscal responsibility. Because we're elected by the people to make sure their tax dollars are being used wisely. And if we're not doing our job, it's on us. And I feel that, hey, it's a start. Back in the past, I'm old school, guys. I like to be fiscal responsibility for the public's tax dollars. And that's why I feel this way. I don't want to give too much money, too much lead power, I should say. I want to get back to the council, have more control of the finance operations of the city.
Kara? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Trujillo? Okay. I would, I know the city attorney said 25,000, but I remember when we first discussed this, I think it was brought up by a council member that in San Jose, the purchasing authority of that city manager was 50 grand. And that's a population of 1 million people. Selma that's 40 times the size of Selma.
30.
And that's half the purchasing authority that the city of Selma's city manager had. So I proposed 25,000 at that time, and I thought it was reasonable. And I know Councilmember then Guerra said the same thing. Let's negotiate on this. Let's compromise. Nope. No, we're gonna go $100,000 and that's that. And yet another 3-2 vote. Well, we're back here. So, and I'm looking at the limits and, I agree with Councilmember Avalos. We have to provide that fiduciary duty because we're ultimately on the hook of the usage of the public money here. And I don't think we can go wrong the lower we go on the purchase authority. And maybe we'll come back and increase it down the line, maybe in the future. But I'd probably be more in line with the $5,000 to go back to the $5,000 limit for the purchasing authority.
You could actually do that, and
Okay.
you could fit that into the policy simply by setting his limit at that on those two provisions that I read to you. And then you go and you would adjust the procedure for approval of contracts in excess of $5,000 simply by substituting the words city council. I believe it's purchasing agent.
Okay. That makes the city council the purchasing agent for expenditures above $5,000. Got it.
Or you could do it that way. You go back to the beginning and define your purchasing agent as the city council.
For any expenditures over 5,000.
Right.
Would that be a okay way of doing it?
Yes.
Okay. We open the matter to the public. Did the public have any comments before we bring the matter back to the city council?
My Lord, yes, there's no way one person should have any authority over that high. It just makes no sense. I would never spend that much money in my household without speaking to my husband or bringing it to the table with my family or whatever the situation is. This is our money. This is our city's money. We have a lot to do in this city. And to spend that kind of money or anything close to that and let one person just run amok with our credit card, it's not okay with me. And I think putting a limit on it, and that way, if anything beyond that needs to come to the table, what is the issue? you guys can agree on something that needs to be done or not be done, but I think you need to set a limit and right away. Because we need to watch our pennies. We have a lot to do with our city moving forward. And we need to really watch how we spend our money. I mean, I'm sorry, this is just, I'm taken back by the fact that somebody has that much authority and that the previous city council would be so, I'm gonna be nice, would give that, a person that much authority. I'm sorry, it's just not okay with me. So please stick to your $5,000 budget. Anything beyond that, bring it to council. That way everybody's on the same page and we know where our money's going. Thank you.
Teresa Salas. This is a $5,000 limit on the city manager to do a contract or to pay bills, or what does this entail?
Purchases are
authority.
entering into
Purchasing agent.
contracts.
So any type of purchase, so if they need to buy concrete for the sidewalks, that's a contract. To buy $15,000 worth of cement, it cannot be approved by the city manager?
So it's to put the limit back where it was before it went to $100,000, ma'am.
Well, I'm just saying that there's so little that you can buy for $5,000. I think the city attorney.
Better talk.
I don't interrupt any of you
Please,
when you're
please.
talking.
Come
so
on,
I would
talk to us.
appreciate if you didn't interrupt me.
They're not going to interrupt you, ma'am. Please. Thank you.
It's called respect. I am asking a question that if a $5,000 bill has to be approved by council, then that's really tying not just the city manager's hands, but the department heads in doing their everyday jobs. The city attorney mentioned the figure of $25,000. That seems a little bit more in line with regular day-to-day business, I would think, that otherwise everything is going to have to wait every 2 weeks to be brought to the council to be approved before a job can get done, I think. Or make it maybe not 25,000, 10, something that is easier to work with for everyday, day-to-day expenses that don't have to be approved or don't have to wait until council can approve them. $5,000 seems like such a small amount for an everyday job that needs to be done, that has to be approved by council before it can be done. You guys want to get projects finished and start the next one. But if you have to wait for a city council meeting to get those things approved, it seems like it would take longer to get things done. So I don't know, 5,000 seems like such a small amount. Maybe something a little bit higher that would allow the department heads to get their jobs done without having to run to council for everything that needs to be done. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment?
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I disagree with the person that just spoke. I think 5,000 is okay to start, like our mayor said, start there, and then let's just see how it goes. And then maybe possibly in the future, raise it up. But I think that 5,000 is okay. Now, if there's an issue with that waiting period, I mean, there's email, they can email council, you guys can review it and then just shoot an email back. But I think 5,000, like I said, it keeps in control our spending, especially right now. We got a lot to do with our money, and that we have that we don't have that much. So I think that taking care of it this way, controlling it this way, it's better for the city. But that's just my thought. Thank you.
I agree. I think 5,000 should be appropriate at this time. Until you guys are able to get your budget and know where you guys are financially as a council. I know that's coming. not only that, it makes me wonder, I'm always about getting quotes. Having that authorization of $100,000, did that allow him to go get quotes at other places? That was, when you needed to go hire something, or you just went with whoever you wanted without getting quotes. That's going to force you to go out there and get the best bid for whatever the project is. Not only that, it's going to allow us as citizens to know what projects are being worked on as well. So that's how it used to be before. We were able to know what was going on. Hopefully you guys will be getting your updates every 2 weeks on what is happening in the city. And the citizens of Selma will also be aware of what is going on with our taxpayer money. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online or on the phone?
Good evening, City Manager, Mayor, Council. You have just set back the city so behind the times. The $5,000 threshold, if you want trees in that downtown, and you're gonna have to wait until the $5,000, anything over $5,000 gets approved by council, you're gonna be waiting a long time. You're setting standards to have timelines of 60 days, 120 days, or what have you, and $5,000 is nothing. There is procurement practices. State law requires certain procurement practices. One of the things is that there's a threshold. There's micro purchases. There's, big purchases. So the thresholds for you to go into contract, federal agencies require $150,000 spending threshold. Federal agencies. This is a state agency. This is government money that is, you have to be transparent. Absolutely, you do. But there's procurement processes, which means that you have to go out to bid when you're asking for services, specifically when you're asking for like attorney services. And if his bill is $7,000 a month or whatever it is, so that means that every time they want to pay the attorney, he has to come and get permission from the council. That just does not make sense. This is not the way that you run a city business. This is not the way, we're talking a difference between a household and a city. A city requires the ability to be spending money, and like big money, not, I'm not saying $100,000 is just chump change. It's not. What I'm saying is that you are just handcuffing the city staff by asking them to only be able to spend $5,000. That is ridiculous. But if that's what you guys want to do, you're going to see how much behind the city is going to get. So I just caution you, $5,000 is nothing.
Anybody else on the phone with a comment?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, will bring the matter back to Councilmember Oseguera.
Mr. City Manager, so with the money that you have, what have you been spending on them? Can you give us a little bit of,
Oh, wow.
is it on trips for
What is
for
the average?
staff?
What
or
is the average?
is there,
Tell me the average.
No.
Tell me what you bought
Lunch?
within that month.
Well, we haven't had lunch yet.
Wasn't that be dinner?
Yeah. And we didn't.
Dinner?
I can tell you, I don't have a detailed, I don't usually make purchases. What the purchasing authority, what it relates to is usually things that are already budgeted. So the purchasing policy prescribes a method by which we are procuring goods and services. And so if the council has already budgeted for something, let's say $60,000 for lights, then it prescribes a method by which we procure those lights. And we can go either to a formal bid process below a certain threshold. If it exceeds $50,000 or $25,000, we go out to formal bid. Unless there's only one vendor for that product, then we can do a sole source. The purchasing authority, as it relates to me, doesn't give me the power or the authority to just go and spend on anything that I want. It still has to be budgeted items. If we want to change the budget that's been adopted by the council, then I do have to come back to the council to request authority to change those line items, to give me the authority to purchase those things. I will tell you that $5,000 was the limit that was already in the municipal code when we made this change. And the reason that we proposed the change was because $5,000 prevented us from really accomplishing anything in the 2 weeks between council meetings. You know, we have fleet repairs that needed to be done. If we have to take a fire engine to, you know, the shop to get fixed, usually those are $12,000 to $15,000 repairs that fire engine is going to be sitting there for weeks, or, you know, until we can get approval from the council. The whole the whole premise behind increasing the limit, so it was that so we could make expenditures that were budgeted, because our fleet maintenance, for example, is already budgeted. We have a certain line item every year that we can spend. It's just, do we need to go to council for every single expenditure over $5,000 when it's already been approved in the budget by the council? Well, that was really just hindering our operations and making us extremely inefficient. So the proposal was to increase that amount. $5,000 is going to set us back, and we can't really purchase even public works equipment for that amount if we needed to. You know, the heads that we were looking at for the light posts, I mean, those are multi-$1,000 items each, and if we needed to replace one right away because it fell, we wouldn't be able to do that. So again, I guess it sounds like there's a perception out there that, you know, I have $100,000 purchasing authority and I could just go out and spend $100,000 on anything, which is not the case. It has to be budgeted. We always stay within our budget whenever our department heads, and by the way, our department heads have a similar purchasing authority before they have to go out and actually start procuring through a formal bid process. So that would reduce my authority to lower or about the same as the department heads, which also then makes it extremely inefficient. So because then they would come to me for purchases over their amount, and I would say, okay, is it in your budget? Is it an emergency purchase? Do we need to go out to bid? Do we need to go to council to change the budget to to make this expenditure? And so this 150-page document prescribes all of that, and it's why we adopted it, because prior to that, we had 3 paragraphs maybe in the municipal code that prescribed the entire purchasing process, and it just was not efficient. So I appreciate the council and the public's comments. I think they're reasonable in terms of wanting to keep fiscal restraint and responsibility, but there has to be a balance between allowing your city staff to operate efficiently in the 2 weeks between council meetings and sometimes longer, so that we can actually get things done for the public. And so I would propose that the $25,000, we can do a lot with that. Doesn't need to be, you know, $50,000 or $100,000. $100,000 gave me some flexibility. I have maybe used it once, and it was for emergency items. I think we had, I can't remember what it was. I'm sorry? Maybe a storm drain issue. Oh, it was when our storm drain line collapsed, I think. And that was a major issue, right? That's infrastructure that poses a threat to health and safety. So I don't know. I just, from the staff's perspective, I think it would really hinder us.
Something. Okay.
Yeah,
bringing that
that's
back
the
to
reason I
council.
asked, but because I understand I'm not a budget expert, but I understand that every department has a budget. So you very rarely use it because they rely on their budgets to do, and then you get whatever over that, and then you take care of whatever the emergency is, right? It's like an emergency fund more than anything else.
I mean, in some cases, yeah. I think in other cases, it allows us to be more streamlined in how we make our purchases. We don't have to wait for the whole, bid process to play out if we need to buy something really urgently.
You know, the mayor can call a special meeting anytime, city manager, as I've done. Not most of us council members show up for work. So you can count on us to come to those meetings. If we have an emergency item for that expenditure, I'd be more than happy to come over, walk down High Street, which will be well lighted, so I can find my way to City Hall now, and it'll be great. And we can have a meeting and we can approve those emergency expenditures. But that is the exception from what I've seen, the emergency spending. The 100,000, remember when I just spoke? I proposed the 25,000 when we first went over this, and that was just thrown away. No way, 25,000. No, that's too low. We need 100,000 for this. See, we got away from city council oversight for the last several years. And we want to restore that city council oversight, and that's why we want to bring these limits back in. What you're saying is reasonable. You know, you have to have this purchasing authority. I get that. You have to make these purchasing decisions, but the council wants oversight over that, and we're not done, folks. We're just getting started. And we're gonna look at the financial picture next, because we've had a lot of plans, a lot of planning, but we haven't had a lot of financial plans. So we're gonna look at the finances very closely. This is just part of that grander design. So, I'm not opposed, I'm not unreasonable. 25,000, we can see how that goes, as we originally talked about. If that makes sense, you know, we're talking about the light post tonight and see how that goes, and if we have to change that.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what, Scott.
Hmm.
You know, I'm old school. You know, but, you know, 25,000 is a start. To be fair across the board, I'd be fair, you know, and anything past that, Fernando can reach out to the mayor and we can
I could call a
have
special
we can have a
meeting,
special
and
meeting.
we can look
And we're
at
all
it.
nearby. We're all nearby. You
We're
know,
all-
Johnny's here.
we're all around here.
Everybody's here. We live here in town. We're not far away. Anything a national disaster, hey, we can fix it right quick.
Yep.
And
That's right.
I'm okay with it, you know, I mean, you know.
But the 100,000 is
No, no,
way over and above, way unreasonable. No,
I-
you know,
like I said
comparable
earlier, I
city
want-
manager with
like
comparable
I said
population has that. So I think we're getting more reasonable here. So I would, did we already make a motion? It's getting late. Did we make a motion for this?
You did not.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve the $25,000 limit
I'll
for the
sec-
city manager, which
I'll
our
second
city
it.
attorney said would be not too difficult to
I'll
change.
second it and then we'll come back and look at this, okay?
And we'll come back and
We'll
look
come
at
back
it.
and look at this. I want to come back.
Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Okay.
To clarify the motion itself, when you come back to look at it, is it within 30 days, 60 days? Is there a time frame, or is it?
At council.
I will, you know,
We'll let you know.
I'll make it more, okay, I'll make it more clear. We'll come back and look at it when we get our budgets. We'll look at our financial budget.
7-1.
How's that? That's more.
So we're bringing the mid-year budget revised next meeting and a financial quarterly update. Are you referring to the annual fiscal year budget?
Well, I'd like to hear from, Jolly, where we're at,
Okay.
straight up. And we make some determination there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I would urge, and really urge the city manager to review purchasing decisions that may even be under 25,000 that maybe you don't think you may have council approval for.
Yeah, I
That
do.
you want to run by us. Okay? All right. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Osquera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Yes.
Item 4.6, parking along Nebraska Avenue near the Selma Dog Park. Where'd it go?
Good evening again, council. At your January 21st meeting, you guys requested an update on the situation in proximity to the Selma Dog Park. Staff being community development, public works, and code enforcement had been researching the issue previously because we had been made aware of it either through public complaints about parking in front of the dog park or just in our general rounds around the area. Our understanding is the property management company for the apartment is implementing a state law that allows them to unbundle parking as part of their tenant agreement. However, they still need to comply with municipal code requirements for parking, as well as they may be violating the actual tenant agreements because the law that they are implementing only goes into effect for properties that have a certificate of occupancy issued after January 1, 2025. And so with that information, staff has reached out to the property managers, informed them that code enforcement action was pending if they didn't correct the action or at least review the action. It doesn't mean that we're not looking at a parking limitation along Nebraska, but we are working with the property managers. Chief Alcaraz and myself, along with his staff, have reached out and sent them correspondence to inform them of the civil complaints that we've received, and that action would be pending if it wasn't corrected. So that's kind of the update of where we're at with that. Chief, you have anything else to add with that?
Unless the council has any questions.
Council, have any questions for Chief Alcaraz or Deputy
I
City
have,
Manager King?
My wife and I take our dogs to the dog park, and we try to. And it's true, there's hardly ever any parking, but I noticed that there's an area marked green. Is that for the parking for the dog park? Because it's right in front of the entrance.
Again, I can answer that question. City staff went out some time ago because we recognized the parking issue, and I had personally received emails and phone calls from people at the dog park that were complaining about the parking. The green parking stripe is, if you look at it, 25 feet in each direction from the center of the gates. Yes, that was to identify kind of a temporary, don't park here. We put the colors down was because there was no color on the curb. What we were trying to do through citations with code enforcement, letters that were sent, all of the correspondence was to put some color there to let it pop out to people and realize that you can't park in front of the gate. If you notice on each end, and we will be changing those colors based on my discussion with Fire Marshal Rivas, we also painted red curbs on both ends of the park. The reason for that is because those are the gates that we access through to go in and maintain the park. And we've had 3 occasions where my staff's gone out there on their scheduled maintenance. Vehicles were parked in front of the gates. We have a long truck and a trailer that the mowers are on. You guys have seen them running around town. They couldn't park there. So we're gonna change the color because it is not a fire lane. But those were just colors we put out just to give everybody, hey, like, pay attention to the parking right here. And the green was identified for parking for the dog park.
Yeah, you know, the street on the side of the dog park, that thing is wide enough that you can make diagonal parking and create more parking spaces. My wife's idea was why don't we get 5 on each side of the gate and put signs on the fence, half hour or an hour parking for dog park usage or something, you know. Just an idea.
Yeah, that seems that the root of the problem is that $50 fee for the car number 2 to be parked. I don't know who's making money on that, probably the property manager at this point. I'm sure the city invited the property manager to come to council, and maybe we need to invite the property management company to come to council and have discussion of the origination of that $50 fee.
Mr. Mayor, we have to tread lightly not to get involved in civil matters and give civil advice to a private entity. We have explained to them, again, the law and what they're required to provide for their tenants. Now, if they choose to charge their tenants $50 and they create or are able to come to an agreement on their tenant agreement, that's absolutely their prerogative, and they have the ability to do that. However, they'd have to have a tenant agreement that stipulates that. We have to be very careful that we don't give civil advice or suggestions to private entities on how they run their business. However, we are speaking with them. At least they're in correspondence with us, and we hope to gain their compliance here in the coming weeks.
Because what they're doing is creating a traffic problem, traffic stoppage, and then ultimately the city doesn't have jurisdiction over any civil procedures, absolutely. However, they want to be good citizens of Selma, I'm sure, like every business does. And creating this problem could create problems down the line for everybody involved. And what the city could do is ultimately change the code, the SMC, the Selma Municipal Code, to time-based parking there and make it 2-hour parking. And then ticket a bunch of, people just parking their cars, and that, the wrong people get victimized. The ones who are behind this, it appears, the ones who are driving this are the property management company that's charging this extra fee that never existed before. And, hopefully they will listen to reason and will do something about that. If not, since it's a civil matter, can the city actually take legal action against them?
Mr. Mayor, I believe we're on the same page. I think we just have to play out the process. If you can just give us a little more time. We've actually sent out another letter with regards to this is creating a nuisance in the neighborhood and going down that.
Let me ask you
And
another question,
Is
Rudy.
that something the city could take legal action against for an entity creating a nuisance by, whatever they're doing is creating a problem for the city on public streets in the public right of way? What redress does the city have in this? An angry lawyer letter or actual something with enforcement?
Probably the best way of dealing with it is to hold them to this, don't they have to have a certain number of parking spaces within?
So, yeah, and that's what we've communicated to the property management company is the zoning code identifies you're required or obligated to provide a certain number of parking spaces per unit. The issue is out apart from that, now they are charging for those spaces, but it's a civil matter between their tenant and the property manager in terms of how it's being implemented. We do not believe they are in compliance with AB 1317 because AB 1317, although it does allow a property manager and their tenant to, or the property manager to bill the parking separately, there are specific criteria that it applies to. There's certain counties it applies to. Fresno County is one of them. Unit count, 16 or more. This complex complies with that. Certificate of occupancy issued after January 1, 2025. This structure was built, or this complex was built in 1985. In addition, our parking requirements have been in effect since 1961. And so they have been required to provide parking to their tenants in a specific fashion. We believe that they are implementing this state law incorrectly, which again would be a civil matter, not a municipal code matter, by non-compliance of the parking ordinance or the number of units that they need is creating a public nuisance. That is how
I think they're following the correct approach.
No, he's right.
That is the approach that is most likely bear fruit for you.
Okay, so hopefully they have an attorney and they run this by their attorney. The attorney says, you are out of compliance with this.
Did your, now, Chief?
Or what are they gonna do?
I'm sure they're gonna run it by their legal
No,
but
no.
that's not of any concern to ours, right? Our job is to enforce the parking laws that are on the books or within the ordinance and the municipal code. And that's what we're doing. They are corresponding with us, though it's slow and not as compliant as fast as we would like. They are in talks with us, right? And we don't want to do anything to disrupt that incommunicado, right? And then get the attorneys involved, which then costs us, the city, more fiscal, liability.
It makes it more likely that they're not going to cooperate with you.
So we are absolutely working on it. We absolutely understand the inconvenience. We just have to adhere to the process and allow us to go through that road and go through that process.
the other thing that staff is considering is not creating undue impacts to other neighborhoods. If we just went out and painted the curbs, no parking or limited parking between these hours, and this issue isn't resolved with the tenant, where are people gonna park? They're just gonna park in other subdivisions within the area. So what we don't wanna do is take an action that creates a chain reaction to then impact other neighbors and make this a bigger issue. We're working through our process to identify how to gain compliance, which is the whole goal of code enforcement.
The whole goal is to get those cars off Nebraska and not to Vineyard Estates, right? And not to Mitchell, not in front of Ringo, but
I agree.
back in that apartment complex. And hopefully they will see the light of day and get on the same page with the rest of the city.
Okay.
So we'll know exactly when it takes effect, if it works. Will, council have any comment on the
Yeah.
timeline?
Will you guys keep us posted on that particular matter, on email, whatever, on that particular matter as far as the tenants and everything? Have you got?
When we give our department updates,
the
sir,
property manager by some chance, sit down and have a coffee dialogue with him a little bit, Rudy?
we sent our most
That's it.
eloquent speaker from the police department. Who
Okay.
is very good at conveying and gaining compliance. But I think that the property manager is doing their job, and then they have bosses they answer to. And I think that we're all caught in the middle. So by sending the letters we've just sent out, I think we'll be able to gain some compliance and actually really start to create and have a dialogue, a more compliant dialogue.
Okay.
Keeping us awake.
But on our department updates, we'll keep you posted.
Great. Okay, it's not an action item. Did anybody from the public want to weigh in on this topic before we move on? Yeah. Unsafe.
Okay, and on the opposite side of the dog park. And so it is very, it's scary. It's really scary
Creates
to
an
be
unsafe
going through there.
situation for people
So that's
crossing
just
those
my
streets.
concern. I'm more concerned about the safety that it's creating. And I know things take time, and I hope he's being receptive, and I hope, like, Chief said, he's having communication, and I hope he can really come to an agreement with his tenants, because that whole parking lot is empty in the apartment complex. There's no reason why those tenants should not be parking where they live. And that's just my concern.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Stay on top of it. Okay. That will move on to item 4.7, discussion item. Okay, go ahead.
My name is James Pantoya. I live on 1960 Mitchell. I'm right in front of I guess on the side of the apartments. There is a little gap between me and the apartments. From what I understand, it's one car per lot under the roofing that they have for them, and it's extra parking is for guests, if I'm correct. Someone can probably quote me online somewhere. Also, it's probably families that have multiple families living in the apartments. It's not just two parents with one car and a second car. It's probably multiples with multiple cars. Right on Mitchell Street, right there in front of Ringo Park, there are families that already do park there down that street. So, as well as you are going to build more apartments in that area, so hopefully we can get this situated before those apartments get built, and then we cause more problems again, which I hope doesn't happen again, which I really hope it doesn't happen. 'Cause that was one of my concerns when those apartments were being discussed, was the building. In between my house and the apartments, the manager there could have bought the land. It's a giant hole that all they had to do was a spill, and there could have been parking right there easily. But I don't know why they didn't insist on buying that land. But those are my concerns. I don't see anybody else online saying anything, but thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Cortez, 1751 McCall. Okay, I go through there on an often basis. It was okay when there was no cars there, and on each side, you had a pretty good way of staying away from the cars going by. Now, it's not too bad going from Thompson to Mitchell, but coming back on Mitchell to Thompson is another story, okay? Because in some area there, the road gets narrow. So what do you do on the bike? I had to go around through the street, and guess who's coming down the main street? A truck or cars, and they are not coming very slow. They're coming fast through that road. So many times this is more like a hazard also, okay? Because I could be hit. Oh yeah, I know that. I could be hit. I'm playing the golf left right there. Because there's car after car after car. I'm not gonna get a break and get into the side area, see? So I have to look through my mirror. I do have a mirror on my bike, and I could see these cars coming. I try to hurry as fast as I could get down the golf left before I'm clear of the cars. And sometimes I'm not. So I have to pray that I'm not gonna be hit by a car coming. Now, the other day, I was almost hit by a car over there. I guess they didn't care, or most cars go around me, okay? A little bit. They might hit the yellow line there to go around me, but they're forced to because of the actions of these cars being parked there, see? So it's kind of a problem there, you know, and I hope somebody on a bike doesn't get hit, maybe me someday, because that's a hazard right there, okay? That's all I'm saying. And I hope that something can be done about this, clear that out, because I hope I don't get hit by a car there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comment? Okay, this is a discussion item. So there are all sorts of problems being created by this situation. We'll look forward to the property manager responding, getting responsive. We'll definitely monitor that situation. Item 4.7. This is going to be, discussion items, special event permits, yard sale, and one-day business license fees. Before we get started on this, I'd like to change this. I proposed an action item because we want to do some things with this. Do we need a 4/5 vote to change this to an action item?
Yep.
As opposed to a discussion item?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Does council want my rationale for changing this to an action item?
Yeah.
Or before we move forward?
What do you want to change it to?
So the reason I'd like to change it to, because I'd like to add a couple of events to the legacy event, and I'd like to eliminate the one-day business license fee requirement for the legacy events, and eliminate the half-city staff fees for the Chamber Raisin Festival, and eliminate the barricade fees for legacy events. So I'd like to make it an action item for us to consider that. Would council be amenable to changing it?
You know what, Scott, I'll be honest with you, in the past, we never done this. I'll be honest, as on a council, we never done this. The reason why we done this is to save the cost to the person sponsoring the event. Because when we do these things, they have money to advertise more and bring more people. Like the band festival, that's an example. And the Raisin Festival, that's another example. We bring people around, and we want them to come because We want to showcase our community. We want to know who they are. We don't want to, I don't want to burden the chamber or the Raisin Festival. Because if we keep doing this, what's going to happen down the road, Scott, they're not going to sponsor it. They're not going to do it.
Okay.
That's the
Would you be
bottom line.
amenable to changing this to an action
I'm
item?
willing to change this.
Okay.
I'm willing to change this thing.
You want to float a motion to change to an action
Make a
item?
motion to change this thing.
Okay, and I'll second that. Could we call the roll to change this item to an action item?
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
It was Mayor Robertson. correct?
Yes, yes, and that's a yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo? Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Okay. Action item it is.
Okay, so, as the mayor stated, you know, these various fees were requested to be brought back to the council, for review. The municipal code dictates, to a large, aspect of what the city will recover with regard to fees. Section 12-3-4 identifies a whole battery of charges, fees, licenses, of what the city's reasonable cost recovery would be. In the instance of the permits listed, it's 100%. When the city conducted their Nexus study in 2021, what happened was the city reviewed all permits, licenses, costs that were being provided to the public, identified staff that was providing those services, identified what the fully burdened rate was for that staff person at that time, identified how much time they work on that type of permit, license, what have you, and then it identified a fee. That fee matches what the municipal code states you should recover. So as an example, when we brought the business license fee to city council, we had a breakdown of staffing, and some of the staffing that was identified in the Nexus study no longer reviews those permits, so we adjusted the fee down from, I think it was $255 to $150, or approximately $150. No different with the one-day business license. We looked in the region and identified, could we justify a fee of $30 for the amount of time staff spends reviewing these, processing these, and ensuring that person is A, associated with a special event, B, has all their appropriate licensing. $30 was on the lower end or right in the middle of the regional average of about the 9 cities we surveyed. Special event permits specifically has been a discussion with regard to how legacy events became part of the municipal code. Staff budgets a certain amount for sponsorship of various events to where staff goes out and provides support to specific events to show that the city has not necessarily skin in the game, but we're supportive of our community events because they're who we are as a city. And the initial number that we provided, 60 to 80,000, was exactly that, an initial number. Now that this ordinance has been in effect for a year, we have more specific numbers of what actual city costs are. And so permit fees, whatever, you know, what they are to support staffing and review to ensure public safety at these events, to ensure traffic control is set up appropriately so that people know where they're supposed to go in the event they're not aware of an event, so that they don't drive into a parade. They have proper notification, they have proper equipment as a part of a volunteer program or what have you, which staff has worked with our various legacy organizers to try to find ways to save costs so that they don't have to go hire a traffic company. We have minimum standards, minimum age requirements, which weren't being enforced previously for traffic control for various events. So the fees themselves are identified in the municipal code at 100% cost recovery. Staff, city council has also set aside $25,000 as waivers for specific events for nonprofits. That authority is given for $500 to be waived by the city manager at a request as long as they can meet the criteria identified within the municipal code. Additionally, staff set up the tier so that if someone has an event in multiple years, they act or they meet certain criteria, such as they don't have a road closure, they have a fee reduction of their permit fees, but in a subsequent year, because we've already reviewed it once, if there's no significant changes, they get another fee reduction. So staff is taken into account in subsequent years. It's going to take less time to review certain permits because they come to us, they notify us, and we work with them to ensure appropriate traffic control and make sure public safety still has access to their events, right? And so if you're a tier 2 event or a tier 3 event, your fees drop below your application fees drop below $500, and they can all be waived as long as you meet the criteria in the municipal code. And with the limit that was increased from 5,000 to 25,000 by the city council, you have ample opportunity to waive those application fees. Now, with one-day business licenses, as I stated, rather than having someone pay $155 for an annual license or $455 for a home occupation license, we reviewed regionally the fees to develop the $30 fee to give people, and I think there was a lady who was face painting as an example for the Raisin Festival. Why do I need a $155 annual license? That's outrageous. Okay, so we came up with this fee so that if she only wants to do one event, she pays $30, she's done, she tells us which event, and she goes about, and there's no issue. When you get upwards of maybe 5 events, maybe you should just have an annual business license and you can go to more events. So there's a clear distinction between someone who's doing this as a hobby and someone that does this professionally. I think in the information provided, the one-day business licenses, the majority aren't from Selma. They're not Selma residents. 75% are from out of this area. So it's not necessarily highly impacting residents locally. It's largely impacting people outside of the area that want to come to Selma. And it gives them a way to permit their operation in a quick, efficient fashion. Lastly, with yard sale permits, again, this is a 100% cost recovery item that they register to ensure A, they're residents at that property, but B, that they're operating on the appropriate days, right? And that's what the yard sale permit is meant for. It's $20 per instance, limit of 3 per calendar year. So $60 to have 3 yard sales at your property. You get your permit, you post it. Code enforcement comes around to ensure that people aren't squatting on other people's property, that maybe it's vacant and coming in and taking business away from our existing residents, right? So every permit license has a purpose. In addition, there's a cost recovery factor to ensure equitable application across the board for all residents as well as all businesses. So if city council wanted to revise these fees, staff would advise to do a comprehensive update of fees as well as an ordinance update to review those allocations for cost recovery. So you could take a look at what revenue are we taking in on these permits if we're going to lose, because you will have a reduction in revenue if you reduce fees. And there will be some place you need to make it up in other locations in the general fund if that's what you decide to do. Do you raise fees for another permit to make up fees lost for reduction of these? That would be part of a nexus study to identify revenue gained as part of certain licenses, permit fees, as well as reduction of others. So staff's available for questions.
Great, thank you. So but the more you lower fees, potentially the more people want to have events, and the more events you have and the more fees you collect in the aggregate. So that is a potential there too. Whether it happens or not, that's the subject for another meeting, but that's a potential for that. Also, the business fees. I guess, does council have any questions for the deputy city manager?
Let me ask, in regards to the 25,000 that's set aside for the city manager to approve, was all 25,000 used for these events?
No, it wasn't. We didn't get anywhere close to the 25,000. I
Okay,
think.
so then we could look at compensating or offsetting some of these fees with that 25,000.
25,000 is for, permit fees, special event fees, as far as application fees. the $500 was meant for application fees. We budgeted $60,000 to $80,000 for staff time to support. So you would be talking about another, $20,000 on top of the $80,000 that's already budgeted. So the city is already running an expenditure of upwards of $80,000. We're going to finish the analysis this fiscal year of what the staff time has been and present that at budget time. But if you reduce revenues, it's got to come from somewhere, right? And so it could be an increase. If you have a reduction in fees, I don't necessarily disagree, but I don't think that there's any correlation necessarily to a reduction in fees to an increase in activity.
And there's no proof for that last statement you made,
I don't,
right? You haven't done the study yet. So I'm talking about the legacy events here specifically. And I thought the council's intent was to get legacy events as close to zero as possible, right? To encourage the nonprofits. And if that results in a net loss with staff time, then that's what happens. But, legacy events are very important to our community. They make our community who we are. And we want to continue those. And I think to encourage that, we shouldn't increase the fees. I think we should decrease them and find the revenue elsewhere, which of course we can do. It sounds like there are some set asides there. My particular request tonight, what I'm looking at is the actual legacy events themselves. And the first one would be to add the Tejano Festival and the Dias de los Muertos to the legacy events schedule. Then I would like to, these are just the items that I'd like to put up for a motion in this action item, eliminate that 1-day business license fee requirement for any business vendors who come from outside city or within the city to participate in a legacy event. So let's say Niagara Kirton, the folks come from San Jose and they are selling their items for 6 hours, 8 hours, 1 day, and then they leave. I think that they shouldn't have a business license fee, and they shouldn't have to go door to door after 30 years of having their event and get the approval from the people who live nearby. I think that's burdensome. And I think the city should eliminate the half-city staff fees for the legacy event, specifically the Raisin Festival, which has been around for years and years, but which I understand will not continue if the city continues to escalate these fees. So, no, I think we ought to discontinue those fees, not increase them. Also, the barricade fees. I'm understanding that these events are getting these barricade fees. I mean, no, they shouldn't. They shouldn't get those fees. Public Works drops off the barricades and then they go pick them up. I mean, this is within city time usually, city hours. So I think that those barricade fees should be eliminated. I am all for doing several studies in the future to come up with, calculate the costs of each service and to do a nexus study. As soon as we get the grant funding for such studies, that's great. But for right now, I would like to make these changes because it'll make our city better immediately.
Quick clarification on the barricade fees. So there's a fee charged for the barricades. However, the separate cost to that is, let's say on a Sunday, the Portuguese parade, we don't often have the staffing required or available to come in on a Sunday, drop the barricades off, leave, and then come back, 4 hours later to pick them up. And that's one of the reasons that the fee is charged. So when you're referring to barricade fees, are you referring only to the fee that's charged for using the barricade, or for the staff time required to deliver and the overtime required to deliver?
Yeah, all the barricade fees, city manager, for all the legacy events, staff time as well as the barricade.
For
rental
legacy
fee
events
themselves.
only?
For legacy events only. This only applies to legacy events, including the Raisin Festival, including Niagara Kirton,
Portuguese.
Portuguese Hall, that Festa, and I would like to add the Tejano concert to the list of legacy events and the Dias de los Muertos, which was such a great hit out at Pioneer Village this year, which I think should be a legacy. I think it's going to be a real definer for the city of Selma. It's just a great event. It brought people together, kind of like us talking about the trees tonight. Brought us together, something we could all do together. And I don't want to fee these things so that they have to close and stop. That'll make us a has-been as a town. We want to be progressive and move forward. We're gonna find this piece. We're gonna bring these people to town. We're gonna make this money, and we're gonna bring commercial entities to town, and we're gonna work on that. And in the meantime, we need to change this to make our town better. I'll open up the matter to the public at this time. Does the public have any input before? Go ahead.
One clarification, if we're changing fees, I believe that requires a public hearing and a notice public hearing.
It's a special legacy event. So it is a type of event where the fees are already waived. This would just be clarifying the extent to which those fees are waived.
That's correct.
So no, we wouldn't need a
So-
public hearing.
I'm sorry, Mayor. The other issue may be the addition of the items to the legacy event list would require an ordinance update because that is in the municipal code.
Okay, then we can add those at a later time. Just trying to do the right thing here, but we can add those later. We'll overcome that. We'll work on that later. Thank you for that clarification. Do we have any public input now?
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I just wanted to mention, I had a yard sale back in June of last year. And the charge was $20. And I went online, I didn't come in to do it here at City Hall. I went online and I was charged an additional $1 and some cents. So it came up to 21 something. And that day I only made like $26. I'm serious. So I'm not gonna have any more yard sales. I'm just gonna go ahead and donate. But that was a concern also on social media that everybody was saying, why so much for yard sales when Kingsburg has it for less? That we did a list like last year.
Right.
And it was way lower. We were like the most expensive. It was less than Fowler. Fowler was less, Kingsburg was less, Sanger, all these other cities, and we were the most expensive. But I want to know, why are they charging $1 and some cents to do it online? I don't know what that was about.
OpenGov, is that what that would be?
What was that?
To credit card fee, transaction fee, instead of ACH? I would imagine ACH doesn't get charged that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shar Tucker, representing the Selma Chamber. Mr. Mayor, City Council, the Chamber greatly appreciates your consideration with the Raisin Festival. This event has gone on for probably 40 some odd years. And if the Chamber had to pay for staff costs, we could not afford to do that. And there would be a lot of disappointed residents here. This event brings a lot of people from not only Selma, but our surrounding communities. So on behalf of the Chamber and the Selma residents, we thank you very much for your consideration for that. And in regards to the barricades for our Santa parade, the Chamber spent approximately $2,300 for barricades, which caused us to actually lose money on that event. So again, thank you for your consideration for the barricades. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. And Santa event, I think, is a legacy event, so those barricade fees, I'm asking to be waived as well. Okay, so I'm making a motion. Okay.
I didn't wait here 4 hours, so I don't get my chance. It was good evening.
Come on up.
And it's almost good night, and we started on
morning.
the 3rd, and we might end on the 4th,
Don't give
but
us
that's
names.
City Hall and that's Selma. at the, we wanted to, from our group, and I'm sure all the legacy people here, if they're here, still here, we want to thank all the council people and all the city staff, first for your dedication, and then also your concern with this matter. And as Ms. Tucker was saying, we all collectively appreciate the attitude, whether it's a big amount or small amount, fees is fees, especially legacy events that bring in a lot of people, especially like ours. We bring a lot more than what we may cost the city. I hope to think that we bring much more income and revenue to the city that 1 week than we maybe take advantage of, if that's the right word on my part. But we do appreciate the offset on the business license, and we appreciate all the barricades and any time given to us, and we'll work with you to the extent we can. We'd be more than glad to shoulder some of the costs ourselves if we have to, and we're in a business, in a manner where we can do it. But we appreciate the goodwill, and it's noted and duly noted. We started on the 3rd and we're almost on the 4th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment? Anybody online or on the phone?
Hello.
We can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jose Moreno, 1413 Burnham, Selma, California. I am a board member of Centro de Folclore, the Mexican dance group that puts on the Day of the Dead, and I really appreciate the consideration of being a legacy event. To kind of echo Miss Tucker's comments, some of our events do run up a lot of costs, and we're lucky to even break even on the Day of the Dead event. The majority of the money we raise is from the vendors, so it's in our best interest to try to get as many vendors as we can. And many were reluctant this past year because of the fee that we are charging, but also the extra fee that the city was charging. But we managed to gather enough vendors to kind of make ends meet for the event. We're a small nonprofit. We're in the maybe 3rd or 4th year of our nonprofit status, and we're growing. The event exponentially grown from 500 to 1,000. And this past year, we had 2,000 people. So we greatly welcome collaboration with the city and anything that could be done to help offset the cost for the cultural event. And like Mr. Mayor said, it brought out everybody from all communities to kind of celebrate the Day of the Dead and culture and dance and all the beautiful things that are a part of our city. So thank you for the consideration, and I just wanted to put that comment out there.
Okay. All right, bringing the matter back to the council. Do I need to make a motion, but not add, we'll do future agenda items. I'll bring up the Day of the Dead.
Yeah, it'd be a
And
future, it'd be
to add
future.
that in another agenda item, but my motion still stands to eliminate the staff fees for the legacy events, to eliminate the business license fees, to eliminate the barricade fees, to eliminate those tonight.
I have a comment before we vote.
Okay, is there a second? And then we'll
I'll
open it up.
second it.
Okay, go ahead.
I know in years past, we used to give money to the chamber to help them with their events. Are we still doing that? That we know of?
The chamber requested to cancel their agreement with us. The city did budget the normal annual contribution, but because we don't have an existing contract with the chamber, that hasn't paid out yet, but it was budgeted.
How much was it budgeted?
I
Still the
believe it was
same?
$34,000, if I'm not
$4,000
mistaken.
still?
Mhm. And we were working with the chamber to try to negotiate a new contract. Just for reference, the city had proposed a higher amount, and what was budgeted was the normal amount.
Can we still do it? I mean, it looks like they need help, or they're gonna have to cancel their events.
Yeah, Ms. Tucker from the chamber and I actually discussed that the other day. I mean, we definitely want to get back in the same room and discuss hashing out a new agreement, so I can reach out to the chamber again.
Great, maybe we could help move things along by adding it as an agenda item. The Chamber of Commerce, would council be amenable to adding chamber in the future for future agenda items? Okay, sounds good. All right, so my motion stands. We have a second. Would you call the roll, please?
I just want to confirm the motion. So I have The motion is to eliminate the one-day fee requirements for vendors that participate in legacy events, eliminate the half-staff fees for legacy events, and eliminate all barricade fees for legacy events.
Correct.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to our next to last item, which is a discussion item, establishment of advisory committee for animal services and or operation of the animal shelter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item was requested by Councilmember Oseguera, if I recall correctly, at the last meeting. So just put it on the agenda for council's discussion.
The reason this item was requested is because we're getting a lot of complaints from citizens about calls to the shelter, no calls are answered. Dogs are not getting picked up. The other day, I was at Lujan's getting a haircut and there was a commotion. Well, there was a dog outside, you know, and so I called the shelter and they answered. And then as soon as I started telling them about the dog, they hung up. Then I called again and I go, "You have reached a recording." I'm like, you know, no wonder they're complaining. You know, the only reason there's a kind of a little bit of control on loose dogs because Second Chance Rescue now has about 29 dogs that they're taking in right now through fosters and all that, you know, and without them, that would be another 29 dogs that we're running out there. Dead animals not being picked up, reports being given. I mean, I would like to see the shelter director come and give the reports. And the only reason, and nothing against you, because they do the day-to-day. So it'd be good to see what's really going on. I mean, seems like every week or whatever, there's animals being euthanized. Why are they being euthanized? And she stated one time, the director stated one time that it was to make room. Make room for who? Are we making room for Kingsford and Fowler or what's going on? I mean, it seems like the animals are not getting a fair shake and that's not okay with me. So that's the reason why we want to do a oversight committee. The oversight committee is by no means trying to take over the supervision of the chief of police to the animal shelter. We don't want to do that.
Or advisory.
Yeah, more it'd be like they would go in, they look at the stuff, come back with suggestions, ideas on how to make it better. That's all they're gonna do. They're gonna oversee and they will report back to council, give us reports, let us know what's really, give us a picture of what's really going on. If you're killing animals, we wanna know why. You know, not just get the usual, well, per section or whatever. That's what I got when I requested a PRA, per section or whatever, and that's why we're killing them. Like, you know what? Or Sparky and what were their names? Sparky and all these little doggies that are getting killed, you know? That's not cool, man. I'm a dog person.
I know.
Sparky was
That,
one.
you know, so your so your idea is oversight committee to have a little more input what is going on in the dog shelter, right? Am I correct on that issue?
No, not put input. They're gonna look at what they do and come up with ideas to make it better, not run it. We don't want to run it. We don't want to take it over. You know, that's the chief of police job. That's his job. We don't want to take it over. Let's be sure that we want to have them go in there and see, hey, well, you know, how many dogs do you have? You know, how many did you kill? Give us a report. I mean, let us know what's going on. We're all in the dark. The citizens I was asking and nobody's giving us straight answers. You know, and that's where we're at. They're not picking up animals, and I've experienced it. And anybody out there can tell you, they call, nobody comes. And if it wasn't for Nidia and Parveen from Second Chance, a lot of animals get injured. That's what they do. They pick them up and they take them because sometimes the police, you call the police and they say, well, we don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah.
You know, and I know it's been brought up many times, but I don't know if the whoever answers the phone knows what the actual procedure is or what they should be doing. But instead of waiting, they take it upon themselves.
I'll look into that particular incident. What day was that call made that you were referring to?
Saturday? Yeah, Saturday.
Haircut?
Yeah.
I know we have, and we were just talking about this today. We have an issue at the shelter where we have very poor internet. And our phone system relies on the internet and we get drop calls. I'm not saying that that's what happened. One of the things that hopefully we can address here soon, either through a capital improvement program or some other method, is just getting more reliable internet service. I don't know if Second Chance experienced this out there when they were there, but you know, it's one of those things that if we don't even have reliable, you know, email for, you know, our director has to come to City Hall and work from our admin conference room sometimes. So we're working on it, but again, I'm not saying that that was the issue that particular day. Back to your advisory committee suggestion, how would you suggest that that advisory committee be formed, and who would fill it, and would it be a council appointments? Each council member gets an
Well,
appointment?
we're looking at some names that were provided of people that actually know how a shelter's supposed to be run and what really happens. If you put me in a committee like that, I would know the first thing about, you know, and I'm just being honest. So we're looking at people that actually know what they're doing, and don't take it wrong by any means. We don't, my advice to these people is gonna be, we don't want you to go in there bashing people and coming back and saying, you know, they're not, that's not what we want. We want them to come back and say, you know what, these things could be done better. This is the picture of what's going on. Then between all of us, we can come up with ideas to help them do it. The volunteer program, which everybody's been asking about, and they say, well, we don't have staff, you know. That was a very wonderful program that they used to have. Kids could go, and even people can go in there and help out, you know, but they can't do it because I don't know why the shelter doesn't want to do it.
We have a volunteer program, and I think we talked about it,
Yes,
council
yeah.
member. You know, we have forms and we have people. It's just, you know, we've been short-staffed probably since we, you know, took over the shelter, and it does take staff to manage volunteers, but we do have a program. I mean, if there's a desire to expand that program, we can absolutely look at what it would take.
You know, not to bash anybody, but at the amount of money that they get, they should be able to hire more people. I mean, that's a horrendous amount of money they're getting.
Are you actually asking for a volunteer program, or are you asking for an oversight and advisory
No,
committee?
I'm asking for both.
You're asking for an advisory committee,
Yeah, the
correct?
advisory committee, but we talked about,
Not a volunteer
we
committee.
talked about doing a volunteer program. That's gonna come up on the next. next agenda.
Let me ask you on that particular note. You know, if you create an advisory, and I'm gonna ask the city manager here, or the chief, one of the two, we have contracts with Fowler and Kingsburg, am I correct? On those
That's
particular items? Okay. So, you know, I'm a visionary cat, you know. I like, you know, we're gonna grow together, and I believe that we should work together. At the same time, they have a dog problem over, they don't have a dog shelter, they don't have a dog shelter over here. I think we, as a group here, I'm just throwing it out there, if we create an advisory committee, like this man says, one from Kingsburg and one from Fowler, volunteers that are actually dog lovers or animal lovers, that way they learn how the operation runs and they can create their own entity. It would do fundraisers on their side of the town so they can create a dog shelter program for their dogs and come back and do the same thing in Fowler. And that way we can eliminate some issues as far as taking our dogs from different areas. This way they can learn how to take care of dogs on their side, and they can we'll help them.
Yeah.
We have the experience. Actually, the Selma has very good dog shelter program, you know, and you guys we can make it happen. We can make it work because we have very good people that care about animals in both towns. And all we gotta do is pick the right people and volunteer them. I mean, it's not gonna be a money thing. Volunteer them so we can create that avenue to teach. We'll go there. You know what? In Kingsburg, we're gonna have a fundraiser for creating a dog shelter over there. Next month, we're doing a Fowler program over here. That way, the towns can create their own dog shelter program, and some will have their own too. And we can be, how would I say it? better neighbors in the long run.
And I think there are very specific volunteers who want to
You
volunteer
need,
for
yeah,
this
you need
committee. And I
specific,
think
you
the
need
city
people that,
council
like I said,
should vote on those volunteers and they should appoint those volunteers
yeah,
so
they
that
have
they
to
go
be,
out
they
to
have to be
the
dedicated.
shelter. And we're looking at, in terms of structure, I think we would need somebody, people who would volunteer, who would commit to once a month, going out to the shelter. Don't meet here in City Hall, don't meet in an office, go meet at the shelter and go look every month. And then meet with the people you need to meet with, take a tour, look at the facility, and then come back to the council for a council meeting and report your findings, right? And then you report to the council. That's who you report to. It's the Citizen Advisory Committee. And then it's up to the council what we want to do with that information. I think we're all wondering we're a year after the fact where this
Yeah,
Selma Animal Services has taken over and we don't have a lot of insight into Selma Animal Services, right? So we want that insight. And so you guys are going to be our eyes and ears, people who know about animals. And
And I also have a quick question. You raised a good question. When do their contracts come up? Fowlers and Kingsbirds?
I believe there were 3-year contracts. Is that, no?
They were only 1-year
1 year.
contracts.
Thank you.
they're only 1 year.
They have termination clauses.
Yeah.
They're just contracts.
You know,
So
the
they come up in July, August, when do they come up?
They're
So,
both different dates.
yeah, they're different dates because they were signed at different times. So we gave them 1 year.
I can get back to you with that information.
And that's a great question because the Citizen Advisory Committee could go out and look at that and make a recommendation to us because we're not experts in that. But
No.
they can be, because they're
No,
gonna be
I-
going
no, I-
out there all the time.
Scott, all I know is how to feed my dog.
Right. So it's, well, and they
Mr.
love it.
Mayor?
He's got me trained, the dog.
Mr. Mayor, might I just suggest that we maybe meet with like a director from Visalia Animal Services, a director from the City of Fresno's Animal Services, people that are familiar with running a shelter and the animal control component as well. I can tell you that I think I was a really good cop. I probably wasn't a good field training officer. You know what I mean? Just because I'm a good cop doesn't mean I'm a good trainer. And it's a different perspective when you're looking at running an organization as opposed to working in an organization. And I just think that having that lens of someone that weighs the animal care and animal control worlds and is able to bring those worlds together. And I think that's a difficulty that we have with animal control, not just us. Every city across this nation is having a huge problem with the animals. I think that there's a lot of different variables that go into the problem that we're experiencing, right? We just don't have our pet owners, or not all, but some pet owners are not as responsible as we might like them to be. Overbreeding, just all these different things, right? Resources. All these different things add to the issues that we're all concerned about, and we're all concerned about them. But I will tell you that our current facility is absolutely lacking. It's not big enough. The setup, it was great for what we had when we developed 15 years ago, but so much has changed in 15 years, right? Our pet population has changed, resources have changed, so I think that having all those perspectives when we make decisions is going to give us the best outcome and get what you're looking for. No program, no organization is perfect, right? We all have our own issues and concerns. We do the best with what we have. And I just, before you identify, maybe just having people that this is what they do outside of our region, right? That run large organizations. And odds are, if they're running a large organization, they probably came from a small organization and learned how to do a lot with a little, right? That's the beautiful about small municipalities, right? We have to learn how to do a lot with a little. And then when you give us more, we can do exponentially more. So I just think that when you identify those people, having those lenses is crucial, because we have to weigh animal care, and animal control to be able to provide a service to our community.
And I think
Is it
that's a good
perfect?
idea that you have the volunteers go to a field trip, go to Visalia, go to Valley Oaks, right?
Yeah.
Go to the other shelters and see how they do it at the larger shelters. Point well taken. But in terms of having committee members, I think they should be from Selma, by Selma, and for Selma people, because that's who we have, that's who started this. When we started, 2013, we had nothing. We built that thing on a shoestring, that building out there, and you're right, it's, man, if we could find something better, there was just no funding for it, so we financed it ourselves, and, yeah, we lost phone service. You know why? One time we lost phone service, and I was out there, we could not get a signal, like, why can't we get out? So AT&T came out and they told us, well, your line hooks up to the telephone pole outside the shelter, and a dog chewed through it. Oh my gosh, what a concept. Well, that happens at a shelter. Things like that happen, and that's hands-on, and that's why it's important to have people on this committee who have volunteered and been involved in the shelter, but been involved in the Selma shelter. I really don't think, with the environment of the last 3 years, that Second Chance Animal Shelter could have happened. Not in the last 3 years. That kind of citizen activity has been, in my opinion, discouraged in this city, and I want to bring it back. I want to bring our Selma spirit back, and I think this is one way of bringing it back with the animal shelter, because we're well known for starting our own animal shelter with our own volunteers, well known. And I have no problem with the Selma Animal Shelter, but it can be better, just like the chief said, it can be better. And the way to do that is to bring our Selma citizens into it. And I think this committee is going to really help to strengthen that our city's commitment to caring for these animals and making the shelter better. And, when we go out and look at that Sun-Made facility, that was one big facility, and maybe that'll be the space for animal shelter, and we'll add to the Public Works building. Who knows? But we can always look at these things, and we'll explore and take a look at that. Again, point well taken. So I'm seeing this description, and there's some sort of printing about having to do public hearings and noticing in accordance with the law. To have an advisory committee, do we need to have a public hearing, city attorney? And, okay, so, good. So is there a motion to form the advisory committee to request?
This is a discussion item.
It is a discussion item. Okay, so is there a consensus to bring this back as an action item to get
Can bring it. We
volunteers
can-
at the next
yeah, we can
meeting?
look at
I
it.
hope one
Bring
of
it
us will
back.
request it. We have
That will
public
more
item, public comment?
Just real quick before we go to public comment, Mayor, it might be helpful if I can get with maybe one or two council members on an ad hoc basis to discuss kind of the specifics that we want to bring back to the next council meeting in regard to formation of the committee and how to appoint, if each council member is going to get an appointment or if you already have a list. I mean, I think some of those details might be more efficient to hash out in between council meetings so that we can bring back a fully baked item.
Be on it with you. You want to do it? Okay, I'll be on it with with Councilmember Osakara.
Question. So, what is our count on the animals? What's our number currently?
Don't know. Police chief?
Estimate maybe?
Today's the second. I don't have that. We'll have it by the next council meeting. But I know last year we took in 732 animals, and we had a live release rate of 96%. So I don't know the math right off the top of my head, but it's quite a bit. So 732 animals, and we released 96% live,
Okay.
which is well above the national average of 81%.
Okay. Can you specify, like, are we currently full at capacity?
Again, I couldn't tell you. I don't think we're absolutely full. I don't think, but I can't tell you exactly what that number is.
We're still accepting animals at the shelter.
Okay, because last time I checked, I haven't checked recently, maybe it must have been like last month, January, that there was a post where they were full and that they would needed help and donations and stuff like that. That's why I'm asking.
So we're going to do everything
Thank
we
you.
can to get animals adopted out and encourage our community to adopt these animals and get them and find them homes. So, yeah,
And we're going to help.
we're always full. If we have one, we're full, right? We want to be able to get animals out. That is our main priority.
Got it.
Okay, reason why I asked is because over the years, I feel like, and pardon me, maybe can, you know, um, jump in here, help me out. Um, I feel like we've outgrown that place. There's every day, there's always a dog, there's always an animal, loose, lost, what have you. And everybody has the same issue. They never answer, they never come. We call PD. No disrespect to PD, but first of all, they shouldn't even be chasing our dogs. They're PD. They should be protecting us. So and I just got this came off the top of my head right now, and for your idea, Councilmember Oseguera, why can't, instead of having an advisory board, why can't Second Chance collaborate with City of Selma Animal Services? Maybe have a 24-hour animal shelter, one in the day, one in the night. Correct me if I'm wrong, Parveen, but wasn't there somebody on call for Second Chance 24/7? Yes. Yes.
That's why you have an advisory committee, to
Okay.
come up with suggestions like that.
That's
People
just
who
my
know what they're
idea.
doing.
Like that, it covers all grounds and it takes away from PD. Because last time I had an incident with a dog with a neighbor, they wouldn't come out unless the dog was vicious. So, what are we supposed to do with that? You know what I mean? And like I said, I'm sure their hands are full. They should, like I said, they shouldn't even be doing that. No, I don't, Chief wants to, you know, talk about it, but I don't think he went to the academy or graduated for that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Betty Standridge, McCall Village. I'll be brief. I just want to know how you get on the advisory committee because I'd like to throw my hat in the ring
Cool.
there.
We're gonna meet, our ad hoc committee's gonna meet, and we'll throw your name in the ring.
Please, please do. I love animals and very concerned about them all, and I'm a quick study.
Thank you.
James Montoya, Mitchell Street. Crazy idea, but we could build a new place by the dog park. There is a lot on Mitchell, Nebraska that's big. I don't know, maybe you guys can get in contact with whoever owns that land, maybe. I'll be like right diagonal from the dog park. Also, is there like a volunteer for media for the pets to take pictures and put them on the media? Because when the animal shelter was going out that first time, it was posted constantly on Facebook, week after week, and they were getting adopted quick out of, I hope not out of pity, but like they're getting adopted. So if I can fix my camera, then I could probably maybe volunteer. But if someone else help with media to post, and because that's what we want, right? To get these dogs and cats back to their homes and adopted. Those are just my suggestions.
Awesome.
Quick, can you tell me, how much are we paying the staff? How much are we paying the staff at the shelter? I know it's a lot. I totally forgot how much it was, but I know it was a lot of money. And we shouldn't have this issue. If we're paying them that much money, they should have enough experience to know what they're doing. We shouldn't have our officers out there chasing dogs. We shouldn't have to have an advisory committee to go in there and give suggestions. That's a problem. I have a problem with that if you're paying somebody that much money. So back to that, when are their contracts up? Sarah, is that what you asked, when their contracts were up? Okay, because I wanna know what is gonna happen when the contract's up? Are we going to go back to the drawing board with new wages? Because what they're getting paid is just not even acceptable. I'm sorry.
So there's a
You know.
midterm budget amendment at the next council meeting.
Okay.
And so that'll propose some budget numbers,
Okay.
including the animal shelter budget.
Thank you. And then a suggestion that I have is to come up with the advisory volunteers and so forth, is kind of maybe go through the process that we go through when we want to get on the planning commission or the Parks and Recreation Committee. There's an application, we can come in, it's free, have a form filled out, your name, phone number, what's your experience with pets, and you guys can look at them just like you guys vote on voting people into these other committees. I would say that's kind of a good way to do it. People can come in voluntarily, fill out an application. It'll come across you guys. You guys can look at it. I say we should create another committee with the animal shelter volunteers. I think that would be a good way because that way you're getting people in here that volunteer and want to come in and that love pets, and you can kind of see what their experience is instead of just picking people or just saying they want to be part of it and, they don't have experience with pets or so forth. And then, that's just my suggestion. Yeah, that's just my suggestion. I think that would be a good way to kind of narrow down some people that really want to do and be volunteers. Okay, thank you.
Stella Ramirez, Southern California. A lot of good ideas. Excellent. So I'm going to piggyback off of some of them. I agree with the gentleman that was sitting back there. There is that empty lot on the corner of, I believe it's Thompson and Nebraska. Maybe we could look into leasing that. But before that, also touch on the, what is it? On the wages or salaries that these current employees are getting paid. I think it is outrageous. And I think that if we cut that and, we could apply it to leasing, do something with that. Because they're getting paid a lot of money. And we have a lot of dogs roaming around Selma and there's nowhere to put them. And I also agree that with the police department, they didn't go to the academy to be dog catchers. They went to the academy to be police officers. And I don't know where, I think I heard that they were low on staff as well. So, this would relieve them from being out there, if we got the, people, volunteer people. So there's a lot of good ideas out there. But my concern is there's a lot of dogs and right now they're saying I heard that they were full and there's nowhere to put them. So what do? We just let them roam around. And so I just say that, let's just look at the wages. Let's look at, we got other options because we've already outgrown where we're at right now with the animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on the phone or on Zoom? Comment?
Good evening, almost good morning. So I'm calling in regarding this. It's a really interesting that this new council is wanting to have an ad hoc committee or a advisory committee for the animal shelter, and they're asking all these questions about where is this money coming from? How much are they getting paid? They have a budget. The department has a whole budget. So out of that budget, they're paying salaries, they're paying for the dog food, they're paying for all of the needs, the animal needs. But it's very interesting to me that we're asking all these questions about where they're spending the money, but we're quick to throw out an investigation to find out what happened to the $300,000 that they were paying the Second Chance Animal Shelter and what happened to all of the animals and all of this stuff. But we're really, really critical about the city staff doing their job, but we're okay with the nonprofit not providing financial records or records on the animals. So I'm just, again, transparency. I think it just is transparency wherever you want to apply it. It's, because the shoe doesn't fit or you don't like what they're doing, or you don't like the money that they're spending, you don't have control over it. You want to nitpick every single dollar that they're spending, but you don't want to ask what happened to the money that the animal shelter, the Second Chance Animal Shelter was spending, or what happened to the dogs or what happened to the animals. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, anybody else? Comment? Okay, we'll bring the matter back.
Kelly Garrett, 2145 Cypress Street. I just wanted to say that I've been rescuing for 13 years. And as the chief police was saying, we should get outside services to go and see what they're doing. That's a waste of time. They live in other areas. We need people that are involved here in Selma. The people that are locally, that are running the shelter right now are from Fresno. And I'd asked Fernando when that position opened up, if these people were going to be the employees working there. He said, no, they were still taking applications. Interesting that Blanca's talking. She's never been to the shelter, but recently when they reopened it, and she even made a comment saying, haha, they said they have nobody Spanish speaking there, which I had brought that up a long time ago, a year ago. And now she's stating about what she knows, what the shelter needs and what they don't need. I have been doing it for 13 years. I network all day long with different cities. I know every person's name in Reedley, Parlier, Sanger, Fresno, Clovis. We network statewide as well, all the way to Oregon. I put dogs on buses. I've done picking up the poop out of the kennels to networking. I've done it all. The people that need to be involved are the ones here in Selma. Also, the other thing was, as far as PD, your dispatcher is the one who stated that you guys are full. It hasn't been posted anywhere, but they are full. On New Year's Eve, when we were closing down that shelter, Officer Guzman didn't even have a scanner to know how to work to scan the dogs. I specifically asked him, do you know how to scan dogs? Do you have a scanner? He said, no. What is that? I said, what? I went and got my scanner to show him because these dogs should not suffer and should be able to get home right away. Same people that were helping before are the same people that are doing it now. I get calls all day long, and I have no problem with it because I love dogs, I love animals, and I'm gonna help them get home no matter what. I do it, I volunteer on that, and I put it online on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, on the 3rd and 4th of July. These are when all the dogs get out. I say you can call me at any time to do it. The only people that should be helping at this shelter and getting on this committee are people that are involved and already know what it takes for these dogs to have what they need. Also, what was the other thing? I was one that had brought up the misters a while back when they were talking about they had them on, they did not. I went the next day, they're off. Only people, like I said, that should be involved are Selma people that have been doing it and get the calls and that are helping these animals. Nobody from Visalia, no one from these other towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment at this time? Okay, we'll bring it back. This is a discussion item, so hopefully we'll have a council member that adds it as an action item for the next council meeting. Moving on to item 4.9, our last item tonight. Shafer Park softball field lighting update.
And I will make this quick, Mr. Mayor. As is requested at the January 21st council meeting, what you have before you is a staff report describing the current condition and what city staff is doing, working towards restoring lights to Shafer Park ball fields. So on October 27th of 2024, during regular routine duties, my park maintenance staff arrived at Shafer Park and realized that one of the stadium lights had fallen overnight. They contacted department leads, which contacted our supervisor, Ulysses Matavia. I was contacted. We all arrived at Shafer Park, walked the site, de-energized the entire circuit for safety reasons, of course, and we contacted Mr. Horn, our city engineer. Through contacting our city engineer, the determination was made based on what we were seeing on the internal components of the ballpark light was that we needed to do some kind of material testing to understand a little further the condition of all of those lights out there. During that process, the park was cordoned off so that you can still use the restrooms, the playground, the walking trail. Parking lot is open, but the two fields had to be closed off with safety fence and signs explaining not to enter that area. Since then, we have had reporting done by our first consultant, which was Krazan and Associates. Through their report, they determined that they needed further structural reporting from a structural engineer, which we entertained on, I believe, January 10th. And we finally have received all of the reporting back from them. In that reporting, the recommendation at this time is that light number 1, which was the light that actually fell, Light 3, number 8, number 10, and number 12 are all compromised. Those lights need to be taken down immediately. City staff is currently working to obtain 3 bids because we will be over the $25,000 threshold. Excuse me, the $5,000 threshold. We're hoping to stay under the 25 threshold per the purchasing policy. So we don't have to go out to public bid, which will extend the time to rectify this out exponentially. And our intention is to get a contractor to come in and immediately remove the 4 other remaining poles that have been deemed inappropriate or unacceptable for service. They need to be taken out of service. As far as fiscal impact, currently, Brittany Rosales, our grants manager, is working vigorously to try to obtain any grant funding that we can locate. And we're looking at many different areas for that funding. But the bottom line here is that this is probably going to require a pretty significant capital improvement investment from the city to take care of these lights. And I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you for that report. Do you have an idea of how much it costs to remove the poles, and then how much would it be to install the poles?
So, Mr. Mayor, we're working currently to get 3 quotes from 3 contractors, hoping to stay under the $25,000. I'm assuming that that will be doable. As far as installation of the new lights, I have no idea. Until we actually engineer the project and get a set of drawings to where we can put an engineer's estimated cost on it, we do not have that.
Okay.
How quickly can you get it?
So we're working right now trying to identify what assets we can purchase to replace those in the most cost-efficient way. We're looking down different avenues right now for different companies and what material we're going to be using for those new poles. So we're working
The
on that.
temporary lights that they use at the high school, the ones that come out, the temporary spotlights for the games, the
So
mobile lights.
of course, there's an opportunity to put mobile lights up.
Just in the meantime, so the softball league can play and the kids can
Right.
play.
So I have had many discussions with the Park and Recs, with Liz from Parks and Recs to understand the schedule more. From what she's told me, if we can get the lights that need to come down done before the 1st of April, we're moving into more of that daylight savings time, and we will actually have longer days. She does not feel that that is going to be a huge impact as long as they can use the fields during daylight. So that's the direction we're going right now, to get those 4 poles down and off the premises and open those fields back up. It's softball, it's football, it's all of them that want to use that field. We're running out of room, so we are working vigorously to try to get the poles down. And at the same time, we are working through what vendor we can use, what we want to go with for new stadium lights, and something that is cost efficient and effective for the city.
But it is an impact right now, because there are teams that are needing to go that we don't have enough fields. So I'm just asking if Liz can rethink of what's going on, because those 2 fields, they actually break, they have these little mats. So they break those fields up, and if you put some temporary lights, you can have 4 or 5 teams in every field practicing. So right now, there's not enough fields out in the parks to subsidize all the teams that are starting. And I'm talking about the youngsters. So it's really important. I mean, she might say that, we're able to adjust, because that's a huge impact right now in our community. So I would strongly encourage to maybe call the rental companies to see if you guys can put, I don't even care if it's 15 temporary lights all around that place, so the kids can have somewhere to practice.
Understood. And that is an option. I want to bring to the council's attention that there's 3 fields there, and there are 4 more lights to come down. These lights that have to come down affect all 3 fields. So until I get those poles down, even putting temporary lights up, I can't, because of the liability, I can't put people on those fields. So I'm hoping in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I can have a contractor in here pulling the poles down and we can reopen the park. At that point, if we want to revisit taking temporary light towers out there, so that they can use them for evening practices, that's something that we can definitely bring back to the council and discuss.
Very important issue.
Understood. Yes, sir.
The first poll, well, the poll that failed was noticed in October. We are now in February. What took so long?
Material testing. That's what I mentioned. We had to have 2 firms come in and do material testing. The original material tester could only do so much testing, but because of how compromised the integrity of the poles were, they were requesting that we get more testing from an actual structural engineer. That takes time. So they finished the last samples on January 10th. We got the report, I believe, somewhere around the 3rd week of January. And we're here today presenting what our options are.
That's 4 months.
I understand, but the testing takes time. So in order to understand what the city needs to do to remove the liability, we needed more information. We are not staffed here or equipped to do that testing. That has to go to an outside third party. And unfortunately, the first company could not complete all the testing. They needed more extensive testing from a structural engineer.
And I mean, we're not bashing you or anything like that. All I'm saying is that we're getting hit from all sides, from the citizens, because a lot of people, and I was a chairperson for the Parks and Recreation for 20-some years before I became a council person. And, because they know that, they keep calling me, "Hey, what's going on? Why aren't they working?" I go, "Well, we don't know."
I understand. I understand the process that we have to follow and go through to get the information required to make a cost-effective, educated decision on what the city's next move is to remedy that problem.
Maybe what I'm trying to say is I think communication is a must, and I think we should have been kept up on where you're at. Okay, well, we hired this company, they did some testing, they couldn't finish it, we're gonna have to hire somebody else. That way, when people ask, you know what, they're doing testing, whatever, blah, 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 but when we're in the dark, they're in the dark, and,
I understand, council member, and we brought it back as quick as we could get it back to the council.
Okay, so we'll look for an update very, very soon on this.
One more question here, Scott.
Okay.
On it. Okay, I seen the pictures of I read your report on your deal. The next question I'm gonna ask you, the structure of the soil sample, I'm sure you took a engineering soil sample of the structure base. Now,
There is no soil sample. All of those stadium
There is
lights
a-
have foundations that are
yeah, but they have, okay, those foundations, how far do they go down deep? Are
15
they-
feet.
They're pretty deep?
Those are 60-foot
about-
tall light towers,
like
and they're
maybe
15
about
foot deep.
5 feet,
I'm sorry?
concrete, they have a concrete
No,
rebar?
15 feet. The concrete
Okay,
extends
18
down
feet. Oh,
15
okay.
feet. So I can tell you, even with the poles that are coming down, there is more testing that we will be doing on those foundations, because once the poles are removed, you have the concrete foundation that goes down 15 feet in the ground that has the bolt pattern that the light
Yeah, the
towers
bolts,
sit
yeah.
on. So what we have to do is what's called a hydraulic pole test. So they bring a machine out, and this is to test the integrity of the actual foundation that we're gonna put the new light poles on. So they hook the machine up to it, and it pulls the bolts vertically at about 1,200 PSI, I think is what I remember on pull test. If the bolts break or or they break out of the then the foundation's no good. So that means added cost to putting the new lights up. But this is a necessity for us to truly understand what we need to do to rectify the problem completely. So that's more testing on those light bases that will be done once those poles come down. That will not interfere with use of the park. That will be done during the day, normal business hours before school's out and all that, so.
Okay, no, that's, okay, that, and in lieu of that question, okay, who will be doing it? The company will be doing it, checking the boats, see if their structure.
Yes, that will be
I
the
mean,
structural engineer that'll
see
be
if
doing
the
that.
You know, okay. Yeah, because
That's basically testing, again, the structural integrity of that
The
base. that's
concrete
hold-
itself and
Yeah,
and the
because those are
rebar.
60-foot tall, and then you have to think of the weight of the light head that sits on the top of the pole. That thing is extremely top-heavy, thus the depth of the foundation.
Right, that's a discussion item, so we'll look for an update on that. Did anybody from the public have a comment?
Of the Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I'm on that committee. It's just really bothersome because we, as the Parks and Recreation Committee, don't have any updates on anything that's going on. Our last meeting was rescheduled. We were supposed to discuss this so we can make a decision within our committee to bring this back to the board. So all of this engineering stuff going on is just new to us. It's taken way too long, first of all. The netting that is up now is ridiculous. I have pictures here where 5 o'clock today, I went by Shafer Park and there were kids sitting on the bleachers near those wooden poles. I got off my car and I told them that they shouldn't be in there because of what was going on with the poles. They were very respectful and they left. I've also took pictures of the netting and you can see where people are pulling down, walking in. So we need to do something about that. That is not safe at all. I drive by there all the time to go see my mom, and there's always people on the field playing. Like, the netting is not helping anything, and just saying field closed is not getting the message across. Something's going to happen. That's what I'm upset about. Second of all, why are we only, my thing is, and like we talked at our meeting, at the Parks and Recreation meeting, obviously, these poles are corroded. They've been there for so many years. Why are we only analyzing on certain poles? Our suggestion was to get a quote to replace all the wooden poles, because eventually the others are going to go out if these are going out. So why not stop wasting time, spending money on engineering and testing? If one or two are bad, eventually the others are going to go bad. Our suggestion was to get a quote to replace all of them, maybe metal pole, light letting, something that's economic that we can afford, or where we can come up with the funding. But I don't see why we're only doing half the job when eventually something else is going to happen with the other pools sitting there and we're back to square one. We haven't even been able to discuss this within our Parks and Recreation with the rest of them, because certain members can't make it or so forth, but we shouldn't be canceling meetings. This is something that needs to be addressed immediately. And with the Parks and Recreation, this is our department. We need to be informed and we need to make decisions so we can bring it to the board. I guess Liz is communicating without us being involved, which is upsetting, because why are we on this committee if we're not going to do our part or have an input in what's going on? How much this testing costed us, I don't know. And I don't think we should continue to do further testing. I think we need to get quotes and we need to try to
Thanks for your
repair
comment.
all of them.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
So if I could, I'd like to address the council on a couple of things. Number one, the fencing that was put up is OSHA certified safety fencing, 4 foot high. It is plastic, it's not netting. And it was put in with T-posts that hold it in place. We also posted signs on both sides of the bathrooms leading to the 3 fields that clearly identify that those fields are closed. If there's vandalism or people going beyond that boundary in lieu of placing someone there full-time to monitor that, I can't help that. I did what OSHA requires for us to cordon an area off for safety purposes, and that is in the handbook. The other issue I want to address is that we did test every single light, stadium light, that is on those 3 fields. We didn't just test a few of them. We tested all of them, and the recommendation from the structural engineer was to take down 4 of the remaining, I believe, 12 lights that were severely compromised, that they felt were a huge liability. That's what we're working on doing, and at the same time, trying to get a price together to actually replace all of the stadium lights. They're also steel poles, they're not wood, and they will be replaced with aluminum, more than likely aluminum stadium light poles.
I have a comment, for city attorney. Um, just because we have that fence that's not very high and it's easily reachable and there's signs, does that take away liability from the city?
We're more than likely not liable for that at all. Number one, you're immune from liability for any kind of recreational activity. If you're out at a park, you're there for recreation, right? So that's number one. Number two, there are guidelines out there which your public works director has followed that tell you this is how you cordon off a location that is dangerous. You want people to stay out. You follow those guidelines, you're protected. So you can't ever guarantee that you can't get sued because people sue for anything. But the likelihood of you being hit with a liability for that,
Yeah.
very, 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 very.
The reason I'm asking is because we play softball for a long time, and anytime we play the league, they make you sign a waiver to not hold the city liable. And even if somebody gets hurt and they still sue, you know.
Yeah, well, and that's one way of stopping them from suing, because if you get them to sign a waiver, lease of liability, then you can go to court as soon as they file their complaint. You can file a demur, a motion to dismiss it. You show them the waiver, they're out of court.
Thank you.
I just think we need to get on this. This is really, really important. Our citizens are all over this, and I think that the city gets this. I think the director gets this. We just need, thank you. Now we're going to move on to future agenda items. Council requests for future agenda items not subject. Public comment items require a consensus. I guess we will change that after tonight. But right now, we're going to go by the future agenda item as it's read. Does council have any future agenda items they'd like to add at this time?
Yes, I have some. Are we still having a special meeting or no special meeting on Monday? No, okay, so on regular meeting, first I want to go ahead and put, the change of council dates to Tuesday. Yeah, instead of Mondays. I want that on the agenda. Second, I want to put, Chriscom to terminate the contract. And then third, I want to put American Legion regarding, they have two items regarding location and installation of the granite memorials in Veterans Plaza and location and installation of an unserviceable flag drop-off container.
Anybody else with agenda items they'd like to add?
Yes, I would like to add the Tejano Festival and the Dia de los Muertos to the legacy events. And also to, make sure that we work with the chamber to try to give them some help, because it would be sad if they had to cancel their car show and their racing festival. So, I mean, those are big events for Selma.
Do you want to bring back the chamber as an action item to discuss city interaction with them? Because I don't think,
We can, but
They're on the same
Fernando
page.
assured us that they were gonna meet, so I don't.
well, that's not what I'm hearing from the chamber. So
Is that correct?
we need to have a meeting.
We just had that discussion on Friday, so I mean, I can reach out to Ms. Tucker to coordinate a meeting tomorrow.
Because I received an email that we're going in two different directions. The city is, as opposed to the chamber, because of the city's demands for the renewal of the contract and to send them that funding. So if you meet with them, I mean, if we're just gonna continue down doing the same things that we're doing, we're not gonna come to any understanding. certainly meet with her, and then I'm sure I'll hear from the chamber director, chamber, board member, Shar Tucker, and if we don't hear anything, then I could ask the attorney to place it on the agenda for the next meeting, correct? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Any other?
Oh, yes.
How about, second chance?
Oh,
Add the committee as an action item? We're gonna have an ad hoc committee, but we're gonna.
Yeah, that was the other one, the, oversight committee, yeah, we had talked about putting it as an action item for next meeting.
okay. My turn, my turn. Always, no, one thing about me, about Avalos, I'm strictly business, guys. Just remember that. Two things I like to put on is the two stoves, one in the senior center and one in the Salazar Center. Why are they out? We should be able to fix them. The stoves, they're at the senior center and also the Salazar Center. Because when they did the renovation back then, for unknown reasons, they both went out for some unknown reasons. It's probably a quick fix. Bring somebody out there, maybe clean the pilot lights and you clean it out. And number two, is I want to bring an item to the table here on an engineering. Okay. And engineering, I want to look at the, his contract and possibly put it out to bid. I want to look at that as a discussion,
Looking for
Okay.
an RFP on
So
the
just
engineering
the
contract?
discussion item?
a discussion item.
That's to put the contract engineer's contract out to bid.
Oh, we'll maybe
RFP.
talk about put it out to bid,
Hire an
and I
engineer.
wanted it as a discussion item. And then from there, I want to, because remember, I'm strictly business, guys.
Councilmember Trujillo? Okay. I'd like to add, I'd like to get loss runs from Irma. All claims for the last 3 years, open and closed. And the RMA,
It's from Irma only?
and the RMA, please. Thank you. And then, I'd like to add graffiti abatement as another agenda item because we're getting a lot of graffiti again. That'll be an action item.
Just to clarify, all of these items would be on the February 18th, or is there flexibility on pushing them out to the following
Is
meeting?
there a need to push them out?
I don't know if we'll have enough staff capacity to,
Oh.
for all of these items on the next agenda, and it might be a pretty lengthy agenda.
As lengthy as tonight?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Well, we can always do a special meeting. So let's go with February 18th for now, and I can call a special meeting if the items crop up. Because remember, the agenda item tonight shows that we have the right to review the agenda and the right to revise that agenda when it comes out. Is that correct, city attorney? So we can meet with the city manager or talk with the city manager about the agenda before it comes out.
Make it as convenient for yourselves as possible, yes.
Great, so I'll be in touch with the city manager to go over that. And then if there are lots of items, then I'll probably want to call a special meeting. That's what we'll do. Okay, so graffiti abatement, and really what I'd like to do is clarify those rules. What I'm getting at is to clarify the rules on Public Works. I would like to get to the point where Public Works goes out and cleans these things, takes them off, so that we don't have an issue where we're putting it on the homeowner if they're unable to do it. I would like to make Public Works responsible for the first time on that. Got some serious graffiti out there. So that's where I'm going with this. Next, tour of Sunmade, Thursday and Friday of this week, potentially with the real estate brokers.
Set it up for Thursday or Friday, what do you want?
Council, what would you like, Thursday or Friday? It's gonna take maybe 45 minutes to an hour to tour the facility.
Thursday?
Thursday good?
I could do Thursday.
Okay. Thursday, could
Thursday
you
at
set that?
noon, what do you want?
Thursday at 11?
Okay.
Right.
Okay. No, I can go check it out at a different time.
You're not available, city manager?
No, I'll be at a conference this week.
Got it. You'll send someone else, another representative from the city?
I can, if the council would like me to send someone, our deputy city manager can attend.
Okay. Yeah. Right. And then I'd like to put on there, we're getting an audit update at the next council meeting, right? And then we're getting a mid-year budget update. Revision. What does that mean, revision?
It's revising the budget with any items that have come up, since the adoption of the original fiscal year budget.
Okay, so then it'll be an action item.
Correct.
Thank you. Then I'd like to put on the agenda, I don't know if this would be a closed session item or if it would be regular, business. I'd like to put on the agenda to sell the land that this council purchased at McCall and Nelson. I think
What?
McCall and Nelson. That corner, city council,
Over there?
yeah, made that decision to buy that. And I'd like to put that on the agenda to sell that so that we have funding in the future for other items the council's going to be looking at. Is that a closed session item or is that a?
It could be either. It just depends on what you paid for it. What did you pay for it?
City manager?
$1.6 million.
I have to call Coors Tingy.
Okay. All right.
I'll ask them what they think the value of that is.
Okay.
And we'll set up your tour and we'll call around some other people, some appraisers, and figure out what that thing is.
Sounds good. And then we can bring it back to council.
Yeah,
to
we'll just bring
discuss.
it back and you guys, if you just want to sell it, it's just a matter of listing it for sale.
Okay. That's all I have. Okay. And we'll, 12:30. It's a record.
Yep, I put mine.
Okay. Council reports. I'm sorry, departmental reports, city manager?
Nothing to report except just a reminder, our next regular meeting will fall on a Tuesday because of President's Day on the 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. City attorney?
Nothing to report.
All right. Deputy city manager?
Nothing to report.
Administrative services director?
Thank you, report.
Okay. And acting city, do you want to say anything as acting city clerk or PIO? Got it?
Thank you, report.
Fire Chief Webster?
Just a reminder that this Saturday marks the 1-year anniversary of the passing of firefighter paramedic Chris Nelson. And if, Mr. Mayor, if you could maybe suggest a moment of silence for him this evening as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Would you like one at the next meeting? Okay. What was the exact date, Chief Webster? I know I attended the funeral, but when did he pass?
It was February 8th, 10 years to the date from his accident.
Wow. Thank you. Gosh, okay. Police Chief Alcarez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for recognizing Gonzalo. We held a very small, casual, informal ceremony or gathering more for Officer Carrasco with his brothers in law enforcement. Also, we held our annual police department awards banquet last week. We also invited the Carrasco family over to participate in that. And we're just, again, it's been a rough 2 years without Gonzalo and moving our organization through this moment and making sure the family's taken care of. So we appreciate you mentioning him. And please keep his family in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Public Works Director.
Yes, real quick. 2 weeks ago, myself and 5 of my staff members attended the World of Concrete for training. We took 7 classes on forming, rebar enforcement and pouring and finishing concrete. The intention behind that training is that we're going to start self-performing some of the sidewalk repairs where we have displaced sidewalk, and it's more economical and cost-effective to do it in-house, so we did that training. It was really good, and I think that my guys got a lot from that. We're currently working on the Babe Ruth field in preparation of tryouts this month, at the end of the month, and also for opening day in March. The field's coming along good. We're going to be putting the roof on the snack bar this month before opening day, so that will be fully functioning again for Babe Ruth. And the last thing that I have to report on, and I'm really proud of my staff for this, at several council meetings last year and at the town hall meeting in District 4, it was stated that the signs in District 4, street name signs, would be completed by the end of the year. My staff hung the last sign on the 30th at about 8:30 in the morning. So that is complete. We're currently working on the fourth location, or fourth district as we call it, and that's the Floral Thompson area, kind of working its way back towards the high school in Dinuba.
For that. Okay, council reports. Councilmember Trujillo? You. Councilmember Avalos?
Actually, the only concern I have on lately is we have two situations of two teenagers on this fentanyl. It's happening in our community, and I'm hoping our new officers will reach out to the schools, you know, the high schools and those areas, those junior high schools, how serious this thing is on the street, you know. Unfortunately, you know, this thing is getting bad, and I don't want to see anybody kid die, you know, because my grandson knew one of the kids, and he was a great kid. Just wrong situation. Probably took first time, and he's gone. You know, and I tell myself, man, it could happen to anybody's kid. You know, how are you going to correct this problem? The only way you could probably say, you know what, we're going to have to proact our law enforcement and our educators in our school. How serious is he? Show some slides. These are people that had passed away. You know, back when I was growing up, they used to show us, we used to be fast drivers. They used to show us the drunk drivers crashing into the trees, you know, the car all mangled up. After a while, we said, well, we better slow down. And but I think we'll maybe have to get back to basics. You know, this drug on the street is a killer drug. It's not a drug to get high. It's actually a darn killer drug. You're gonna kill people. And the only way you can stop it, you got to nip it in the bud, man. You have to be proactive in it. And now when I say proactive, that means anything as far as graffiti on the walls. We don't wait 3-4 days. We get on it, man. Cover that up. We don't want to we want to send a message that we're here and we care and we're going to stop you. And you're not going to do it in this town. That's all I got to say.
Councilmember Oscar.
Yeah, I attended my first meeting with Centerpoint, which is a meeting of different cities. We discussed, you know, what's going on in all the cities. And we're all taking a field trip in May. We're going to Vegas for the ICSC conference to try to get more businesses to come to Selma. So hopefully, it'll be my first time flying, so I'm really scared. So pray for me. What else other than that, it's been so far a good ride being on council, and hopefully I can learn a lot of stuff because I'm fairly new. So I don't speak a lot up here because a lot of the stuff I don't know what I'm talking about. So I rely on, you know, the experienced council people to be my guiding light and teach me all I need to know so we can work on a relationship with the city and the staff and everybody to make it better. not just for us, for staff and for the citizens of Selma. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report tonight. I want to say thank you for everybody coming out. I'll do my report next time. And thank you for sticking with us through the whole meeting. Good night.